يا هلا اخوي.
ويا هلا استاذ
السلام
رائد،
عليكم.
شلونك؟ عليكم السلام.
يعطيك العافية
استاذ رائد من
دكتورة.
منصة تدرب، اكبر منصة عربية تتكلم باللغة العربية وتبث التدريب
تسلمي.
والتدريب اللايف والفيرتشوال. دكتورة حياة،
صحيح.
تفتحين الكاميرا دكتورة حياة؟ دكتورة حياة خبيرة دولية تعمل مع المنظمات الدولية سنوات كثيرة. معالي الدكتورة وفاء، دكتورة وفاء وزيرة الثقافة في الجزائر، تشرفنا فيك دكتورة وفاء.
دكتورة، أهلين بالحضور.
أهلا وسهلا. بس ننتظر باقي الحضور لأن بقى من الوقت 6 دقائق. يا هلا دكتور شافع، يا هلا دكتور شافع، اليوم قبل ساعة من المؤتمر وهو متواجد معنا. حياك الله دكتور شافع. دكتور شافع خبير دولي في التنمية البشرية، هو ما شاء الله عليه يعني من المشاهير. هاي دكتور صبيح، how are you? دكتور صبيح, you muted yourself. Can you open the mic?
Sorry.
Hi Dr. Sabih, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. It's good to see you all.
Thank you so much. It's a vice president and representative of MENA ICA. It is Institution of Civil Engineering, the leading institutions in the civil engineering in the world and in the UK. يا هلا دكتورة فاتن، وجودك معنا يعني تشريف كبير. كسر، تمثل كسر دكتورة فاتن.
السلام عليكم.
أهلا وسهلا حبيبة قلبي، أهلا وسهلا.
I'm not sure. Do I have to start or we have to wait?
Just the waiting a few minutes to start officially. There are 4 minutes remaining and we will start. تقدرين تبتدين أمل بس يعني ترحبين فيهم على بس ما ننتظر باقي الحضور.
Okay. You're going to let me know when I have to speak, yes?
Exactly. We will mention your name.
Okay, thank you.
يا أهلا ومرحبا فيكم كلكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اليوم الثالث للمؤتمر الافتراضي الخليجي الرابع، فتحت رعاية معالي الدكتور حمد العدواني وزير التربية ووزير التعليم العالي. نبدأ اليوم الثالث.
أنا آسفة أمل، تحت رعاية معالي وزير الإعلام.
إن شاء الله.
أخطأتي، سموحة منك.
تحت رعاية معالي وزير الإعلام ووزير الثقافة والشباب ووزير الأوقاف بالإنابة الأستاذ الوزير عبد الرحمن المطيري. نبدأ اليوم الثالث فعاليات المؤتمر الافتراضي الخليجي الرابع لدعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال. أصحاب السمو والشيوخ والوزراء والشخصيات القيادية والخبراء الأفاضل، أهلا بكم وأسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل خير. يعتبر هذا المؤتمر أحد المبادرات الخليجية للدكتورة هنادي مبارك المباركي، رئيس المؤتمر ومؤسس شركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الإدارية، والتي تسعى من خلال مبادراتها إلى التنوع الاقتصادي ورفع المؤشرات القياسية للدول الخليجية، وكذلك لنقل أفضل الرؤى المستقبلية والتطبيقات العالمية الناجحة في مجال الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا في المجتمعات الخليجية. الآن نبدأ في كلمة الافتتاح من دولة الكويت، وإن شاء الله يكون معنا الأستاذ وليد الخشتي، الرئيس التنفيذي للعلاقات العامة والاتصالات في شركة زين الكويت. إذا معنا أستاذ وليد اتفضل، ألغي الكلمة.
يا هلا مرحبا، يعطيكم العافية. في البداية بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أنا ودي نرحب بالضيوف الكرام وأشكر الدكتورة هنادي المباركي على دعوتنا للمشاركة في هذا المؤتمر الذي يجمع نخبة من القادة والخبراء والأكاديميين. أمانة يعني احنا حرصنا ان احنا نكون متواجدين في هذا المؤتمر نظرا لأهميته، وفعلا يمكن تابعنا خلال اليومين الماضيين المشاركات اللي شفناهم، كان فعلا شيء لا قيمة ولا قيمة مضافة لهذا المؤتمر. أمانة من الضروري ان احنا نتبادل الخبرات والتجارب ما بين شركات القطاع الخاص والجهات الحكومية والمؤسسات المجتمع المدني لكي نحقق الاستفادة الأكبر للجميع، وهذا ما نطمح له من خلال مشاركتنا اليوم في هذا المؤتمر. أود أن أشارككم أحدث تجاربنا في دعم الابتكار وريادة الأعمال من خلال مبادرتنا وطن الابتكار التي أطلقناها هذا العام، وإنوفيشن نيشن ما يسمى. أود أن يعني فعلا مبادرة وطن الابتكار تشمل جميع برامج وجهود زين لدعم الإبداع وريادة الأعمال، وبالأخص في مجالات التكنولوجيا والهندسة والعلوم والرياضيات اللي هي STEM. تستهدف هذه المبادرات الشباب والمبادرين، وترتكز حول عدد من المجالات الرئيسية مثل تعزيز الإبداع وصقل المهارات التقنية وبناء الإمكانيات الرقمية ودعم ريادة الأعمال والاستثمار وتسريع الشركات الناشئة ودعم المخترعين وغيرها من هذه الأمور. وأثمرت هذه المبادرة بتقديم العديد من المبادرات والجهود المميزة مثل توقيع مذكرة تفاهم مع مركز صباح الأحمد للموهبة والإبداع وإطلاق المعسكر الصيفي للأطفال في هذا المركز. وهذا المركز أسهم يعني بتعزيز مهارات التقنية والرقمية لأكثر من 800 طفل وشاب من خلال 130 دورة تدريبية وورش عمل أساسيات ومبادئ الإلكترونيات والروبوت والطابعات الثلاثية الأبعاد والبرمجة والذكاء الاصطناعي وغيرها من هذه الأمور. واستضفنا أيضا مع مركز صباح الأحمد جلسة حول النجاح المالي المستدام في الابتكار وريادة الأعمال، قدمها ماركو بتريني بروفيسور التسويق من جامعة إسادة الإسبانية في برشلونة، وحضرها أكثر من 80 مشارك من المبادرين وأصحاب الشركات الناشئة من مجتمع ريادة الأعمال المحلية. كما قمنا بتوقيع مذكرة تفاهم مع المؤسسة الكويت للتقدم العلمي لتهيئة الكوادر الوطنية لدخول سوق العمل بالقطاع الخاص وبناء القدرات وتعزيز البحث والتطوير لدعم الابتكار وتمكين المؤسسات الاجتماعية وتعزيز ريادة الأعمال. نؤمن تماما أن مثل هذه المبادرات ستسهم في تنمية وتطوير منظومة ريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا في الكويت وأيضا في المنطقة. وأصبحنا نرى المزيد من الشركات القطاع الخاص والمؤسسات الحكومية التي تتبنى رواد الأعمال، وهو ما يسهم في ازدهار اقتصاد المنطقة بإذن الله. كل الشكر لكم جميعا، وأشكر حسن الاستمتاع وتمنيات لكم بالتوفيق ولجميع المشاركين في هذا المؤتمر.
نشكر سعادة الأستاذ وليد الخشتي الرئيس التنفيذي للعلاقات العامة والاتصال زين الكويت، وعلى مبادرتهم أيضا Innovation Nation المتميزة دائما. شكرا لكم أستاذ وليد. أيضا معنا من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة الدكتور شافع النيادي خبير دولي في التنمية البشرية، فليتفضل يلقي كلمته.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله أوقاتكم جميعا أخواني أخواتي. في البداية أحب أشكر الدكتورة هنادي المباركي، ما شاء الله عليها شخصية نشطة وأهمها نشر العلم والمعرفة. وأشكركم على هذه الدعوة، وأشكر جميع إخواني الضيوف، وأنا متابع 3 الأيام الماضية إلى توقيت ما شاء الله آخر الليل، والأخوة داعمين بالمعرفة والمعلومات. أنا أحب أن أتكلم عن موضوع وهي مسألة عملية كيف نستطيع أن نحن أن ندعم الذكاء الاصطناعي، كيف أن يستطيع أن يدعم ريادة الأعمال. الذكاء الاصطناعي طبعا والذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال أنا أراهما وجهان لعملة واحدة، فهم يستطيعون يلعبا دور حاسم وفي تحسين الأداء التنظيمي لكل المؤسسات المختلفة سواء مؤسسات حكومية وغير الحكومية، وهذا الدور له آثار إيجابية عدة. فمثلا الذكاء الاصطناعي، من خلال الذكاء الاصطناعي يستطيع أن يدعم ريادة الأعمال من خلال التحليل البياني واستخدام البيانات والمعلومات بشكل ذكي، بشكل بحيث أنه يكتشف الاتجاهات، مثل ما نقول نحن نظام سوات، يكتشف الاتجاهات الفرص والتهديدات وما شابه ذلك. الذكاء الاصطناعي يحسن حتى من عمليات نوعية الإنتاج والتسوق وإدارة المخزون. ومثل ما نشوف نحن الآن في الروبورت وغير ذلك، ويقلل من التكاليف وزيادة حتى الكفاءة ونوعية هذه والجودة ونوعية هذه الكفاءات. كذلك الذكاء الاصطناعي أنا أراه مثل الشخص اللي أقول عليه يشرب ماء البحر، كل ما شرب كل ما عطش. الذكاء الاصطناعي كل ما تعمقنا فيه كل ما اكتشفنا أشياء كثيرة، فهو يبتكر في ريادة الأعمال في نوع من التطوير وتطبيقات وفي التقنية اللي ممكن يستخدم هذا. كذلك سبحان الله دخل الذكاء الاصطناعي في فهم احتياجات العملاء والمراجعين من خلال تحليل البرمجة اللي تكون موجودة، البرمجة اللغوية اللي تكون موجودة في هذا الذكاء الاصطناعي، احتياجات العملاء بشكل أفضل، وحتى عملية التحليل اللغوي والطبيعي للتفاعل مع العملاء. الذكاء الاصطناعي له دور كبير في عملية تحسين حتى عمليات التشغيلية وتحسين سلسلة التوريد وإدارة المخزونة والكفاءة وما شابه. ولو قلنا أن ممكن نحن نقول على أن الذكاء الاصطناعي يستطيع أن يعمل عملية التنبؤ بالاتجاهات المستقبلية في السوق والاحتياج عمل ذلك من خلال نوعية البرامج التي ممكن أن توضع في هذا سواء روبوت أو ما شابه ذلك. كذلك الذكاء الاصطناعي يقوم بعملية اتخاذ قرارات استراتيجية وعمل سيناريوهات المتوالية. بس نحن اخواتي طبعا له دور كبير، له دور عظيم، وعملية تغذية الذكاء الاصطناعي أكيد يعتمد على الأشخاص المتمرسين في هذا الموضوع. فهو يعمل عملية استخراج أنماط، اتجاهات، بيانات وما شابه ذلك. الذكاء الاصطناعي لا توجد مؤسسة أو منظمة لا توجد فيها عقبات ومشاكل. فممكن نحن نقول على أن الذكاء الاصطناعي يتوقع حدوث هذه المشاكل والعقبات ويتصدى يعني نحن نقول أحيانا بعض الإدارة لما تضع أنت لي مشكلة ضع لي حل. فالذكاء الاصطناعي يضع مع تصدي لهذه العقبات لكن في المقابل يضع له الاقتراح لهذه الحلول. له دور كبير في عملية التعامل مع العملاء بشكل فعال، عملية تحسين العمليات وما شابه ذلك. إذا إخواني لا أحب أن أطيل عليكم، نحن لابد أن نمارس عملية الذكاء الاصطناعي بحيث أن ليس فقط كممارسين وإنما عملية البرمجة والتطور والتطوير المستمر. لأن أنا أقول العالم لن يقف ينتظر أحد، خاصة في عملية الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقدمات التكنولوجية وريادة الأعمال في شكل تقدم سريع. فنحن نقول أن الذكاء الاصطناعي أداة قوية، أي مؤسسة تستطيع أن تحسن الأداء التنظيمي للموظفين وحتى الإنتاج وتطويره، تطور أفكارهم، تنمي أعمالهم، تبتكر، إبداع وما شابه ذلك. في الخلاصة هو مورد هام وقيم لرواد الأعمال، يجب أن يستثمروا الاستثمار الصحيح بحيث أن نحن ممكن نكون كمؤسسات متميزة مستمرة مستدامة في تقدمها وتطورها. شكرا لكم وأشكركم جزاكم الله خير على هذه إتاحة الفرصة للمشاركة. لكم مني فائق التقدير.
نشكر الدكتور شافع النيادي من الإمارات العربية المتحدة، خبير دولي في التنمية البشرية، على كلمته وعلى ما تفضل به. ومعنا اليوم من جمهورية تونس سعادة الدكتور فتحي السلاطي وزير التربية والتعليم الأعلى الأسبق، فليتفضل يلقي كلمته.
شكرا جزيلا. السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، تتكون منظومة الابتكار وريادة الأعمال من عديد العناصر، أهمها البيئة التشريعية والقوانين، التمويل والاستثمار، البنى التحتية التقنية والتكنولوجية، التعليم والتدريب، التوجيه والدعم الاستشاري، والثقافة الريادية والمجتمعية. وتعتمد منظومة ريادة الابتكار وريادة الأعمال على تفاعل دائم ومستمر بين هذه العوامل والعناصر المختلفة، والتي تشكل بيئة محفزة لنمو الأعمال وتطوير التكنولوجيا وتعزيز الابتكار والإبداع، وتلعب بالتالي دورا حاسما في تحفيز الاقتصاد وتحسين القدرة على الأداء ودعم التنافسية، وقصد تطوير هذه المنظومة نحو نمو ذكي ومستدام للجميع بشكل منصف وعادل يتعين العمل على مجموعة من المسائل. أولها تشجيع السياسات والتشريعات التي تدعم عمليات الابتكار وتوفير الحماية للملكية الفكرية وتشجيع الاستثمارات في المشاريع الناشئة ووسائل إنتاج وتطوير الذكاء الاصطناعي. ثانيها توفير وسائل متنوعة لتمويل مشاريع الابتكار والأعمال الناشئة. ثالثها تطوير البنية التحتية اللازمة لتقديم الدعم التكنولوجي. ورابعا توفير البرامج التعليمية والتدريبية التي تسهم في تطوير مهارات الابتكار وريادة الأعمال وتعزيز المعرفة والخبرات. خامسا دعم منظومات التوجيه والإرشاد والنصح للرواد والمبدعين الجدد. وسادسا تعزيز ثقافة الابتكار والمبادرة وتشجيع المجتمع على دعم وتقدير الرواد والمبدعين. سابعا توفير المساحات الابتكارية وتشجيع ثقافة الابتكار والروح الريادية وتوفير الفرص التسويقية للمشاريع الابتكارية. وثامنها تشجيع التعاون بين الشركات الكبيرة والمؤسسات الناشئة لدعم الابتكار وتطوير الحلول التكنولوجية. تاسعها وأخيرا تعزيز التعاون بين الدول وتبادل الخبرات والتكنولوجيا لتحفيز الابتكار والتطور التكنولوجي. السيدات والسادة، في هذا السياق يمكن القول أن الذكاء الاصطناعي يلعب حتما دورا مهما في دعم منظومة الابتكار وريادة الأعمال عبر طرق عدة، من أهمها تحسين عمليات تحليل البيانات بسرعة وفعالية، وتطوير نظام التنبؤ وإيجاد حلول مبتكرة، واتخاذ قرارات مستنيرة بناء على معلومات دقيقة ومحدثة. هذا علاوة على تطوير عمليات التشغيل لتحسين الكفاءة وتقليل التكاليف. كما يمكن استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي من تطوير وتحسين نظم الدعم الذكي وتحقيق تفاعل أفضل مع العملاء من خلال توفير تحليلات تنبؤية تساعد الشركات على اتخاذ القرارات بناء على هذه التوقعات. هذا ويتم كذلك استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي لتوليد أفكار واقتراحات جديدة تسهم في عملية البحث والتطوير، مع مساعدة الشركات على تحليل وإدارة المخاطر بشكل أفضل واتخاذ إجراءات تصحيحية بشكل فعال. بهذه الطريقة يساهم الذكاء الاصطناعي في تحسين الكفاءة والابتكار في العديد من مجالات الأعمال، ويساهم بالتالي في تطوير ونجاح المشاريع الناشئة والشركات القديمة على حد سواء. وهذا ما يدفع إلى الدعوة إلى مزيد الاستثمار وتوجيه الطاقات الإبداعية نحوه، دعما للابتكار والإبداع والريادة. وفي ختام كلمتي أتمنى لنا جميعا أياما مثمرة وملهمة في هذا المؤتمر، وأتقدم بجزيل الشكر إلى كل من ساهم في الإعداد إليه، وخاصة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي. شكرا لكم.
نشكر من جمهورية تونس سعادة الدكتور فتحي سلاوتي وزير التربية والتعليم العالي الأسبق. شكرا لك على كلمتك. والآن من دولة الكويت نرحب بالأستاذ زيد الهيب، المؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي لمنصة التعليم الإلكترونية تدرب. تفضل ألقي كلمتك.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معك رائد الدنف. اليوم أنا أمثل بالإنابة أستاذ زيد الهيب، اللي هو مدير عام ومؤسس منصة تدرب. كل الشكر والتقدير لدكتورة هنادي المباركة على الدعوة الطيبة مثل ما تعودنا عليها. وصراحة شخصيا تابعت المؤتمر على مدى اليومين الماضيين، وجهد جبار تشكر عليه دكتورة هنادي، فمشكورة. حابب بما انه امبارح استمعت جيدا للموجودين، فلقيتهم معظم المؤتمر يتحدث باللغة الإنجليزية، ونحن كمنصة تدرب المحتوى عندنا باللغة العربية، ولكن ارتأيت انه تكون كلمة استاذ زيد باللغة الإنجليزية، فمعذرة إذا بس احتراما للموجودين معنا بيكون المشاهدين.
تفضل أستاذ رائد، أخذ راحتك.
شكرا لك أستاذ أمل. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Raed Danaf, training consultant from Tadarrab platform, speaking on behalf of Mr. Zaid Al-Haib, the founder and the CEO of Tadarrab platform. I trust you are all well. Today, I'm excited to share compelling insights into the dynamic collaboration between Tadarrab and AI, shedding light on how our platform is expanding its community and empowering knowledge-hungry learners. Let's kick off with a fun fact. The first AI-inspired film, Metropolis, premiered in 1927. I repeat, 1927 was the first AI film. It's called Metropolis, you can Google it. While AI was once a tech secret, it has now become a global sensation, similar to the Beyoncé of technology. The journey from being an underground concept to a widely celebrated occurrence took time, but AI has now captivated the world's attention. Tadarrab and AI have a dynamic duo in the digital realm. From the inception of pre-production brainstorming to the moment learners hit the access course button, Tadarrab and AI form an unparalleled partnership. AI's progressive nature enables us to understand the precise learning needs of our users, creating an educational experience tailored to each individual. It's like having a study companion who knows your textbook better than you do. Imagine now this scenario. You decide to explore a course on self-awareness, for example. AI, being more intelligent than random suggestions, analyzes your learning patterns and recommends a course perfectly tailored and suited to make you the Einstein of your own universe. This personalization is achieved by processing a real-time data from your activities on social media platforms and browsers, enhancing the relevance of content suggestions. Progression in the AI realm. AI is our cool friend who finishes our sentences. It learns from our interactions, refines its algorithms, and becomes the ultimate information maestro. Recently, the AI wizard at Humane Company launched an AI pen. Humane, it's hu.ma.ne. You can Google it. They launched an AI pen, marking the beginning of a new era where millions are diving into the AI pool, making it smarter and more efficient. Let's talk now about data collection. Every click, scroll, and selfie we share serves a data snack for AI. Our digital footprint fosters a symbiotic relationship, shaping a sci-fi future where AI adapts to our preferences. Embracing this digital collaboration, let's share our tales and make the future a sci-fi blockbuster we can all enjoy. Before concluding, I want to express my gratitude to the all esteemed participants, including ministers, ambassadors, Chairman, and the Conference Director, CEO of Ecosystem Consultants, Dr. Hanadi and Mubaraki, for making this virtual conference on innovation and AI possible. Your valuable contribution have enriched our discussions, and we appreciate your commitment to advancing the tech revolution. Thank you again for all your dedicated involvement, and thank you, Amal, for being also with us for the past 2 days. I know it's a huge job for you. Thank you all for listening, and I give the mic to you back.
Thank you a lot to Mr. Raed Al-Denner on behalf of Mr. Zaid Al-Hayb, the CEO and the founder of تجرب platform. نشكر الأستاذ رائد الدنر بالإنابة، كلمته ممتازة بالإنابة عن الأستاذ زيد الهيب، المؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي لمنصة التعليم الإلكتروني تجرب. I'm gonna look forward and I'm gonna really search for the Metropolis 1927. بصراحة الفيلم في 1927 يعني شيء خارق للعادة. العقل البشري هو بالأساس مؤسس الذكاء الاصطناعي، فما في أعلى من مثل هذا الذكاء. شكرا لك جزيلا.
شكرا أخت أمل، يعطيك العافية.
الله يعافيك. ومعنا أيضا من الجمهورية الجزائرية الديمقراطية الشعبية سعادة الدكتورة وفاء شعلال، وزيرة الثقافة والفنون الجزائرية سابقا. تفضلي دكتورة، ألقي الكلمة. دكتورة وفاء، إذا ممكن تفتحين المايك والكاميرا.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام، منورة دكتورة، تفضلي.
مشكورة. دقيقة. السلام عليكم السادة والسيدات الحضور، أصحاب المعالي، السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أما بعد، أحيي بهذه المناسبة أشقائنا من دولة الكويت، وبالخصوص الدكتورة هنادي المبارك العزيزة على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر العالمي الوازن بالتزامن مع الأسبوع الدولي لريادة الأعمال في كل سنة، بغية خلق فرص هامة ومميزة للتواصل بين الشمال والجنوب، لتبادل الخبرات والتجارب والرؤى المستقبلية في مجال التكنولوجيا، الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والنظام البيئي لريادة الأعمال. اليوم نشهد أن الإنسانية على مفترق طريق حقيقي، تتأمل بشغف ممزوج بالرهبة بزوغ فجر حقبة جديدة تماما، بطلها اليوم هو الذكاء الاصطناعي الذي يمثل ذروة التطور التقني التكنولوجي المتسارع، الذي ساهم خلال النصف الثاني نصف القرن الأخير في تحقيق طفرات تنموية غير مسبوقة تركت آثارها الواضحة على مختلف المجالات والتخصصات، وعلى رأسها المجال الاقتصادي من خلال ابتكار وظائف مستجدة بمهارات حديثة أصبحت فيها الأتمة الربوات الذكية، وهي القوة العاملة الجديدة. في هذا السياق يحاول العديد من رواد الأعمال والشباب استهداف هذا المجال الواعد، وقد تجلى هذا الاهتمام في تزايد عدد المؤسسات الناشئة الريادية التي تتبنى تقنيات حديثة لتسريع نموها، وقد ساعدها ذلك في مضاعفة إيراداتها وفعالياتها، وكذلك تحسين إنتاجيتها وإنتاجية موظفيها، حيث زادت التقنيات القائمة على الذكاء الاصطناعي ما مكنها من أتمة عملياتها وبالتالي تحقيق أهدافها بكفاءة. وتعد الدول العربية من بين الدول التي بدأ الذكاء الاصطناعي يشكل جزءاً من الحياة اليومية لمواطنيها، وهذا يترجم اهتمامها الواسع بهذا المجال من خلال سعيها لتوفير البنى التحتية اللازمة ورسم الخطط للنهوض باقتصادها وتوفير العيش الكريم لأفرادها. وهذا يؤكد إدراك يعني إدراك السلطات الراشدة لأهمية المعرفة كركيزة أساسية تستند إليها في مسيرتها الذاتية أو مسيرتها في تنمية الإنسان، وبناء اقتصاد متنوع قائم على التفكير العلمي المشجع على الإبداع والابتكار بمباشرة مشاريع ريادية تقوم على الذكاء الاصطناعي عبر الاستثمار في العنصر البشري والقطاعات الحيوية ذات الصلة، من خلال إطلاق استراتيجيات طموحة ترنو لبناء اقتصاديات منتجة مستدامة وتنافسية بعيدة كل البعد عن الاقتصاد الريعي التقليدي المترهل، تحفظ لها سيادتها واستقلالية القرار، وتضمن لأجيالها الحالية واللاحقة الرفاهية والازدهار. على أن نؤطر استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي بما يراعي خصوصياتنا الحضارية والثقافية، وأنا أؤكد على هذا الشيء لأنه التطور في هذا المجال يعني يخطو بخطوات متسارعة، وعلينا تأطير استخدامات الذكاء الاصطناعي بما يراعي خصوصا خصوصياتنا الثقافية، وبما يمكننا من تحقيق غاياتنا المعرفية العلمية وأهدافنا الاقتصادية التنموية دون التضرر من حمولته الفكرية التي قد تكون سامة ومدمرة. وهذا ما تسعى له الكثير من المنظمات والهيئات العربية، وفي مقدمتها الأليكسو التي تجتهد لإعداد دليل أخلاقي ينظم استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي في المجالات البحثية والعلمية، وهذا جهد مبارك يجب أن يثمن ويثرى بما يعززه في مختلف المجالات، وعلى رأسها المجال الاقتصادي، حتى نخرج من مربع المستهلك السلبي المأسور في زنزانة ردود الأفعال إلى الشريك الفعال يساهم وبثقة واقتدار في صناعة المستقبل وتشييد أسس نهضته المأمولة. وشكرا.
نشكر الدكتورة وفاء شعلال وزيرة الثقافة والفنون الجزائرية السابقة على ما تفضلت به. ونعم دكتورة وفاء، نحن أمام موروث جديد يتم رسمه من خلال التطور التكنولوجي المتمثل بالAI Artificial Intelligence الذكاء الصناعي، فيجب أن نعد له العدة. ونشكر الدكتورة هنادي بحيث أن هذا هو المؤتمر الرابع التي تحرص على أن يكون شامل ويلم نخبة من المثقفين والسفراء والقياديين من دول العالم العربي. شكرا لكم جميعا. والآن معنا من المملكة العربية السعودية سعادة المهندس مصعب الفضالة، نائب مدير عام مكتب براءات الاختراع التابع لمجلس التعاون الخليجي، فليتفضل يلقي كلمته.
السلام عليكم، حياكم الله جميعا.
يا أهلا انجنير مصعب، حياك الله، تفضل المايك لك.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، سعادة الدكتورة هنادي مبارك هي رئيس المؤتمر، السادة المشاركين والمشاركات، يسرنا بعد أن أنقل لكم تحيات معالي الأمين العام لمجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية الأستاذ جاسم بن محمد البديوي، وتمنياته لكم ولهذا المؤتمر الهام كل النجاح والتوفيق. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ينظر لمنظومة الملكية الفكرية بمختلف فئاتها والحقوق المترتبة عليها على أنها الحاضنة المحفزة للابتكار والتكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال، بما يقود إلى امتلاك أصول نوعية تدفع بالاقتصاد المعرفي للدول المستدامة المنشودة. يأتي اهتمام مجلس التعاون بمنظومة الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وتقديم الدعم لها والتحفيز والتسيير عليها، انطلاقا من المادة 20 من الاتفاقية الاقتصادية بين دول مجلس التعاون لعام 2001، والتي نصت تقوم الدول الأعضاء بوضع برامج لتسيير الموهوبين ودعم الابتكار والاختراع، وتتعاون في مجال الملكية الفكرية وتطوير الأنظمة والإجراءات الكفيلة بحماية حقوق المبدعين والمخترعين، وتنسيق سياساتها في هذه المجالات تجاه الدول والتجمعات الإقليمية الأخرى والمنظمات الإقليمية الدولية. وفي هذا الإطار قام دول مجلس التعاون بإحداث تطوير البيئة التشريعية والتنظيمية لمنظومة الملكية الفكرية وإنفاذ الحقوق المرتبطة بها، وما يقود إليه ذلك من تعزيز لمنظومة الابتكار والإبداع وريادة الأعمال في دول مجلس التعاون، وتعظيم المحتوى المعرفي لها وصولا لمزيد من النمو الاقتصادي المستدام. وأصبح لدى دول مجلس التعاون قوانين وأنظمة متخصصة في مختلف فئات الملكية الفكرية يتم تحديثها باستمرار، وهو الأمر الذي ساهم في تعزيز تصنيف دول مجلس التعاون في مؤشر الابتكار العالمي TII، والذي يصدر سنويا ويقيس مستوى الابتكار والسياسات التحفيزية المرتبطة في أكثر من 130 دولة حول العالم. كما قامت دول مجلس التعاون بتنسيق سياساتها في هذه المجالات اتجاه الدول والتجمعات الإقليمية والدولية الأخرى، وذلك إضافة إلى انضمامها للعديد من الاتفاقيات والمعاهدات الدولية في مجال الملكية الفكرية، تعزيزا لحضورها الدولي في هذا المجال، وبما يساهم في توفير البيئة التشريعية التي تكفل للمبتكرين والموظفين ورواد الأعمال في دول مجلس التعاون إمكانية توفير الحماية لابتكاراتهم على المستوى الدولي. ومن جانبها قامت الأمانة العامة لمجلس التعاون بالتركيز على تعزيز الوعي بأهمية حقوق الملكية الفكرية ودورها في تعزيز الابتكار بين الجمهور، بما في ذلك طلاب المدارس في دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي، والقيام بالعديد من الأنشطة والمبادرات المشتركة الهادفة إلى تشجيع الابتكار والإبداع وتحفيز ودعم المخترعين والموهوبين، ومن ذلك المشاركة في المعارض الإقليمية والدولية المتخصصة واستضافتها لمخترعين ومخترعات من دول مجلس التعاون لعرض اختراعاتهم وتبادل الخبرات مع المخترعين في مختلف دول العالم، وذلك إضافة إلى منح جوائز مالية لأفضل 3 اختراعات لمواطني دول مجلس التعاون يتم المشاركة بها في هذه المعارض، منها المعرض الدولي 13 لاختراعات الشرق الأوسط الذي يقيم في دولة الكويت خلال الفترة من 12 إلى 15 فبراير 2023، ومعرض ماليزيا الدولي للاختراعات في الفترة من 11 إلى 12 مايو 2023، ومعرض سيئول الدولي للاختراعات في الفترة من 1 إلى 4 نوفمبر 2023. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، أختم كلمتي هذه بالتنويه بأهمية الاستغلال الأمثل للطاقات الابتكارية والقدرات الإبداعية للموهوبين في دول المجلس من خلال توفير المناخ العلمي الأمثل والتحفيز الأكفأ بما يقود إلى مزيد من الابتكارات والاختراعات والريادة في الأعمال عبر جذب وتشجيع الاستثمارات الوطنية وإيجاد قاعدة علمية راسخة أساسها مبدعو ومبدعات دول مجلس التعاون قادرة على المنافسة في الأسواق العالمية، مستفيدة في ذلك من المعطيات الإيجابية لمنظومة السوق الخليجية المشتركة التي أطلقتها دول مجلس التعاون في عام 2007. كما لا يفوتني في هذا المقام أن أعبر عن وافر الشكر والاهتمام سعادة رئيس المؤتمر الدكتورة هنادي المبارك على جهودها البناءة في تنظيم هذه المؤتمر الهادف، متمنيا لأعمال له كل النجاح والتوفيق والخروج بتوصيات تعزز من البيئة الابتكارية والتطويرية والإبداعية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر مع سعادة المهندس مصعب الفضالة نائب مدير عام مكتب براءات الاختراع التابع لمجلس التعاون الخليجي على كلمته والتوصيات التي تفضل بها. وأيضا معنا من مملكة البحرين سعادة الأستاذ أحمد السلوم عضو مجلس النواب، فليتفضل يلقي كلمته.
يا هلا، مساكم الله بالخير. أصحاب السعادة، السادة الحضور الكرام، رجال وسيدات الأعمال، السادة الأفاضل، الوفود الخليجية المشاركة، الأخوة والأخوات الأفاضل، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وأسعد الله أوقاتكم جميعا بكل خير. إنه لمن دواعي الفخر والسرور حقا أن يلتئم هذا الجمع الطيب من نخبة المسؤولين ورجال وسيدات الأعمال في المؤتمر الافتراضي العالمي الرابع لدعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال. وهنا أتوجه بالشكر إلى الدكتورة هنادي المبارك اللي هي يعني تسعى في كل عام أنها تجمعنا في هذا الاجتماع الرائع إن شاء الله، والله يدوم إن شاء الله علينا. وكذلك أنا أشارككم الاهتمام في نقاش القضايا التي يتناولها المؤتمر، وخاصة تلك التي تخص قطاع التكنولوجيا وقطاع الحاضنات وريادة الأعمال في دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي. هذه القطاعات الآن بدأت محركا للاقتصاديات الخليجية في العديد من البلدان وكذلك بلدان العالم الكبرى، وهي قطاعات توليه القيادات الرشيدة في مختلف دول مجلس التعاون ودول العالم اهتماما كبيرا ورعاية، حيث باتت في أصدر أولويات الرؤى الاقتصادية لكل دولة التي تصدر من أعلى المناصب وأعلى الجهات في كل دولة. نحن في مملكة البحرين يعني عندنا رؤية الاقتصادية 2030 والتي أنا أتشرف كجمعية البحرين تنمية المؤسسات الصغيرة المتوسطة أن نسعى مع الحكومة لتحقيق هذه الأهداف، وهي الغاية الأولى. وأيضا أعتقد أن جميع قادة دول مجلس التعاون لديهم نفس القدر من الاهتمام بهذا القطاع الحيوي وتطوير التكنولوجيا في خدمة ريادة الأعمال والاقتصاديات الوطنية بشكل عام. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكرام، أشقائنا في دول مجلس التعاون، إنه من دواعي الفخر أن أشير هنا وفي هذا المحفل الطيب أن مملكة البحرين لديها مساعي مهمة وناجزة نحو التحول للاقتصاد الرقمي، كما أنها حققت تقدما مهما في الاستثمار التكنولوجي المالي، ويعتبر خليج البحرين للتكنولوجيا المالية بمثابة أكبر مركز متخصص في التكنولوجيا المالية في الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا، وقد تم افتتاحه في بداية عام 2018، ويضم مجموعة من المرافق المتطورة ومساحات للعمل الجماعي المجهز بالكامل، الأمر الذي يجعله البيئة الإبداعية المثالية للشركات المحلية والدولية والشركات التكنولوجيا المالية الناشئة. لقد تمكنت مملكة البحرين من تثبيت أقدام راسخة لها لتكون مركزا رائدا لقطاع التكنولوجيا المالية على مستوى المنطقة والعالم، وذلك على خطى ريادتها كمركز مالي عريق خلال القرن المنصرم. ويأتي هذا المسعى مدعوما بما تضمنته رؤية مملكة البحرين الاقتصادية 2030 وخطة التعافي الاقتصادي التي ترتكز على التنوع الاقتصادي، وتولي قطاع الخدمات المالية اهتماما محوريا باعتبارها من ضمن القطاعات ذات الأولوية الاستراتيجية. واتسعت خطوات مملكة البحرين لنيل هذه المكانة لتشمل سن التشريعات ووضع الأطر التنظيمية وتهيئة البيئة الاستثمارية المساندة وتدريب الكفاءات والمهارات المحلية وعقد الفعاليات الجاذبة للاعبين المحليين والعالميين لتبادل الخبرات ودراسة الشركات وصولا إلى استقطاب الاستثمارات العالمية في قطاع التكنولوجيا المالية. ويرتكز اهتمام المملكة على قطاع التكنولوجيا المالية خصوصا، وأنه من ضمن المجالات الصاعدة التي شهدت تطورا كبيرا في السنوات الأخيرة حتى تضاعف حجم الحلول المطروحة في السوق عدة مرات، وتشهد مختلف الخدمات سواء تلك التي تستهدف الأفراد أم المخصصة للاستخدام المؤسسي. وكان آخر هذه المبادرات هو تنظيم البحرين لمنتدى المستقبل التكنولوجي 2023 الذي عقد في أكتوبر الماضي برعاية مصرف البحرين المركزي وبالشراكة مع مجلس التنمية الاقتصادية ودعم الخليج للتكنولوجيا المالية. وعكس هذا المنتدى نجاح البحرين في تعزيز مكانتها كوجهة للتكنولوجيا المالية بكافة مجالاتها من خلال توفير البنية التحتية الرقمية المتطورة والإصلاح التنظيمي المرن وسهولة ممارسة الأعمال التجارية بشكل عام، وهو من أهلها لأن تكون مركزا جاذبا للشركات ومشاريع التكنولوجيا المالية المتطلعة لتأسيس أعمالها وتطويرها في المنطقة. وقد ساهم نجاح المنتدى في تسليط الضوء على ما تحظى به البحرين من بيئة داعمة للتكنولوجيا المالية، وذلك أمام أكثر من 900 مشارك حضروا المنتدى على مدى اليومين، خصوصا وأن المنتدى احتضن العديد من الجلسات النقاشية المتخصصة وجمعت قيادات الأعمال والمستثمرين في مختلف مجالات الخدمات المالية التي تشارك فيها أكثر من 15 دولة بما في ذلك الخبراء والمختصون في القطاع العام. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكرام، لقد مر العالم بتحديات تكنولوجيا سريعة على مستويين الإقليمي والعالمي، انعكاسا مباشرا على النواحي الاقتصادية والصحية والاجتماعية، خاصة بعد جائحة الكورونا التي عززت تمكين الخدمات الافتراضية في المؤسسات التعليمية والاقتصادية والحكومية. فبرزت مخرجات برامج الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والذكاء الاصطناعي لأهميتها كحلول إيجابية من خلال استخدام التقنيات الجديدة وتسريع الابتكارات الطبية والتكنولوجية والعمل عن بعد على جميع المستويات. ولا شك أن التكنولوجيا والابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال من القطاعات الحيوية التي تشهد تطورا سريعا في العالم الحديث، ويعتبر الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي أدوات مهمة للتطور التكنولوجي، إذ يتيح الابتكار للشركات والمؤسسات تطوير منتجاتها وخدماتها الجديدة، تبقيهم في ساحة المنافسة وتلبي احتياجات السوق المحلي والعالمي، كما يوفر الذكاء الاصطناعي تحليلا دقيقا للبيانات والمعلومات التي يتم جمعها وذلك يساعد في تحسين العمليات واتخاذ القرارات الأكثر فعالية في التسويق والتجارة الإلكترونية والرعاية الصحية والتعليم والأمن وغيرها. ختاما، أعتقد أن هذا المؤتمر بمثابة الخطوة مهمة لنا جميعا وفرصة سانحة لتبادل الأفكار وفي سبيل تطوير الاقتصاد التقني وقطاعات التكنولوجيا المالية والمؤسسات الصغيرة والمتوسطة، والتشجيع على ريادة الأعمال لخلق فرص حقيقية أمام النمو التجاري المستدام وتنمية الاقتصادات الوطنية في دول مجلس التعاون على أسس تقنية. وأتمنى من الجميع المشاركين أن يتبادلوا أفكارهم وخبراتهم في هذا الملتقى الرائد من نوعه، وعرض نماذج وقصص نجاح لمشروعاتهم ومؤسساتهم في هذا الإطار بالشكل الذي يحقق الغاية من هذا المؤتمر. ولا يفوتني في هذا المحفل الطيب أن أتوجه بالشكر الجزيل إلى رعاة المؤتمر على هذه الدعوة الكريمة، وأخص بالذكر مرة ثانية الدكتورة هنادي المبارك رئيسة المؤتمر ومؤسسته، وقد شرفت بالتواجد بينكم متمنيا لكم وقتا مفيد ونقاشات ثرية وعلاقات عمل ناجحة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر سعادة الأستاذ أحمد السلوم عضو مجلس النواب من مملكة البحرين على ما تفضل به من كلمة وأيضا توصيات وأمثلة جميلة. شكرا لك أستاذ أحمد. ونود لو ندعو جميع المتحدثين إلى حضور الإكسبو الافتراضي الأول في الشرق الأوسط الموجود على منصة هوفا. والآن معنا الأستاذ مشعل السبيعي رئيس هيئة الشباب، فليتفضل يلغي كلمته. أستاذ مشعل. إذا ممكن تفتح المايك والكاميرا. على ما نحل مشاكل التقنية، الأستاذة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي في كلمتها ركزت على أن البلدان المتقدمة والنامية على 6 ركائز رئيسية لدعم الاقتصاد الرقمي. الأول هو تعزيز منظومة الابتكار والتقدم التكنولوجي من خلال الاستثمار في البحث والتطوير ودعم الشركات الناشئة وخلق ثقافة الابتكار. الركيزة الثانية تعزيز التنمية المستدامة نحو مستقبل أكثر اخضرارا من خلال تطوير تقنيات الطاقة النظيفة والحد من النفايات وحماية البيئة. أما الركيزة الثالثة فهي تعزيز التعاون الدولي والتجارة لتعزيز النمو الاقتصادي والاستقرار من خلال العمل معا للحد من الحواجز التجارية وتعزيز التجارة الحرة. الركيزة الرابعة تمكين ريادة الأعمال ودعم الأعمال الصغيرة لخلق فرص العمل والتنويع الاقتصادي من خلال توفير الوصول إلى رأس المال والتدريب والإرشاد لرواد الأعمال. أتوقع ابتكار حاضنات هو ما تقصد به الدكتورة هنادي، وكذلك مسرعات الأعمال. الركيزة الخامسة الاستثمار في التعليم والتدريب على المهارات لتطوير قوة عاملة عالية المهارة من خلال ضمان حصول الجميع على تعليم جيد، وأن العمال لديهم المهارات التي يحتاجونها للنجاح في الاقتصاد الرقمي. الركيزة السادسة والتي تكلمت عنها الدكتورة هنادي المباركي في كلمتها هو تبني التحول الرقمي والأكبة لتعزيز الإنتاجية بالمهارات الرقمية لتعزيز الذكاء الصناعي AI والأمن السيبراني والخدمات العامة والتصنيع والمدن الذكية من خلال الاستثمار في البنية التحتية الرقمية وتدريب العاملين على المهارات الرقمية خلال الدورات وغيرها. كذلك تتطلع الدكتورة هنادي المباركي إلى رؤيتكم جميعا مرة أخرى العام المقبل في الفترة من 12 إلى 14 نوفمبر 2024 في الرجاء وضعتك أمام الجدول عندكم وفي الكالندر بإذن الله. يعتبر الذكاء الصناعي أو الاصطناعي ال AI ركيزة أساسية في الآونة الأخيرة، ويتم في كثير من المحاور. الأستاذ تكلم عن أن هناك من 1927 فيلم يتكلم عن الذكاء الاصطناعي، وأتوقع هو كان بالأبيض والأسود اللي ما كان فيه نطق أو nobody was talking about it. هذه الأفكار كانت موجودة من العشرينيات في القرن السابق وما قبله، والآن نحن نراه أمامنا بأعيننا ونلمسه ونتحدث معه من خلال سيري وغيرها وأصدقائها. والآن معنا أيضا خلال هذا المؤتمر المميز سعادة الدكتور صبيح كيسف، نائب مدير معهد الهندسة المدنية من المملكة المتحدة اليونايتد كيندم، فليتفضل يلقي كلمته.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. طبعا اسمي صبيح قاطع خصاف. شكرا جزيلا على هذه الدعوة الكريمة. سيداتي سادتي، أصحاب المعالي، الحضور الكرام، إنه من دواعي سروري أن أكون معكم. طبعا مثل ما حكى الأخ رائد، أنا كان ما افتكرت إنه نقدر نتكلم بالعربي، فالكلمة تبعي بالإنجليزي، فأرجو أن تسامحوني إنه العربية مش جاهزة، بس أنا مستعد إنه إذا أي واحد يريد عربي أنا مستعد أن أقوم بالترجمة وأبعث نسخة بالعربي.
تفضل دكتور صبيح، هناك ترجمة لا تحاتي.
شكرا جزيلا. شكرا. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for allowing me to be with you today. Today I will be talking about the fifth industrial revolution, the advancement in transportation technology, the Hyperloop. It's my honor to be with you and discuss the latest advancement in transportation technology, with a particular focus on the revolutionary concept of the Hyperloop. This cutting-edge innovation has the potential to transform the way we travel, making it easier, more efficient, and more sustainable than ever before. Transportation is an essential aspect of our daily life, connecting us to our workplace, loved one, and the world around us. Over the years, we have witnessed a remarkable progress in transportation, from the innovation of the wheel to the development of automobiles, airplanes, and high-speed trains. However, the Hyperloop represents a pragmatic shift in the transportation, taking us to a new height of speed and efficiency. The Hyperloop, envisaged by the visionary entrepreneur Elon Musk back in 2013, is a futuristic transportation system that utilizes low-pressure tube to transport goods at incredible speed, around 760 miles per hour. By combining a magnetic levitation, reduced earth resistance, and renewable energy sources, the Hyperloop has potential to reach speeds up to 760 miles per hour, surpassing the capabilities of any existing mode of transportation. Imagine traveling from one city to another in a matter of minutes rather than hours or even days. The Hyperloop promises to make this reality, transforming the way we move and we connect with one another. It has the potential to bridge the gap between cities, regions, and even countries, bringing people closer together and fostering greater collaboration and cultural exchange. But the benefit of the Hyperloop extend beyond the speed and convenience. This transportation system also holds great promise to sustainability and environmental preservation. By utilizing renewable energy sources such as solar and wind power, the Hyperloop can significantly reduce carbon emission and contribute to the fight against climate changes. It represents a step towards a greener and more sustainable future for generations to come. Moreover, the Hyperloop has potential to alleviate congestions on our roads and in our cities. With the high-speed capabilities and the ability to transport large number of people, the Hyperloop could reduce traffic congestion, making our cities more livable and efficient. It offers a solution to growing transportation changes we can face in urban areas, where traditional mode of transportation often struggle to keep up with the increased demand. The Hyperloop is not just concept, it's already becoming a reality. Several companies are actively working to develop and implement this groundbreaking technology. Prototypes and test tracks have been built, and successful trials have taken place, showcasing the immense potential of Hyperloop. As we look for the future, it's crucial that we continue to invest in transportation technology, pushing the boundaries of what is possible. The Hyperloop represents a glimpse into a future where travel is not only faster, but also more sustainable and efficient. It offers us the opportunity to mitigate the way we move, connect, and explore our worlds. In conclusion, the Hyperloop stands as the front of transportation innovation, promising a future where speed, efficiency, sustainability go hand in hand. Let us embrace this extraordinary technology and work together to build where travel no limit. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening. And before I conclude, just a couple of words in the Arabic. هاي تقنية تعتبر تقنية جديدة، تعتبر الثورة الصناعية الخامسة. راح تغير طريقة النقل بين المدن وبين داخل المدن نفسها. وأخيرا أتوجه بالشكر الجزيل إلى دكتورة هنادي المبارك for هذه الفرصة للمشاركة في هذا المؤتمر، وإن شاء الله نشوفكم بالمؤتمرات القادمة بالتوفيق والنجاح إن شاء الله. وشكرا جزيلا.
نشكر سعادة الدكتور صبيح كيساف نائب مدير معهد الهندسة المدنية من المملكة المتحدة على his speech in English and the interpretation باللغة العربية بعدها. شكرا لك دكتور صبيح على هذه المشاركة المثرية. والآن نتوجه إلى الأستاذ مشعل السبيعي مدير هيئة الثقافة ومدير هيئة الشباب، فليتفضل يلقي كلمته. إن شاء الله أحلينا المشاكل التقنية. أستاذ مشعل. نتمنى تكون المشاكل التقنية، مشاكل ال AI أصلا لازم تكون فيها touches humanitarian أو humans على الأساس اللي احنا نقوله it's better to be like that، لأن دائما نعرف أن مهما يكون هناك بعض المشاكل التقنية. فالأستاذ مشعل السبيعي رئيس هيئة الشباب، إذا أنت موجود تفضل شاركنا الحديث وألقي كلمتك مشكورا. تفتح المايك إذا أمكن. أنا فاهمة أن حضرتك فاتح المايك والكاميرا لكن ما قاعد يشتغل معانا. إذا ممكن أستاذ مشعل بس تحط الهاندز أب علشان يحاولون اللي عند التقنية اللي عندنا والمهندسين إنهم ياخذون معك اللقاء والكلمة. وأثناء دخول الأستاذ مشعل خلونا نتكلم شوي على أهداف هذا المؤتمر التي حرصت الدكتورة هنادي المباركي على أنها تنشئه وتقيمه لمدة 4 سنوات متتالية، وكل سنة هناك توصيات جديدة وأهداف جديدة لمثل هذه المؤتمرات المتميزة. مثلا في هذا المؤتمر أهداف المؤتمر الحالي الرابع هو تعزيز منظومة الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والذكاء الصناعي، كذلك تفعيل دور المجتمعات بأنشطة الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والموهبة. من أهداف المؤتمر أيضا استدامة النمو الذكي عبر تكنولوجيا المناطق الذكية. الهدف الرابع استدامة الاستراتيجيات الابتكارية في المؤسسات التعليمية. والخامس تسريع الآثار الاجتماعية والاقتصادية للابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال على جميع المستويات. هناك أيضا من الأهداف تمكين الشراكات الفعالة في مجالات الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال، وهذا ما تكلم عنه الأستاذ وليد الخشتي من شراكات شركة زين وأيضا مركز صباح الأحمد للموهبة والإبداع. مثل هذه الشراكات هي ما تثري الساحة على مستوى المنطقة وكذلك على مستوى العالم. تحديد التحديات والفرص لبرامج الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال. تمكين التنوع الاقتصادي عبر البرامج الذكية مثل برامج الابتكار ونقل وتسويق التكنولوجيا. تمكين الاقتصاد الرقمي، دعم المخترعين والمبتكرين. وهناك أيضا عندنا 10 محاور رئيسية لركائز المؤتمر. المحور الأول لركائز المؤتمر هو التطبيقات العالمية لمنظومة ريادة الأعمال. هل نحن بحاجة لمثل هذه التطبيقات؟ نعم، بحاجة ماسة خصوصا في تجميع البيانات والديتا. المحور الثاني التطبيقات العالمية لمنظومة الابتكار. المحور الثالث التطبيقات العالمية لمنظومة الذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا. المحور الرابع تمكين الخدمات الافتراضية لبرامج الابتكار ونقل وتسويق التكنولوجيا. المحور الخامس التطبيقات العالمية لمناهج الابتكار. المحور السادس التطبيقات العالمية لاستراتيجيات الابتكار وريادة الأعمال. المحور السادس دور الإعلام في دعم منظومة الابتكار وريادة الأعمال. المحور الثامن رحلة المبتكرين الناجحة. أما المحور التاسع فهو رحلة الرياديين الناجحة. والمحور العاشر والأخير التطبيقات العالمية للاقتصاد الرقمي. مثل هذه المحاور والورش التي تكون في مثل المؤتمرات الافتراضية تسهل على الجميع الوقت، تسهل عليهم ويختصر لهم الأماكن والوقت وكذلك المادة، بحيث أن هناك جاب بدل ما نذهب ونسافر ونقطع تلك المسافات، فنحن في مكاننا نجتمع لنركز على مجموعة من الأهداف والخروج بتوصيات مميزة. أتمنى أن الأستاذ مشعل السبيعي يفتح المايك والكاميرا ويكون معنا بإذن الله ويلقي كلمته رئيس هيئة الشباب. كان معنا الحين وكان رافع اليد، فلو الأستاذ نور زاهد ممكن أو الباسم ممكن يشوفون.
المشكلة مو من عندنا كلمته أمل،
نعم.
المشكلة إن المايك عنده في مشكلة ومو قاعدين يسوون شو اسمه، مو قاعدين يسيطرون على الموضوع. أعتقد إنه هو طلع من القاعة يمكن.
اي نعم، رفع ايده وتو لما كلمناه ما كان في مشكلة، ما كان في الظاهر ما حلوا المشاكل التقنية وبالتالي خرج.
مو قادرين يحلون شو اسمه.
دكتورة هنادي ونتمنى منك أن تقولي لنا كلمة أخيرة، بما أن اليوم هو الثالث والأخير، يعني كان زين تتكلمين وتقولي لنا هذه الكلمة.
عندنا دقيقة قبل لا نبتدي شو اسمه. أشكركم جميعا على تشريفكم لهذا المؤتمر الهام في الفترة الهامة دوليا. نود أن يعني نفتخر جميعا بأن انطلاقة هذه المبادرة وهذا المؤتمر هو إيمانا منا في دعم منظومة الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا حتى نكون متماشيين مع الدول العالمية ورؤاهم. وأثبت هذا المؤتمر من خلال الخبرات المميزة الذين شاركوا في هذا المؤتمر، يعني أن الدول الخليجية والدول العربية في مقدمة الركب معهم ومتطلعين على آخر التقنيات والأدوات، ونحن جميعا يعني خلينا نقول نبني المستقبل الجديد، وكذلك نستعد للقرن ال21 بهذه التقنيات. لولا الابتكار وريادة الأعمال، لولا الابتكار مخرجات الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي، لما تم التوصل في الكارثة البشرية كوفيد-19 إلى الفاكسين الذي أنقذ البشرية وأنقذ العالم في الفترة القصيرة. لذلك الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي هم استثمار طويل الأجل. لا تستطيع الدول أن تحقق مخرجات هذا الاستثمار بسنوات بسيطة، ولكن هي سنوات كثيرة حتى يعني يتوصلون إلى هذه المخرجات المميزة والارتقاء في منظومة الابتكار، وكذلك الارتقاء في النمو الذكي. كل منا يعلم أن الآن الجميع لديهم الأجهزة الذكية، وكذلك أصبحت هناك المناطق الذكية، وكل ينادي بخصوص السمارت ديفايسز والسمارت سيتي والسمارت جروث. يعني الحمد لله احنا متماشيين مع الدول العالمية، وكلنا لدينا رؤى المستقبلية التي يعني نجتهد فيها للانتقال من الاقتصاد التقليدي إلى الاقتصاد الرقمي. نشكر الجميع لتواجدهم، وتقدرين تقدمين المحور الأول أمل. وكذلك لا نود أن ننسى أن هذا العام أطلقنا الإكسبو الدولي، وهو الأول في الشرق الأوسط افتراضيا. نود من حضراتكم زيارة هذا الإكسبو على منصة هوفا، والتنقل بين الشركات والجامعات والبنوك المشاركة في هذا الإكسبو التي تفوق 500 مشارك معنا من جميع الدول العربية والخليجية والعالمية. وشكرا جزيلا لتشريفكم. تفضلي أستاذة أمل.
شكرا لك دكتورة هنادي المباركي على ما تفضلتي فيه، وشكرا لك على مثل هذه المؤتمرات الافتراضية، وكذلك الإكسبو الأول في الشرق الأوسط الافتراضي. نشكر الجميع أيضا على تعاونهم وعلى كلماتهم وعلى التوصيات التي يقدمونها. والآن نبدأ المحور الأول للمؤتمر بعنوان أفضل التطبيقات العالمية لمنظومة الابتكار برئاسة الأستاذ مؤنس شجاع. تفضل أستاذ مؤنس.
الله يجزي فضلك أخت أمل، شكرا لك، وأشكر الدكتورة هنادي المباركي على المؤتمر واستضافتي. We can start now the first session for the day, best practices of innovation ecosystem. والدكتورة فاتن الجبشاه، former managing director Kuwait Institute of Scientific and Research. دكتورة فاتن.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you please upload my presentation or give me the host so I can share?
Technical support, please.
The host is with me. Okay, share screen. What do I share? Can they upload my presentation? I'm having trouble.
Just give me a minute, please. I will upload it and present it for you. 1 minute.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. السلام عليكم جميعا. In the meantime, مرحبا دكتورة هنادي. Can you hear me well?
اهلا وسهلا دكتورة فاتن، شرفتينا. الحين يرفعون البرزنتيشن مالتك التقني.
مشكورين على وجودنا معاكم بهالمؤتمر الجميل وعلى عدة سنوات. وطبعا يعني اللي تقدمه دكتورة هنادي شيء رائع صراحة، ومجموعة الزملاء اللي معانا كلهم يثرون النقاش والموضوع. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام للجميع، جميع الزملاء من كل مكان وكل أرجاء العالم. Can I speak in English? My presentation is in English. Is that okay?
Yes, the language of the conference is English. Go ahead and everything in English. But we cannot stop the VIP and told him speak English.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to talk a bit about the economic impact of science, technology, innovation policy and the ecosystem in general, and then I'll focus on Kuwait. I think I've overdone the slides, so I'm going to have to condense them a bit as I talk. Can you move to the next slide, please? I'm the current manager of science and technology at KISR, at the Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research, and not the former yet. And we'll be looking at economic diversification as a function of innovation, what innovation is, the role of innovation, the national system of innovation, sustainable development goals as far as they relate to innovation, the GGI, and education, human capital, in the entrepreneurial ecosystem, the gaps and challenges and the future potential opportunities. Please move the slide. Innovation is a broad concept as distinct from invention and research. The OECD defines it as the implementation of a new or a significantly improved product, a good or a service or a process, a new marketing methodology or a new organizational method, or a business practice, the process of translating an idea into an invention or into a good or a service that creates value, is a value added. It's something new. It's a new application, a new device, or even a new use. It's for better solutions. It's for more effective products, processes, technologies, business models, to create or to evolve markets, governments, and society. And it's not the same as invention, of course. Can you move to the next slide, please? This is how it goes: insight, idea, design, build, test, market, and sell. Next slide, please. This is the process of innovation that I'm sure we're all familiar with, which is the ideation, assessment, evaluation, validation, and then finally commercialization, which is a whole different ballgame in itself. To the next slide, please. So what's the role of innovation, or specifically technology innovation? And AI, of course, is at the paramount of this. It's one of the key drivers for economic growth and one of the critical keys to solve many global challenges. I'm an economist personally, so I focus on the economic dimension of innovation. So it's an essential driver of economic growth, as always have been, and it contributes to economic growth immensely, one of the prime factors actually, and it's the development of ideas and technologies that makes quantum leaps via the production of processes and goods. Next slide, please. For example, the steam engine in the 18th century enabled mass production, revolutionized railway transportation. Innovation can lead to higher productivity, more efficient and effective efficacy, and it's a smart economic diversification venue for us in the GCC and in Kuwait. It raises the total factor of productivity, and which is currently a negative productivity factor. It raises GDP via job creation, and for the private sector, it's a very critical mover. The GCC have productivity challenges. Innovation shifts resources to more productive activities and venues. One key objective in this regard is to create a conducive environment and an ecosystem that promotes creativity and innovation. Innovation as a standalone bears little economic significance. However, its widespread adoption opens up productive gains and growths and the diffusion of innovation technologies. That's where the economic impact happens. Next slide, please. How do we apply knowledge? To be impactful, you need to have a variety of tools, an incentive system, a financial system, or a regulatory system, and industrial capabilities. Most of all, we need an educational system. For example, the inspiring role of China and, say, Korea. They invested heavily in education. In 1985, they initiated reform programs. They reformed their education system. And as you know, education is basically the seed of innovation, especially with regard to STEM. Even the arts, the sciences, and science and technology, they all bud from these root sciences. They sent over 50,000 PhD graduates, industry focused, and by 2000, all the heads of their institutions cannot have any linkages to the party, so they separated political affiliation from innovation, from education. And then they went to selecting niches. They targeted and focused on the lion's select factors. China operates over 1,200 innovation incentives. Next slide, please. For economic diversification, we need more capabilities, which means more products, higher product complexity for a complex economy, which is more highly diversified, which we are not. Product complexity is a tool to study potential for economic diversification. For example, if you can build an iPhone, if you can create an iPhone, there are so many sub-sectors and sub-products within the iPhone that would have enabled you to create the iPhone to begin with, or the smartphone. Countries may diversify, not toward producing more complex products, hence not advancing themselves. Countries that can produce, for example, a smartphone or airplane have diversified way down the road, where they have produced many other things that became before that. Next slide, please. The national system of innovation is built on the following: firm-centric or linkages, so it interacts with socioeconomic environment, institutions, government, social interests, civil society, consumers. Consumers have a major role to play because it's with consumer feedback where you raise the productivity, the competitiveness of your product or service. Academia and education, science, technology, innovation policy. For example, Morocco, Jordan, UAE, Lebanon, Oman, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Qatar are in great progress. We have examples where in the United States they have the trilogy or the military-industrial complex, where the military is connected with industry, is connected with academia and research. That's where a lot of the major innovations, including the internet, over which we are on right now, has come forth. It basically spilled over or trickled down from the military-industrial complex. Next slide, please. We look very quickly at the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, as set out by the UNDP. So it focuses on 17 different areas. Each area is different according to which country that you're in and which area that you're in. But we focus more on between 3 and 17. Next slide, please. Kuwait's 2035 vision aims to transform Kuwait into a financial trade hub regionally and internationally for more interesting and more attractive investment opportunities. The private sector plays a leading role in that. The vision for the Highness of Emir of Kuwait is to also change that and move in that direction. And Kuwait enjoys a strategic geographical location, and it uses a lot of global indicators to measure and benchmark. Next slide, please. So the pillars of 2035 is based on innovation, effective civil services, sustainable diversity in the economy, sustainable environments, developed infrastructure, high-quality healthcare, creative human capital, global positioning. Next slide, please. And the innovation landscape for inclusive sustainable development includes basically 3 basic models, and we're adding more and more: the UNCTAD model, the OECD model, and the ESQA model. Next slide, please. If we look at the Global Innovation Index very quickly, we'll see that we still lag in many areas, but we're improving. And we look at scores and ranks with regard to the sub-indices of input and output across the region. Next slide, please. All the products produced are the periphery for the GCC and for Kuwait. The exchange rates are overvalued. And I'll give you a brief outlook at the Hausman Atlas, which shows you a geographic sporadity of where products are produced. It provides a list of potential products that a country can emulate based on its policy direction. Next slide, please. We look at Kuwait, for example, in terms of Global Competitiveness Index. We look at all these indices which show that we are ranked mediocrely. We look at capacity for innovation, quality of scientific research institutions, company spending on R&D, and all of these indicators where it's obvious that there's a team problem where things aren't coerced, concerted together, and there's an initiative problem also. Next slide, please. This is the product space mapping or the Hausman and Klinner strategy of looking at how products are diversified, where you have a close-knit, as in the center is where you have great efficiency and effectiveness, and the more sporadic and outspread that you are, where you lose less connections. Other countries that have very highly developed systems would have a more dense network. Next slide, please. The product space mapping is highly heterogeneous. There's peripheral products that only weakly connect to each other, as I mentioned, and there's groupings among these products, such as petroleum products, where the large red nodes are. Seafood products, garments, a very dense cluster at the bottom of the network, and there's a core of closely connected products at the center of the network, mainly for machinery and other capital-intensive goods. Next slide, please. As such, next slide, please. These figures show how Kuwait is limited to upper and lower right shares, where raw materials, basically basic commodities, typical of oil-based economies or oil surplus economies, where diversification is still lagging. But beyond this stagnation, there's little change in Kuwait's orientation in the product space. So the GCC in general, but Kuwait specifically, which is what I focused on, has a problem with diversifying, has not overcome that challenge at all. To a large degree, it still persists. Next slide, please. This is the innovation ecosystem that I alluded to earlier, where we're talking about university, risk capital or angel investors, government, the corporate sector or the private sector. Next slide, please. And here again is the innovation ecosystem spread out horizontally, where you look at venture capitalists, private equity, development agencies, professional startups, market facilitators, private companies, and so forth. This network or this ecosystem, this algorithm is lacking in the GCC still, and basically in the Arab world in total. To a large extent, it's lacking. Next slide, please. So Kuwait's ranked 100 out of 121 countries on the quality of its innovation linkages, as per the GEI of 2018. Identified the main gaps are the strong disincentives for nationals to seek work in the private sector, mostly are engaged in the public sector. The lack of effective innovation policy development and coordination across government prevents progress on innovation and diversification targets. The country's ability to attract high-quality foreign talent to support its innovation challenge, and the Kuwaitization of a lot of policies that hinder innovation firms, meaning that where it's pertinent that a private sector organization employs a certain ceiling of nationals by law. This is called Kuwaitization. An integrated innovation system or strategy is lacking, and there's a need for an innovation strategy or body in Kuwait. We're the only research institute in Kuwait, KISR. And the dominance of the Kuwait economy does not strongly pull innovation. So there are very, very few spin-offs within the current framework. Next slide, please. There's a lack of enough and effective incubators, accelerators, and mentorship in that area. We don't excel in that area right now. Much is needed in terms of exposure to international best practices and technology, and to internalize them, not to just transfer it, but to also internalize it. There's a generous scholarship program sending researchers and students from the university and from KISR to study abroad and come back with PhDs and master's degrees in very wanted fields. It's a very studied program, but then we lack the ecosystem that basically absorbs all of those capabilities that come back and connects them into a very, very high level of productivity. According to the World Economic Forum, Global Innovation Competitive Index for Kuwait was ranked at 80th a few years ago out of 137. Kuwait is a net importer, as much of the rest of the GCC, and the only program aimed at supporting intellectual property creation and monetization is the SAC initiative, which is the Sabah Al-Ahmed Center for Giftedness and Creativity. And it provides monetary and non-monetary support for patenting and commercialization. Next slide, please. So in spite of spending a lot on education, and performance in the Kuwaiti educational system remains modest, the STEM still lags. According to the TIMSSS international measurement, results on math are low, and so are the other STEMs. And as with the rest of the entire region, and more specifically of the GCC, and more specifically of Kuwait, that I can talk about is we rank in the bottom 50% in terms of education. So education needs to be reformed to be aligned with our innovation aspirations and our growth and economic diversification aspirations. For example, in India, education targeted a push by the government. In Korea, they started to diversify in 1953. 40 years later, the economy was fully diversified. So this is a very long-term plan, a very long-term strategy, and it's evidenced now by their productivity, of course. Next slide, please. An entrepreneurial ecosystem, of course, is the other end of innovation, because that's where you talk about commercialization. And entrepreneurially, Kuwaitis don't view the private sector as an attractive option for work, and they prefer the public sector. It's safer, and the income can be comparable, actually, in many cases. There's a low level of startup activity, and in those technology-focused areas. So you'll find a lot of startup activity, for example, in the food area, or the cafes, or a lot of leisurely activities, but not in where innovation, which is still innovation, but not in areas where there's technology innovation. Sources of funding, SMEs, there's a generous SME fund that's over 7 billion KDs. And it's still not attracting innovation. They're mostly in terms of soft consumerism, as you can see. Next slide, please. The gaps and challenges. So there's strong disincentives to seek work in the private sector. There's lack of effective innovation policy development and coordination across the sectors of government, academia, research, and the private sector. Attracting high-level foreign talent is still a challenge. Kuwaitization is a challenge that hinders innovation, especially in those sectors where innovation and technology is required. There's a lack of integrated innovation strategy, and large state firms dominate the Kuwaiti economy, so there's a strong pull, not a strong pull in innovation. There's a lot of oligopolies. There are weak links between research system and firms and industry to take in ideas and adopt innovation, particularly in the knowledge-intensive areas, which is where the technology and the innovation in terms of technology and higher value-added goods is present. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. The potential future opportunities, and there's exciting advances in these areas. So on the uptone, we have cooperation amongst GCC countries in numerous joint research and development projects and collaborations under the umbrella of the General Secretariat, which I'm personally involved in and very proud to be part of. It's moving along very nicely. The establishment of a GCC research center with a focus now to begin with on environment and pollution and green technologies. There's a focus on training and know-how from best practices, a focus on, as I mentioned, emissions, energy, environmental studies, and on sharing resources and aligning activities regionally. Next slide, please. The recommendations for focal solution areas are to revamp the educational system, which is the foundation of knowledge-intensive innovation, to set innovation policy and custodianship for that, the private sector collaboration to bridge the GCC, idea invention development, resource efficiency, talent programs, innovation championships, top of the field, state-of-the-art select fields, niching, bridging science to market, doing feasibility studies as part of pre-commercialization, and focusing on emerging technologies, AI, machine learning as platforms across different fields. Next slide, please. And to promote creativity and innovation culture, to spread the culture of creativity, to partner with institutions specialized in building innovation, to highlight success stories and to facilitate the involvement of community. And the solution is in strategic planning and mapping. Research and development is only part of innovation, and to select the most promising focal areas, not to spread ourselves everywhere. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. And remember that science of today is the technology of tomorrow, as Edward Teller said. Thank you very much.
You are welcome, Doctora. Thank you so much. Our next speaker, Mr. Nakia George. Go ahead, please. You can start now.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate the time for being able to be here today. Yeah, so my name is Nakia Malicio. I'm a senior research faculty at Georgia Institute of Technology in the United States of America. And today I want to talk a little bit about how I work and operate inside innovation ecosystems. And I want to talk about it from the perspective of commercialization, launching new ventures in academia. I'm very, very excited about listening to the last talk, because I think it's absolutely critical to really think about how our ecosystems are interconnected, not just locally, but globally. And when we think about innovations in our institutions, our academic institutions, they are literally the ones that are creating the cutting edge technology and science that helps to promote new innovations across the globe. As we saw during COVID really exposed how interconnected we are and how it's important to find ways that we figure out how to work together. But what are some of the critical challenges when we think about in terms of technologies and innovations? It's very easy in some parts of the world and regions of the world. We have an abundance of access and resource to help our faculty members and students in innovation launch technologies from universities to commercial markets. But it's important that we also share our best practices, not just with our local ecosystems, but globally. It's important that we make sure that we help our counterparts across the global academic community to ensure the best and the brightest of our faculty can not only innovate and do research at their universities, but to have their research have impact at their local institutions and their local ecosystems and their local places of country. When we think about launching technology from lab to market or technology entrepreneurship, again, it's an extremely arduous task, but it is something worth one diving into and investing in. I truly believe that the future is now. And the future not only is now, but it's investing in our students and our faculty and our entrepreneurship. When we talk about fundamentally shifting the global landscape, there's two fundamental questions that we have to ask ourselves. What are the challenges? And then where are the opportunities? We're no shortage of opinions in terms of what we should do, but we're shortage in terms of strategy and actually how to go about doing it and deploying it. As I come to you from the United States and talk about what we do here at our university, I extend not only my appreciation, but my offer to say I am connected to the global academic community and not just at our institution. While I have the privilege of working with some of the world's best and greatest scientists at our university, we also have the opportunity and a desire to make sure that we connect with the global community to ensure that we're providing entrepreneurship, education, resources, and support for the local entrepreneurship academic institutions across the world. I firmly believe we're at the intersection of what we like to call entrepreneurship and research. These two things are colliding like more than ever before. And what we realize when we talk about creating new economies or creating new ecosystems, it starts out with research and entrepreneurship. And as these two things collide together, it gives opportunities for those that are working in institutions and those that are not working in institutions to come up with new novel ways to create new funding opportunities, new grant opportunities, and new innovation opportunities that transform regions and transform the globe. Think about that for a moment. We took a look at how COVID basically really had a big impact on our ecosystem globally, and how it literally almost shut the world down. We weren't sure how we were going to restart our economies across the globe. But when we look at the innovation, the ingenuity of researchers and entrepreneurships, and how these two things collided together to show this is how we can innovate and create and make things better and much faster as we kind of push forward into creating a new world for ourselves. When we think about the term research to market, that means very many different things in our ecosystem. It means many different things across the globe. What I'm talking about is taking novel ideas, hard work from scientists and engineers and researchers and faculty to translate those ideas into new industries, new economies, new opportunities. And the jobs that they create are not just for scientific individuals. They're jobs that they create across the whole spectrum of innovation. So it becomes important to make sure that we're investing our time and investing our resources in the next generation of innovation. So my question to faculty, or to all of you in the room, or my question to not only just the faculty and the students, but just anyone in this ecosystem, is the fundamental question is why researchers should have an entrepreneurial mindset to improve innovation and commercialization, and why should researchers use a human-centered design? When you think about the aspect of how our innovations touch the human aspect, the end user, us, the people who take privilege in using the technologies that are created at our institutions. One thing that we do see more than ever before, oftentimes around policy and innovation, we leave out that human element. We leave out that human element in terms of developing innovation, and it's important that we find ways to make sure that we always connect the dots and improve the human condition by innovating and pushing our researchers to think about research from a human-centered design perspective. When you think about the impact of technologies, and if you don't consider the impact, it's hard to really see how our research or innovation or projects actually touch humankind. When we start to think about adapting medical grade technology for consumers, it becomes more important to begin to think about the process of what it looks like to consider the human aspect inside our design or innovation. It's very easy to hide behind our academic walls and to stand in our laboratories, but never truly think about the impact of the innovation that we're creating. While AI and machine learning and generative AI are impacting the world, we can't be so far removed from the human element of how we are impacting the people we're creating these innovations for. So I would like to encourage that we have a convergence of AI and machine learning and how it interacts and how it engages with the human to ensure that we're building something that's sustainable. And not just how we impact our human aspect, but how does technology and AI and innovation impact the deeper sciences across the nation, across the globe? From space infrastructure to repulsive and responsive launch systems to propulsion systems, all these things, new innovation, new markets like the space economy. And how do we intertwine each other to connect the dots to make sure that our universities are working together? As AI continues to impact our nation from space to human systems to energy to cyber to autonomy, it's important again to think about what does that look like? But I want to encourage you again to think about these elements from a human-centered design perspective. Now, why would I be talking about human-centered design or design thinking in the research aspect? Because when you think about human-centered design or design thinking, the first step is empathy, understanding what you're building and who you're building it for and who it impacts. We can't be so far removed from the science aspect or so far removed to the point we don't consider the human element or the human impact of our innovation. While we're creating new economies, we're displacing others. While we're displacing others, we need to reskill those that we're displacing to ensure that they have a successful, bright future as well. Because I will assure you this, they don't need a PhD to engage in the future. They don't need a PhD to engage in the next generation of technology. What they need is innovation and scientists and engineers for us to think from the perspective of how do we incorporate them in our innovations as we move forward to ensure that we're building something successful. So to give you a bit of optics in terms of how human-centered design collides, when you think about the advancement of science and engineering and design, they all collide together. When you think about the simplistic nature of someone who's majoring in art, how can someone who's majoring in art and the humanities impact scientific growth or the development of AI? When you think about the compassionate, creative nature of those who may be majoring in non-STEM degrees and how they can be so helpful and impactful to those who are majoring in STEM degrees. So again, I'm talking about a collide and a conversion of how these two work together and use human-centered design to create new novel tools, technologies, and innovation to ensure we're building a future that is bright for all of us. So in essence, we need to push science boundaries. And in pushing science boundaries, that means we have to think about it from a different perspective. We're all globally connected, whether you believe it or not. What happens in Kuwait impacts what happens here in the US. What happens in the US impacts what happens in Kuwait. So it is my passion, desire, and my will to make sure that we work together and find novel ways to tackle some of our toughest challenges so that we can get to a place for the need for reimagination of how we design and create our new future. When you think about all the top sectors that are being impacted by the new global economy, healthcare, energy, advanced computing, food, industry, biotech, industry 4.0 and manufacturing, and aerospace, all these industries require us to figure out how do we work together. Because there's some real hard global demands, some real hardcore numbers. When you think of food shortages and scarcity, when you think of the next generation of the next virus or the next COVID or the next strand, it's important that we work together to figure out how do we understand what is the next generation of innovation of technology to help us to create a sustainable planet for all of us to live on, considering the sustainable goals. We cannot operate in silos. We have to function and operate together if we're going to build the future that we want. I am a firm believer that the world needs scientists more than ever before. But one of the things that we must do is create an environment for scientists to thrive. Not only for them to thrive, but to create sustainable economies and ecosystems that are resilient, that can weather forest fires or that can weather COVID or storms or food scarcity. That we can create an interconnected global supply chain of not just food and resources, but sharing of ideas and scientific ideas, that we create a global community that makes it better for everyone. Now, I'm not remiss the fact that there are geopolitical challenges or there's policy that has to go in place to support some of these things that I'm saying. But if the willingness is there to support the scientists and the innovation, we will get to a place to help us to navigate through a path of commercialization. When we think about what commercialization is in its simplistic nature, it's about research. Then we get to a place of developing the thing, demonstrating that it works, and then ultimately getting to a place of deploying this. We have to figure out ways to normalize or create a common commercialization language across the global community because it means very different things in multiple ecosystems. So it's important to go about doing that. So how do we reimagine commercialization? Well, first, you have to visualize the systems as they currently are. Again, ecosystems mean very different things. Once we visualize the systems as they are, then we have the unique opportunity to reimagine what that system looks like. Then after we reimagine what it looks like, then we have to humanize the system. How does it impact our individual ecosystems and cultures? But how do we begin to rewrite new narratives and new languages to make sure that as we visualize these new systems, everyone can be able to engage as we humanize the systems so that everyone can benefit from them? And then and only then we can have the opportunity to rebuild, redesign, to create new things and new technologies that serves the greater good and the greater purpose. When we think about how user-inspired research happens, from it getting out of our labs into our commercial markets, there's this place called the Valley of Death. I think the Valley of Death happens when we don't find ways to be interconnected, to work with each other, to find ways to be connective. It's great to have the great idea, moving it to a place of proof of concept, but sometimes it requires that interconnectivity, those relationships, as we begin to bridge the gap. As I come to my final slide here, it becomes important to think about how public and private institutions are working together to bridge that Valley of Death. And I would go as far as to say, not just our local public and private, but our global public and private funds working together to support and to solve some of our toughest challenges. I will say again, the world needs scientists more than ever before. When we think about our entrepreneurship ecosystems, it becomes more important to figure out how do we collaborate with each other, reduce silos to ensure that we have a planet that we're all proud to call home. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nick. Our next speaker, Mr. Sayyid Ismail Al-Qurashi, Advisor to Patient Office Director General Secretariat General of the Corporation Council, GCC. Mr. Sayyid Ismail. تمام with you now. You can speak.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الصوت واضح؟
إيه نعم واضح. تفضل.
تمام. عمل sharing the screen. I will share my screen. 1 second. Okay. There we go. Can you see my slide? Let me start it.
Yes, okay.
Okay, I've just started it now. I can't see the Zoom, but I can see my slide. Okay. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon, dear participants. Thank you, Dr. Hanadi Al-Mubaraki, for inviting me to participate in this important annual event. In this presentation, I would like to highlight some recent activities that reflect the role of supporting innovation as well as artificial intelligence, which is played by the Secretariat General of the Cooperation Council for the Arab States of the Gulf, or the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, if you would like to call it, at the national and global levels. I would also like to highlight the current status of GCC member states with respect to the Global Innovation Index, GII, of this year, 2023. Excuse me, just to skip these unnecessary slides. Okay, I'll stop here. The interest of the GCC Secretariat General in the innovation, technology, artificial intelligence, and entrepreneurship ecosystem comes based on Article 20 of the Economic Agreement between the GCC states, adopted by the GCC Supreme Council on the 31st of December 2001. The following slides highlight a number of recent events showing some efforts applied by the GCC Secretariat General to support innovation or artificial intelligence. The Secretary General of GCC, Mr. Jassim Al-Bdawi, participated in the honoring ceremony of distinguished youth and personalities held in Muscat on Thursday, 4th of May 2023, on the sidelines of the 36th meeting of the Ministers of Youth and Sports in GCC states. He mentioned that honoring of a number of creative and distinguished personalities who have made notable contributions to the youth field comes to reflect the keenness of the leaders of GCC states to nurture the human element and human competencies. The Human and Environment Affairs Sector, Department of Labor and Social Affairs of the GCC Secretariat General, participated in a workshop titled Artificial Intelligence in the Government Sector, Opportunities and Challenges in Doha during the period from 23 to 25 July 2023. This workshop came within the implementation of joint executive programs between the GCC states. The program aims to introduce participants to artificial intelligence and its role in raising the efficiency of the government apparatus and improving the services provided by identifying available opportunities and challenges faced by decision makers and identifying ethical considerations associated with the use of these technologies and how they relate to cybersecurity. The Human and Environment Affairs Sector, Department of Education of the GCC Secretariat General, in cooperation with the Ministry of Higher Education, Scientific Research and Innovation in the Sultanate of Oman, organized a forum titled Reality and Future of Scientific Research and Innovation in GCC member states in Salalah during the period from 25 to 26th of July 2023. During the forum, the most prominent research and innovation achievements at the regional and global levels of the GCC states were discussed. The participants reviewed international performance measurement indicators in scientific research and innovation, including the global innovation and competitiveness indicators. This slide and the following two ones show a side of innovation-related activities executed by the Patent Office at the GCC Secretariat General. The GCC Patent Office is dedicated to continuous participation in regional and international annual exhibitions of inventions. Sorry. I'll just skip to the next slide. The Patent Office at the GCC Secretariat General participated in the Seoul International Invention Fair, SIIF 2023, in South Korea during the period from 1 to 4 November 2023. It hosted inventors from citizens of GCC states with the aim of supporting, encouraging them, and contributing to the marketing of their inventions and highlighting the efforts of GCC member states in this regard. The GCC inventors were selected to participate in this international exhibition by a specialized panel of judges at the GCC Patent Office to select the best from the inventions submitted. It is worth mentioning that those inventors achieved a collection of gold, silver, and bronze medals in addition to special prizes. This slide and the following four ones show data of innovation or artificial intelligence related activities and training programs in which the GCC Patent Office participated. The information exchange on AI innovations training program was held during the period from 21 to 22 September 2022 for the benefit of specialists from GCC member states. It aimed to enhancing awareness of innovation in the field of artificial intelligence. The lessons learned and best practices related to intellectual property in the Arab region workshop was held during the period from 5 to 6 December 2022 for the benefit of specialists from GCC member states. It aimed to provide an opportunity for representatives of the intellectual property offices to enhance their capacity in IP ecosystem. My comment was related to this slide. I'm sorry for skipping the previous one. Yes, I just come back to this slide. Al Jazeera Innovation Support Program Creators Workshop was held on 10th of October 2022 for the benefit of a group of school students. It aimed to highlight the importance of IP and encouraging the students to invent and innovate and protect their rights.
Excuse me.
Please, go ahead.
Yes, would you mind to share the slide? Now it's only fixed in first slide.
Oh, okay.
Yes, would you mind to running your slide? Yes, now okay.
But I have to start presentation. Okay, so let's see if it will still stay. Okay, can you see slide number 14 now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, let me just get back. Now, can you see slide number 13, right? Dr. Hanadi?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so it's okay. Now, slide number 14. The Search Matters 2023 conference was held during the period from 23 to 25 May 2023 for the benefit of specialists from GCC member states. Its aim is fostering innovation by sharing patent knowledge and supporting innovators to finding technologies that contribute to a smarter, safer, and more sustainable world. Its target is finding out the best search strategies for more sustainable world. Next slide. This number 15, okay? Please correct me if I'm wrong. The GCC version of our running international...
No, it's not running. Just press.
I don't know what to do, but I would shift F5. Can you see it now?
No, now still only 14.
Okay, I escaped. Okay, 1 second. I have restarted the slideshow. It is now showing slide number 14. Now slide number 15. Is it okay with you?
No, still 40, but no problem. You can continue.
I'll try. Okay. Now, can you see the slide now?
Now is it? Yes, yes.
Okay. Though it is not full screen. Okay. Excuse me for that.
No problem at all.
Thank you. The GCC version of our running international virtual conference, namely the fourth GCC virtual conference, GCC virtual conference to support ecosystem innovation, artificial intelligence, technology, and entrepreneurship was held during the period from 20 to 22 June 2023 for the benefit of specialists from GCC member states. It aims to bring leading practitioners, academic scientists, and researchers together. Its target is exchanging and sharing experiences, ideas about innovation and artificial intelligence entrepreneurship ecosystem in the GCC region. Now let us talk a bit about the Global Innovation Index. I excerpted this paragraph from the preface section of the Global Innovation Index 2023 report, which was written by the co-editors Soumitra Dutta and Bruno Lanvin, because it explains why the GII is so important. The Global Innovation Index GII reveals the most innovations, the most innovative economies in the world, ranking the innovation performance of around 132 economies, while highlighting innovation strengths and weaknesses. The index comprises around 80 indicators. This is the Global Innovation Index 2023 rankings. Don't worry about the tediousness of reading this zoomed out picture, because I am only interested at the moment in the results of the 6 GCC member states. The weekly summary number 250, published on 5th of November 2023 by the Statistical Center for the Cooperation Council for the Arab States of the Gulf, GCC STAT, shows the current status of performance of the GCC member states according to the Global Innovation Index 2023 report. It also shows the global and Arabic ranking of the GCC member states in GII 2023. Except the United Arab Emirates and Kuwait, the GCC member states achieved a better GII ranking in this year compared to the last year. Nevertheless, the 6 GCC member states showed higher values of the innovation index in 2023 compared to 2022, as shown on this slide. The United Arab Emirates and this slide gives in a brief improvements in focusing on GCC member states. So you can read it from the slide. I can just wrap through, go through it quickly. The UAE stabilizes at the 32nd place, close to the top 30. Saudi Arabia 48th and Qatar 50th make it into the top 50. Middle East economies: Bahrain, Oman, in addition to Jordan. The Bahrain 67th, Oman 69th. Also, and Egypt 88th. Also experienced notable improvement in their innovation ranking, with Bahrain and Oman entering the top 70 and Jordan just outside. In sum, these are some 51 systematic and positive innovative rank developments in Middle East. This graph shows innovation input and output performance in 2023, and I'm sorry for that it's not clear. In conclusion, I would conclude that we should, especially in the GCC member states, we have to focus on points of weaknesses in order to improve the overall ranking of innovation in our GII. Thank you very much for your attention.
Great, thanks, Sayyid Ismail Al-Qurashi, for your valuable presentation. You are representing the GCC councils and the achievement of the GCC supporting innovation ecosystem from several years. And if you stop the share, and now we will start the next sessions. The next sessions will be a practitioner session 2, Hero's Journey for Entrepreneurs. And who running this sessions is Usama Al-Qistastini. Usama. Mariam, can you take the session? Mariam, can you raise your hand? And the technical support, can you take her inside? In this sessions, we will have, yes, go ahead, Mariam, open the floor for you, open the mic and open the camera. Yes, hi, how are you?
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Yeah, pleasure.
Yes.
Thank you for this, Dr. Hanadi. So we'll have in this session, the Hero's Journey for Entrepreneurs, as you said, we'll have our first presentation. I'm not sure if he already joined. Mr. Firas Maqni, the CEO of Tekos. Yes. Can you see him? Yes, he's here. So just for you, our attendees will have 3 presentations. First, it's going to be Mr. Firas Maqni, he is the CEO of Tekos, and then we'll have Mr. Fahid, that he is the business leadership consultant and certified entrepreneurship trainer. He's going to present the second one, and then we'll have Madame Rima. She is a business leadership consultant as well and certified entrepreneurship trainer that she's going to present later. So the floor is yours, Mr. Firas, if you can hear us.
Firas, can you start, please?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes,
yes.
Very well.
Okay. Well, so hello everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizers of this event, especially Dr. Hanadi Al-Mubaraki, for giving me this opportunity to participate in the conference. So I will start by introducing myself. I'm Firas Makni. I'm software engineer and CEO of Tekos. I have worked for approximately 10 years as a consultant in digital development before founding Tekos in 2016. Tekos is a consulting company specialized in data and digital. And we are based in 2 countries, France and Tunisia, and have over 55 engineers specialized in new technologies such as digital, artificial intelligence, cloud, quality assurance, and blockchain. So we organize ourselves into 5 business units where we provide our expertise to our clients.
Accept our apology, Firas. Would you mind, please, to share your slides?
Okay.
And open your camera.
Yes. Let me a few seconds. Camera, it's okay, huh?
Yes, the camera is okay. Just
okay.
There's a screen, share screen.
Yes, I will do this.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. So we are organized in 5 business units. I will start by digital application. The first digital application, data and DR, cloud, data and AI, cloud and infrastructure, quality assurance, and ERP CRM. So the firstly digital application, we have supported a lot of clients in their digital transformation across various sectors like insurance, bank, luxury, and industry. We have proposed an agile environment with scalable architecture, delivery and third-party maintenance of application in the end of the life cycle. In the data IE, we engage in predictive analysis and integration data using machine learnings, deep learnings, and we recently we include the blockchain in this business unit. So as we are in the era of decentralizations, and we have started to develop a lot of dApps, decentralized applications using the blockchain technology on public networks like Ethereum, Polygon, Solana. Our research and development team has created, for example, a product of loyalty system between retailers and consumers, based on our crypto token to earn rewards in cryptocurrencies. For example, consumers have the option to store them in Bitcoin, for example, Ethereum, or receive a cashback. Or our applications, our service is based in cloud. We use the cloud of Amazon, Google, and Microsoft Azure. We are maybe all our intervention is in the cloud. It's sure, and we believe in quality assurance on product and our deliverables. Hence, we have implemented, for example, quality assurance strategy with automation tests to minimize, for example, the risk of bugs in the application lifecycle. And the final business unit, ERP CRM, we have a little team. We participate in the integration of ERP SIP and the CRM of Salesforce. So our service is it's based in consulting, in 80% consulting and 20% about TPM, TPST. It's the third-party maintenance application and third-party quality assurance also, and also in development of some products in research and development. So as you know, we are based in Tunisia also. We, for example, to reduce the cost, we have some clients need decrease the cost of budget in application. We have a team in Tunisia to develop some software for our clients based in France. So that's all. I don't know if it's clear or no. If it's okay for you, you can, for example, don't hesitate to contact me after.
Thank you, Mr. Firas, for the presentation. Yes, it was very clear for me. I just have just a few questions for you, if you don't mind. You said you, yeah?
Yes. Yeah, okay.
You said you are both based in France and Tunisia. I just want to know how easy or not easy, I mean difficult to establish business here, why you choose to establish business in France and why you kept Tunisia, or why you did both in Tunisia and France.
So I think, Mariam, you know the market in Tunisia is very, it's a little market. And yeah. We have a good relation with France, the state between France and Tunisia. And there are more companies, French companies based in Tunisia So we have to get business in France.
So you are saying it's because of the proximity, it's near to Tunisia, and there is a lot of Tunisian maybe here, and then it's the language. So you decided to open, or it's the market. It's
yes, the relation between countries also.
And then the market as well. It's because now we are talking about the journey, the hero journey for entrepreneurs. So we want to know why you want to decide to establish here, because the market is very important as well for entrepreneurs. So I'm sure if you established here, meaning there is a niche market or there is a market for you, right?
Yes, because I'm personally based in France.
Okay.
Why I started business in France.
So you are based here, so you started here, and then also
yes.
with this kind of relationship between Tunisia and France, so you open in both countries.
Yes.
What can you say to entrepreneurs that they want to do the same thing like you? Like, what is your
to advise, for example?
Yes, if you can say that, yes.
So maybe it's you should believe in your idea and work hard. So
yes,
it's
for sure.
Yes. What else? No, believe in idea. Believe in idea.
So believe in your idea, work hard, and then things will be easy, I guess.
Yes. Yes.
But also, I think your experience as well within the market.
My experience, my experience is very different because I was a consultant and I have some contacts, and the contacts talk to me sometimes about, for example, some service. Some service special of my specialty, for example, in Java technology.
Yes.
And at the moment, I will say maybe why not? I can believe freelance. I can become freelance and start in independent works. And after, I have some contacts who help me to do this frequently, and I decided to engage some employees after to help me to do our service.
To establish the company. So,
right.
Yes. So you are saying network also is important.
Yes, it's very important, network. But it's not the base. The idea. It's the firstly, and it's very important to believe it. And after the network come.
So it's just if you wanna like make it in like number one steps, it's like number one, it's believe in your idea, and then of course number two, it should be network, and then third, let's say the entrepreneur itself. I mean, the idea, the network, and then the entrepreneur that he's going or she's going to work
and
hard.
Don't hesitate to talk about your idea. Don't hesitate.
Okay, that's a very good advice, because some people or some entrepreneurs, they are afraid to talk about their ideas. Like they are afraid to, some people, they might steal my idea, or they might pitch it in front instead of me. But yes, I agree with you. We should pitch our ideas always and in different occasions, So we'll give, by that we will have, let's say, feedbacks from people, and we might have, you know, co-founders while we'll be pitching our ideas. I appreciate your intervention. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if Dr. Hanadi, do you have any questions, or any of our panelists or attendees, if you have any questions?
No, thank you so much, Mariam. We need to continue next. Thank you so much, Firas, for your presentation and for your advice for the entrepreneurs. We're selecting this track to let each entrepreneurs presenting the success story and how we reach the final destination. You know, many people, as you mentioned before, they have a great idea, but they shy, or they think the people we're looking in the back, or they think it's the missing of the capital. It's the important element.
Right.
The capital is not at all important element. The important element is the idea, and how I believe in this idea, and how I be motivating and keep marketing for my idea till reaching the last destination. Thank you so much, Firas, and thank you so much, Mariam. You can
sorry
present.
for my poor English because I don't speak English every
You
day.
did well. We totally understand you. I did understand you. It's fine.
Thank you.
I think now the time for the Firas.
The second one. Yes.
Yeah, the second presenter.
Please, Mr. Firas Tawadi, raise your hand if you are here.
Can you stop the share? The first Firas,
Yeah.
can you stop the share?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
We
are
are
you
so
able to
lucky
see
to
my
have two Firas. Yes, you can lower your hand if you want.
okay,
And then we
can you
have
see
our third
my
presenter.
video?
Hi, Karina. Hi, Firas. Yes, you can lower your hand if you want.
Yeah, okay, just
Okay,
a second.
perfect.
Okay, just sharing the screen.
But your hand is still, oh no, now it's fine. Okay. The floor is yours. You have 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes presentation, and then we'll have questions, 5-minute questions. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay, are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So first of all, I'm very honored to be invited here and to have this opportunity to talk about my startup. I'm Firas Dawedi, the co-founder and CPO of AirTrust, which is an edtech startup in Tunisia, based in Tunisia. And yeah, I will pitch my startup and my idea. Okay, so as you can see, this is a modern day phone. Recognize it, and this is a phone from 100 years ago. This is a modern day car, and that's a car from 100 years ago. This is a class of today, and that's a class of 100 years ago. Nothing literally has changed. I may ask, do we prepare students for the future or for the past? Actually, the global pandemic was only a spark to invade the slow evolution of the education sector compared to other sectors. Indeed, the field of education has always suffered from a very slow process, poor organization, and until today, the use of all teaching techniques and methods. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, AirTrust created the multi-platform suite of tools enabling educational stakeholders to interact with each other, eliminate paperwork, and accelerate the transformation to a hybrid education in order to improve the quality of the education offered. First and foremost, EdManager is the platform that completely eliminates your school's traditional paperwork and archives, saving you both time and money. Not only that, but we're also working on integrating AI to make EdManager a decision support. Next, EdParent is the bridge that connects parents with the educational staff in order to monitor their children's progress at school. Also, through our notification system and live chat, it helps parents ensure smooth and rapid pedagogical communication. Lastly, EdLearning serves as the indispensable tool for swiftly accessing information and facilitating the organization of hybrid education. It streamlines teachers' tasks, enhancing efficiency and speed while ensuring students remain well-informed and up-to-date. Actually, we're working on training an AI chatbot based on ChatGPT model that will work as a virtual assistant to parents, students, teachers, and school with the kids' studies. Currently, our global market in North Africa includes more than 14,000 elementary schools, around 40 million students, and more than 25 million parents, according to the World Bank. Our business model is very simple. We provide our solution to schools for 2.3 Tunisian dinar per student per month. What's more, we offer our customer the possibility of hosting their database at home, data insertion services, training sessions, and SMS packs to keep parents without internet connection informed about their kids. We started work on eTrust in November 2020, launched the first stable version by October 2021, and had our first customer by May 2022. By October 2022, we had 10 schools subscribed in our solutions. Last year, we got our customer base to 60 subscribing schools, and we aim to accrue more than 120 subscribing schools by the end of the next year. In the meantime, we're going to start studying the North African market in order to adapt our solutions to its specific needs. All we're doing right now is gradually and effectively putting in place the elements that will enable us to achieve our goal of launching a metaverse school that meets the major challenges of the education sector. Over the past year, using our personalized and flexible solution, we helped more than 13,000 parents track their students and interact with their teachers and schools. eTrust is part of the Red Star Acceleration Program and became a Huawei partner after participating in the Huawei Spark program. Notably, we recently secured the 300,000 Tunisian dinar seed investment from private investor, which will be primarily allocated for team expansion as well as marketing and sales. Behind the results of the dedicated work that we have accomplished so far stands a multidisciplinary team made up of experienced and ambitious people who share not only the same vision of a digital education, but also the set of goal of making it accessible to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, remember the name of eTrust. We are not just transforming education in Tunisia, but we're going to shape the future of EdTech across the MENA region. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Firas. It was very forward presentation. Thank you for that. I saw that you are targeting school, but I think mainly it's private school, right? Or public school?
Actually, we're working with only private school because it's easier to acquire them. But yeah, in our vision is to go to public schools also.
Because if you want to go to public, I'm sure you know that you cannot go directly to school. You have to go through the Ministry of Education. And then I think it's good if you are really going to do that, because if once you convince the ministry, then it's automatic. It's easier than the private, I think. You have to convince one entity. It's not easy to convince this entity, but once you convince this entity, it's going to be, I think... But yes, I totally understand. So you have your proof of concept with 11 private schools.
Actually, we have 60 subscribed schools with more than 30,000 parents and 50,000 students, around 300 teachers. And regarding the thing of the Ministry of Education, also we started discussion with them since July, the last July. So we're discussing the opportunities or the way to start testing our solution, like with some public schools, and then move to a more global.
Yes. What about the pricing? How you are calculating that?
Actually, so the schools are the customer for now, so they pay for that. So they pay for. Okay, let's go back. So they pay. Yeah, it's B2B, but also they pay for now 2.3 Tunisian dinar per student per month. But this year we are going to introduce new products. So to go to the B2C, to have teachers as customer, to have parents as customer also. By introducing like digital library, introducing a marketplace where school can sell goods, can sell furniture to parents.
So your market is growing. I don't know how many private schools in Tunisia, but I think more and more.
in Tunisia, we have, according to the Ministry of Education stats, in 2017, there are around 2,000 private schools.
Yeah.
And it's really growing.
It's growing, yes, I know, and it's a growing market in Tunisia, the private schools. Yes, and then you are not based in one city. Are you based only in Tunis, the capital, or you are in different?
Okay, so our office is only in Tunis, but we actually have schools in 11, I think, provinces in Tunis. We plan to go further, to go to more province here. And as I said, during the next year, 2024, we plan to start testing in Libya and Algeria. So we go.
Yes, I saw that, and I saw that you want to do a metaverse school. I'd say good luck with that. Before finishing up with, concluding with you, I just want to ask. I know. Because I'm a Tunisian myself, so I know it's not easy to start and keep going and keep running a business in Tunisia, especially now, like with the economic situation. I really, salute you. And then, but I just want you to give us what is your spices? How was your journey? I know we're not going to talk about it was hard and things like that, but what are you really going to say to the entrepreneurs like you, let's say?
Okay, all journeys are hard everywhere, but as you said, in Tunisia and in our region, there is specific situations, so it makes it harder. But I can say there is two keys: it's resilience and consistency. So through the last 3 years, I actually I did not have any social life. I am just dedicated to this work, to do this. I work with everything. I'm not a marketing. I'm a web developer. So I started developing. After that, I started working on marketing, learned marketing. I started working on sales, learned sales. I started working on design, learned design. So you should be able to learn everything, to adapt yourself to any situation, and especially consistency. So you can like have small steps every day. It's better than having like a big step today and being lazy for the rest of the month. So it's about consistency and resilience. Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure you have these. Otherwise, you won't be here today presenting your project, and then I'm sure that because you have already 60, you said, or 16, 60
schools, yeah.
60 schools. So it's growing business. I hope that you will go to Libya as well, and then why not the north region. Thank you very much for this. I'm sure, for all entrepreneurs, as you said, it's not an easy journey. It's not something that, just like that, and then it will happen. Nowadays, it's harder, I think, than before. We should do and maybe pivot sometimes. It's not. I think also we can say pivot. It's not something that we shouldn't do. Pivot is something that we should do based on what our customers will want, or the market, or it's something that I think easily, not that easy, but it's something that we should do to prevent our business from collapsing. Right. I'm sure you did that in your journey as well, as sometimes maybe in the market, maybe in the pricing strategy, maybe in the way how you're presenting your solution. Thank you, Firas, for that. Thank you for sharing with us your journey. I hope that you will do the metaverse school, because I think it's going to be there, soon.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm really honored to be here and speaking about my startup, and I wish that we have more events like this, more opportunities like this, especially to young startups or entrepreneurs in our region. We have many ideas, we have many smart people, we just need support, we just need assistance. So thank you so much for that.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hanadi, as well. Dr. Hanadi, I'm not sure if you have any questions, otherwise.
No, we can invite the third speaker.
She's here. She's
Yes,
she's here since a while ago. Thank you, Karina. It's Karina Alejandra, right? Or I don't want to spell it.
I have two names and one surname. Karina and Alejandra are both my names. My surname is Rapeti.
Oh, apologies. Okay.
No,
Thank
it's
you
okay.
very much for that. Thank you for being here with us. Same, you will have 5 to 10 minutes presentation, and then we'll have a discussion, and then if other our attendees will have questions to ask, then I'll read that. But now you have the floor to present yourself and present what are you doing. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much to invite me here. I feel really happy to be able to share our work with all of you. My name is Karina Rapeti. I'll go into short the name and the surname. I have a PhD in the innovation ecosystem here at La Salle Ramon University in Barcelona. And I work as general manager of the Triple Helix that also look to develop this innovation ecosystem around the world. And here at the university, the same, developing the third function of the university, focusing on innovation ecosystems. And my presentation of today is also for sure related with innovation ecosystem, but focusing on urban innovation ecosystem, which are the innovation district. So to start, what we start to analyze years ago, we start having some questions. Here in Barcelona, we have the innovation district called 22@. But at the beginning of the last century, this area, as we saw here in the picture, was known as the Manchester Catalana. It's a really, really good industrial area that in the middle of that century was completely deteriorated by a change in the economic model. And after that, in this new millennium, it's recovered and reborn and is one of the most successful cases in development of innovation areas through innovation. So our question from this fact was, what was the factors that provoked this? It was a change in the economic area, modification in the urban dimension. That were our question to start to analyze these cases. And not just what was, but what is, what are the factors that can help areas, deteriorated areas, to improve and to boost the economic, social, and territorial development. And one of the answers that we found for this question was measuring. If we measure, we can be sure if we are moving in one direction that we want to go. But it's not a matter of measure everything. It's measure just that specific activities that can guarantee us that we are achieving this innovation and this development. And that this presentation and our research, our previous research, is focused on this. Which are the key performance indicators to assess performance in these urban areas of innovation that are the innovation district, to guarantee that we are moving in a desired direction. So from here, what we did, applying two scientific methodologies. One of them was Fuzzy Delphi, in which we talk with a panel of international experts all around the world, 15 years of experience, average experience of all of them. First of all, analyzing two main case studies of innovation district of succeed. One of them for sure was 22 in Barcelona. The other one was Porto Digital in Brazil. We established a set of preliminary set of key performance indicators in four main areas: urban domain, economic domain, social domain, and governmental domain. And from this set and this expert panel, we were able to select the really most relevant indicator to assess performance in innovation district. And what we found is this preset, this subset of 37 indicators in these four domains, okay? And just to cover a bit of them, the most relevant, for instance, in the urban domain, we found that the indicator that obtained the higher scores were, for instance, the indicator that measure the square meter that we dedicate to the intervention area, the potential flow, the square meter dedicated to constructed buildings, the investment in real estate, and the occupancy rate. This is out of the 16 that we saw at the beginning. These were the ones that obtained the higher score, according to experts. If we go to the social dimension, we found that apart from, let's say, common indicator to all other districts, the one that confer the specific value, this differential value to this specific district was the indicator that mentioned the number of professionals in possession of a higher education degree, the number of students that were doing internships, the number of universities. This was one of the indicators that obtained the higher score to assess performance in innovation district, and the number of research, technology, and innovation centers. And finally, in the economic domain, apart from the indicator that measure common activities to any kind of district, we found that the one that confer differential value to this district was to measure the number of innovation pilots, the investment that we do in startups, for sure, the number of startups that we have in the district, the number of knowledge-based companies. Another indicator was the number of companies, but this one does that analyze this particular kind of companies obtain a higher score, and for sure the number of shops. So the first step was a preset of indicator. With this panel of experts, we really were able to define the really important to assess performance. But apart from that, using another methodology that is called the Mattel, we were able to establish the relationship among the indicators. Why? Because with this relationship, we are trying to imply how a modification, for instance, in an activity belonging to the urban area can impact in the number of shops or the number of knowledge-based companies. So I'm going to share most relevant result. For instance, in the urban dimension, we found that most of them were indicators classified as cost indicators, that an action that they may affect others. And for instance, if we modify the square meters that we have in the intervention area, it will impact in the potential flow that will modify the square meter of the building constructed. And with this, we switch into the economic domain. It will impact in the number of companies, and with this, the number of shops. So we can see that one modification in intervention area can impact in the number of shops of the district. If we analyze the social domain, most of them were classified as effect indicator, with the exception of these two that I am going to share here, the number of research and innovation centers and the number of universities. Universities as the source of talent that is the raw material of these urban areas of innovation. And if we modify any of these indicators of the activities that this indicator measure, it will impact in the intellectual property, the number of patterns, the number of innovation pilots, and with this, again, the number of knowledge-based companies and the number of jobs. So another conclusion, if we can add in the number of universities, again, we are going to modify the number of jobs and the number of knowledge-based companies in our innovation district. And similarly, with the governmental dimension, if we interact with the management team, the number of professionals that build up the management team, we can modify the private and the public investment, and these two will impact in the investment in startups and the number of venture incubated, and with this, the number of startups, and again, these really important indicators in every district, but especially in innovation districts, the number of jobs, knowledge-based companies, and startups. So, as I mentioned before, these are the key activities to measure, to be sure, or at least to guarantee that we are moving in a direction that could guide us to succeed in what is the main purpose of innovation district. And just to summarize main ideas, innovation district, as I mentioned before, the raw material of the knowledge economy, that is the one that we are living nowadays, is the talent. Talent is the key asset. In the past, companies were located near the river or near the mine. Nowadays, companies are located near talent. And this talent needs to live and to have a sense of belonging, commodities and amenities that belong them to live, work, and recreate. Then, these innovative areas of innovation promote the face-to-face interaction that boost this knowledge spillover. And apart from that, since it promotes that leading-edge institutions and cluster companies are in touch with these new species of the ecosystem, which are the startups, the incubators, and the accelerators, where these startups are the ones that allowed bigger corporations to achieve disruptive innovation, because the bigger corporations are more heavy, and a startup can try and fail faster, and they allow the bigger to achieve disruptive innovation. And all these districts are the proper scenario to all of them to interact and facilitate the interaction. So, with all of these ingredients, we try to promote and to achieve the main goal of Innovation District, that is to achieve technological and economic advancement at the same time that we promote the urban competitiveness and the quality of life of our cities and districts. So this is the presentation from my side. I hope I respect the time.
You did respect the time perfectly. Thank you very much for the presentation. I really appreciate it, but I'm sure I have a lot of questions, because I think this one, it's a very research-based. So for how many years you did this research?
We work in this project as a compendium of 3 articles, and we worked for 3 years. I haven't mentioned that we work in partnership with ISP, International Association of Science and Technology Parks, and they were the one that put us into contact with all these experts to allow us to select the indicators. And this, I have to confess, that speed up the process, because in this particular research, this is a key element.
Yes, I'm sure with the expert, but with the experts, yes. You mentioned the urban area, but I mean, my question is, how many areas you really worked on
How many, sorry, again?
The urban area? You said you
Yes.
worked on urban. How many, it's the cities or the urban areas you worked on, how many? 1, 2 in different cities? You worked in Spain, right?
Yes, yes. We use for this particular study 2 case studies.
Okay.
One here, the innovation district we have here in Barcelona, which is 22at, and
Yes.
another innovation district that is Porto Digital in Recife, Brazil. And for this particular research, we talk with all the managers of this district, and we analyze scientific and administrative documents to look for main indicators that they use over 20 years of evolution of this district. And with this information, we will lab this preset of indicators that then the experts select out of them these 37 final performance indicators.
So you had 37 indicators.
Yes, the one that we.
Yeah.
Okay.
These, yes, you presented in each section. Yes.
Here.
Yeah. It's I saw that it's really important, but all of them they are converging to jobs. Like almost the final scheme that you showed it to us, it's like, from the urban or from even social economics or even from the government, it's up, and then it's to the jobs.
Yes, in a way, it's just to add a disclaimer, I select this particular sample because I felt that it was the most important in this presentation, but they are all connected with all of them. I select this to make an example and not to extend the time. But yes, you have other kind of final indicators, not just one, but yes. Jobs, I confess that is one of the most impacted by the other indicator. And for sure, one of the most important to assess performance in innovation districts, yes.
Yes, and then when you are saying innovation district, it's like what kind of institutions they have, or what do you have in these districts? You have companies, you have corporates, you have startups, you have accelerators.
Yes, the idea is to have 3 main agents that are representative of government,
yes,
academy, and industry. These, let's say, are the old but still useful agents, but also include these new species like startups, incubators, accelerators, that, as I mentioned before, it is a study did by Jerome Engel from University of Berkeley, in which they talk about cluster of innovation, and he proposed that these new species, startups, are the ones that allowed big corporations to achieve disruptive innovation, because the startups are faster and can try and retry and move from the economic model faster.
Oh yes, and then we can see a lot of corporate, they are either buying or acquiring startups or working together. Like since a while ago, that's what they are doing. We can mention a lot of big corporates, they are acquiring small companies or even bigger startups. First, because either they are afraid of them, succeeding more, or because, as you just said, they are very heavy corporate, they cannot move very quickly, so they need startups with this kind of new idea and then to add it to their system.
Yes, and big corporations have this process of production really well known, and for startups it's more difficult to grow at that size. So both of them help each other. The startups also have these exit plans in which big corporations absorb them, because they have all the system to the big production already working. So both of them help each other. That's why it's important to keep them together, to be in touch, to understand the needs of one and the others.
Yes, I agree. I mean, it's different than before, as you mentioned, or you showed us the picture. Before there were no, I mean, the connection is cut. They cannot, I mean, big corporates, they don't speak with the small ones, but now with the technology, they kind of forced to work with them. But I think it's a good combination. Startups, they will benefit from the corporate, and corporates as well, they will benefit from the startups. It's a win-win relationship, let's say.
Yes, that is the idea of the ecosystem. Yes.
Yes. Honestly, congratulations for this. It's I know research, it's not an easy task, specifically if you are working on something very, it's like moving, let's say. It's startups, it's incubators, it's thank you for presenting that. I really appreciate it. And then I wish you good luck. I'm sure that you are not going to stop here. I'm sure that you are going to continue to work on that, because that's what researchers do. So I wish you a good continuation in this. And then again, thank you very much for the presentation. And
thank you, Mariam, and all of you for having me here.
Of course.
It's an honor to be here and to share our work with all of you. Thank you very much.
Yes, you did well.
Thank you so much, Karen. I need to draw the attention for Mariam. This research, we call it practical research.
Yes. Is it me or her?
No, I haven't. I don't hear him anymore.
I think it's she's having internet problem.
Research, you cannot reach the finding by accident. You reach the finding. You know, the other strategy they take to make a mistake and solving a problem and make a mistake. But when you prepare yourself and having good strategy and good methodology, and you receiving a good outcomes, I realize the Karen study, it's a practical study. I do same as this study in in the previous year, and I'm reaching great findings. And this will be agreed by developing countries about our result. And this is the best of the best for the country. Now I'm speaking from Paris. I've been here for a health issue for a month ago, and I keep contacting several prestigious Paris University and Innovation Center. And I realize from them, they connecting the way of Parisian people connecting the market with the education by hiring the PhD student and keep those PhD students working in a company to solving the problem inside the company. And they paid the university, those company pay university the fee of PhD. And when the student is graduated, then taking a great position in the company, and this guy will be having a great practical experience rather than theoretical experience, because sometimes the people who's graduated from PhD, really they have ambition to be as a doctor and receiving DR, but later they said, I don't know if I get good positions in some university, or I need to start from scratching, try to be instructors and preparing some research, and also I need to be connected with the market, and this is a long journey. But now I see in the Parisian way, and also I know in developed countries, they're using this way, connecting the industry with the university to getting a great result at the end of the destination, saving money and saving time. And great thanks, Karen. Soon we will be in contact together to have a sort of joint project together.
Okay.
And I need to conclude by saying all the United Nations organization, such as WIPO, UNIDO, UNPD, and OECD. It's not for the UN, but all the European Commission, European Union, all those organizations working on this way. They having their joint project, and they collecting the best researchers or best professor through the world to find a good solutions and a good results. Thank you so much, Karen, to be with us today from Barcelona. Thank you so much for the others who participating from Paris or from Tunisian. And I think if you have any point, Mariam, you can push it, because we need to closing out this session to going for the next sessions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hanadi. I want to really thanks all the panelists that they they shared with us their research or their experience or their startups. I'm sure resilience is one of that. Also, you have to have a lot of patience. You have to keep pushing. You have to work hard. I think all of you agrees on all these things, so you can at the end achieve the results that you really want to do, either by selling your product or by achieving your results or of the 3 years PhD, or the Firas said it was Firas Dawadi, he did also 3 years of proof of concept of his company. And the other Firas, the first one, he said it's like hard work. So he really established his company here in Paris. I really appreciate that. I think the lesson, Dr. Hanadi, it's we need to keep working. We need to keep pushing, and hard work and resilience. It's perfect for the startup journey, let's say.
Thank you so much, Mariam. Yes, everybody, it's the working hard working hard and working smarter. I have one statement, and this is agreed even though by Bill Gates. Do you want to destroy your enemy? Working hard and working hard and working hard. They changed one word for me. They told me, when you're saying 3 times working hard, adding working smart also. While we are working hard, we will be also smarter. Okay, and it's our statement. Thank you so much, Mariam. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Firas, both of Firas. Thank you for your participation. It is an amazing presentation and sharing knowledge and experiences together from different based countries in one platform, AI platform, joining all our experiences and sharing knowledge. Now we will transfer to the sessions, to the third practitioner sessions. It's best practices for the AI, ecosystem, and our presenter is Abdelraouf Alfili. Abdelraouf, are you in? And Professor Macro. Thank you so much, Professor Macro, to be with us and patient with us 3 days. Today is the 3rd day. Professor Macro, it is a best presenter joining us from the early morning in the previous 2 days and also today. And we will have Agnes. Agnes will be coming on time. He told me soon will be joining us. Abdelraouf, you want to start, or are we waiting you to arrive to your destination?
If you just give me, I can start if you have the presentation.
No. Professor Macro is there. We can start with the Professor Macro to give you time to arrive home.
Indeed, that would be great. Because
Thank you,
Professor Macro. So I just need 5 minutes.
Yes, please, Professor Macro. The floor for you. You can start your presentation. Can you open your mic, Professor Macro? Professor Marco.
Okay.
Professor Marco, thank you.
Okay, so I will share the screen now. Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, so is it happen something?
Yes, the screen is just if you want to extend it to be full screen.
Okay. Is it happen something?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, very good. Okay, so I will explore in this presentation an ontological approach towards AI versus AI. And then we will see what is it about. My relation with the university is very much connected by being lecturer at Universidade Autónoma de Lisboa of Entrepreneurship Finance. So I remember when I was preparing this presentation, I remember this famous quote of William Shakespeare: "To be or not to be, that is the question. AI or not AI, that is the question." I will do it very fast, so we are having time for questions later on, and I will explore the things that AI
Don't do it so fast, Marco. Take your time, enjoy, give us your experience. You have 15 minutes, and we can extend it for you, especially 20 minutes.
Okay, lovely,
Thank you.
Fantastic. So I will explore what is AI and what is automatic integration. And then some reflections on AI ecosystems, and a bit detail, if I have time, with the Finnish examples. So let's do it. In professional terms, I do the work in terms of subjects related with globalization or deglobalization, and funding, meaning equity, debt, grants. My contacts are Marco at Helsinki Equity Covenant .fi, and it's one of the companies. And then my mobile is that. I don't use WhatsApp, because my account was hacked. Somebody is using it. So if you have tried to contact me with this number, don't go it, just use it. I am using Signal. I have the pleasure of meeting Dr. Anadi Al-Mubaraki last year, when the dear Fernando introduced me to her, and was honored and a privilege to contribute last year to the conference. So what AI, artificial intelligence, is not. It shouldn't be a source of fear. It shouldn't be a source of so seriousness stuff, you see. So let's have fun with it. Let's have artificial intelligence in the harbor, but not let it go out of the harbor. See? And I am using here the cartoon of The Economist last week, that it says that we declare that AI poses a potentially catastrophic risk to humankind. And this is quite in the right path, because nowadays our greatest challenge is global warming, not climate changing, because climate change is a religion, global warming is science. So we are having a problem that is called global warming. So, and related with it is the use of energy. So we need energy. And the last thing that we should have now is to allocate energy that is not important for our survival to fediverse such as this artificial intelligence. So next, artificial intelligence is having the same problems as the prisoner's dilemma. Just escalated. So we should be very serious and concerned about this. Again, in the first Cold War, we have at least two Soviet persons, two Russian persons that avoid nuclear war. And if we would have so-called artificial intelligence in place, we wouldn't be here talking. So humans are extremely important because humans, they don't obey algorithms. They create them, they master them. So examples of automatic integration are here. So before, let's see, why do we have this slogan, artificial intelligence? We have this slogan, artificial intelligence, because that is a nice way to go to your and my pocket. You see, so a good way to sell stuff is to give names that they are absolutely unrealistic on deployment, but we sell it like that. What we have is automatic integration, and automatic integration is part of the universe. Every time that we are having something that by itself does something, then we are having an automatic integration. We have this with the membranes, and for those familiar with string theory, we have this with life, when we are having the movement from protokaryotes to eukaryotes. So when the cells start to have mitochondria. So this works in automatic integration. And we are having more automatic integration when we are making social construction. And then when we are making social construction, we are having things like domestication. So this is automatic integration. Nobody was thinking, so well, this artificial intelligence. No, automatic integration. And then is automatic integration all the way down, like the turtles in India, of the mythology of India, or the culture of Russia of matryoshkas. So we are having automatic integration in language, in countries, and we are trying to make it in weapons, unfortunately. We are building up this digital concentration camp, and we have a say on it. We should be aware of what is going on. By the time that Hitler was in place, we have a great mind, which was Alan Turing, the father, what the people call now artificial intelligence. Alan Turing was having a great friend, Ludwig Wittgenstein, that when he was professor in Cambridge, sometimes he would skip the lessons if Alan Turing wouldn't be there, because Alan Turing was extremely brilliant. So the role here for the dear Bill Gates, dear Jeff Bezos, dear Elon Musk, and all of those is that they have to be the Alan Turings to make sure that this doesn't end up in the digital concentration camp. They have a chance of being Alan Turing or Ernest Röhm, the guy that helped Hitler to access to the power. So this can become a 1984 novel materialized by the Eric Blair, now better known, the original name of him is Eric Blair, but is better known by George Orwell. And let's move on. With this amount of energy that we are having, we decided to deploy multivariate statistical analysis in brute force, and that's where it comes this this machine learning, this deep learning, and whatever learning you want. And but it's still automatic integration, is still autonomous, is still accelerate, is not conscious. So we have to understand that we shouldn't confuse dreams with reality. So with this automatic integration that is autonomous, that is accelerated, that is not conscious, we develop transformers and we develop prompts. And for instance, ChatGPT, the name is Chat Generative Pre-trained Transformer. And another example of another automatic information is that, well, if you multiply 10 times 2 in a row, we end up with 1024. But we can do 2 to the power of 10, you see. So this, again, is just an automatic integration. When we are putting quite many automatic integrations together, that they make quite nice steps, and then we say, wow, that is not intelligence. It's still automatic integration, like the universe had been doing it for more than 30 billion years. I would like, and since in this conference I had been observing so many intelligent people, much more intelligent than myself, I would like to ask them if they could find solutions for artificial automatic integration for analytical a posteriori precepts of Immanuel Kant. This is something that I would like to hear. So artificial intelligence is a simulation of intelligence, and like all the simulation is not a thing in itself, the pneuma. Okay, I took this from Hilary Putnam. And now we come to the famous intelligence. Our gardeners, some years ago, we developed these 8 forms of intelligence. And then this what they call artificial intelligence is just a spin-off of this logical mathematical intelligence applied with brute force. And then later on, Daniel Goleman integrate interpersonal intelligence and interpersonal intelligence, and then it comes with a great concept. Yes, this is a great concept, and it's not slogan, is emotional intelligence, you see. So let's think about this in deep, and don't go in self-deluding ourselves. Here in the Nordic countries, of course, that they are, again, on the top of this reference of this automatic integration. They don't know how they end up here, not even we. It's a part of black swans, contingencies, and all of this that happened to Homo sapiens in the last 350,000 years. And we end up here. Today, for example, it ends in my region competition for the persons to deliver a project that will be integrating artificial intelligence. I have here the contacts of the persons in Finland that can be approached regarding this automatic integration. I will pass the PDF to Dr. Annari, so she can share with you. So you just have to click, and then you go to the place directly. You don't have to contact me, just go directly. Then you have here some examples how the good things on automatic integration Finland is doing. And then if you are looking for funding for your automatic integrations systems, you can contact Reactor, you see. So Reactor is asset management, and they have several funds that they can support you. By the way, Finland has got this program to make sure that 1% of the persons, the population, they get familiar with this automatic integration. And recently it was published last month that a consortium using machine learning and deep learning, they developed a system that was integrating quite many processes, and that is able to explore and to find minerals. So I took this time to share with you this information related with artificial intelligence versus automatic integration, because it reminds me Johann Gottfried von Herder, that he said that half understood concepts became ghosts, and artificial intelligence is becoming a ghost. And with ghost, we don't go anywhere. So it's better that we put our feet on the ground and understand this as automatic integration. Okay? So you are welcome. This is a great phrase from dear Elina Koskela, that is from Verona, Vice President, a lovely lady, very intelligent person. And she says, there is no Finland in the future with only Finns. We need you here. So you are welcome to present your projects and to be in Finland. And thank you very much. And now I am all ears. Please make questions and we can talk. I think I made it on the time. Yes. Is anybody there? Are you shocked? You are so silent.
Yeah, we're here.
Yes, sorry.
No problem. Is now questions and answers, please.
No. We don't have now Q&A. Later.
So silent.
So wait.
It's difficult to imply multivariate statistical analysis in group.
Yes. Yes. Sorry.
Okay. Is now a question?
No, for a moment, we need to listening from Abdul Raouf Al-Fili. He is a founder of the AI company. Present yourself, and the floor for you, Abdul Raouf.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for giving the chance to be part of this amazing opportunity related to AI and transferring technology. So I'll just need to go to start sharing
Can
the
you stop the share, Marco?
I am trying.
Yes. Thank you.
I could make it.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, just give me a minute to start sharing my share. Yes, thanks everyone. Well, this is Abdul Raouf Al-Fili, CEO of Invitech Kuwait. We are the company in Kuwait. This is, for me, it's not the first time. I would like to, first of all, thanks Dr. Hanadi for continuous providing with the opportunity to participate in that forum, which allow us to explain and share our solution and experience that we provide in AI, as well as in transferring technology related to digital. NVITA isn't just in Kuwait. We established in Kuwait since 2014. We are focused in multiple layers of solution. We assure that we'll have 24/7 support of our operation with the customers, provide them with the right technologies, right solution. And as market trend today, everyone is looking for a solution. In the same time, they're looking for a cutting cost. Cutting cost with a solution, it will not fit unless you have the latest innovative technologies, which part of it is the AI. Everyone is about what we try to explain today as part of our services and solution that we are providing. It's called the OTT, which is over-the-top media. Over that, we try with the over-the-top media to have a proper platform that help and support everyone looking in the media. So instead of going to the regular way of having the media over TV or the smart TV, you are connected to a specific channel, and this is not a proper. You need to have the right direction. So having a platform, this platform, it will contain all the legal rights with the providers of the multiple layers and the multiple channel providers, even for the small, let's say, operators who are interested of having their own channels, and they don't want to be linked to a specific platform where they're having some restriction or whatever. Because again, if we're talking, let's say, as an example, YouTube, which is one of the most popular platform for the media. This platform, there are a lot of different countries where the YouTube is get bounded and not allowed to be provided unless you are going to a different layer by providing the VPN, where you are trying to hide your data in order to get in and start showing your content. So having a proper platform, where we call it over-the-top media, that will serve all the market requirements and help all the producers, plus even the small, or having their own channel or their own distributor, they will be able to come over these platform and start having their content to be provided under the rule of regulation of whatever is required to be done by this platform. As an example, if this platform build, let's say, here in Kuwait, this platform didn't have to be fulfilled the rule and regulation from the media of Kuwait, but we will be able to have all that channels from all over the globe, and for them it will be easy access to be provided everywhere, because they were coming as a platform, and this platform, it will be able to go over any type of services such as mobile, smart TV, consoles, tablets, PCs, laptops. So you're not limited and fixed to a satellite or anything, or let's say an antenna to have the services. It's a pure over data, which is over internet, allowing us to provide. But the beauty of this platform, you are not be limited to a specific content, because this platform, it will allow you to get everything under one umbrella. So as we said, with this one, we'll be able to have the content management system, will be the markers, organized content, the real time, which is the live streaming, improving the services, getting to the providers with the right analytic from a customer perspective, from viewer perspective, or from data, or from marketing side, where to try to add in to this one. In addition to all that, it will work in a proper infrastructures where today everyone is going to the cloud. By having this service, it will obviously work in the cloud, so it does not require heavy infrastructure to be built in order for you to have such services and provided. And we are assuring that with this one, we are covering all the security services, all the security layers, information that need to be defined, as well as the content delivery network, where they call it a CDN, with a storage requirement. The other part of this one, where it make this platform more valuable, is the video monetization, where everyone will be try to explain what that means. The video monetization, it will give you as let's say as a channel viewer or as a channel providers, we're allowing to provide a different type of marketing services in the same video without doing any interruptions. On top of all that, the support we provide for the service, that the OTT, the platform, we are providing 24/7. Sorry. So we are doing 24/7, and we have to keep in mind the expectation number of subscription that we're looking as a globally that's looking for such kind of services. Within 2025, we are looking for a huge and massive, and as per the research, we are expecting to have the video on demand that needed to be provided over this platform. It's 103 billion USD. So in terms of things, as comparing to where we was in 2016, 2019, where till 2025, we try to show how that the market is growing with such a platform. You almost try to triple the whole value that looking means today. No, it's the people is focusing to have a right platform for the media, and this media allowing the AI to be more smart, understand what is the needs from the customer, from the viewer side, which are a customer for that one, as well as the producer who is providing the content, plus the channel providers that will get them more benefits out of the platform. So how we are looking this platform to be connected and built, as we said, it will be a different app, different services. It work in all kind of let's say devices, mobile, tablets, smart TV, consoles, and everything. And we allow that to get all the channels that provide from the TV providers, as well as from the producers, get them over this platform and try to stream it in one umbrella, will allow you to get to provide all these services either over browsers or specific application. Now, here is the catch: how we try to use the AI and make the benefits out of the AI to start generating money, generating revenue for let's say the content providers, for the producer, for the channel providers over the same umbrella. So today, probably everyone try to understand how the healthcare it will be linked to here. As we are talking today, we have a lot of hospitals where these are healthcare sectors. But none of these, unless they are having a cooperation, they will have some kind of cooperation. But with this platform, we try to make out benefits for the healthcare sectors over the OTT. So where we allow all clinics and hospitals to have each one of them have their own channel and get interactive with all others hospitals. So if there is a case, if there is an operation needed to be, or even for the university, for the medical college that need to have understanding. So under one umbrella, where this platform, the OTT platform, we can interconnect all this channel and content that needed to be provided. The AI, how it will work, so it will understand, as today, if I'm a medical student, I'm just joining this channel where the medical channel, the healthcare channel, and I want to do looking for a research for a specific. The moment I just put the names, it will be automatically try to understand what you are looking for, what you need. It try to give you over the same that OTT all the information, either a research as well as it will give you all channel related to a clinic, hospital, college, universities that's having such, let's say, specific wordings that will help you to get the more information. So with this one, we'll be able to link the health sector to have a global umbrella. So under one platform, allow them to get more benefits of this one. This is from the healthcare sectors. Now, if we look at from the regulars, let's say the TV channel side or that producer side, if I'm a regular user, I'd like to look, for example, a specific comedy show, the system, it will be, and automatically from the first, second search that I do, it will give me everything that it will be, that I need about this information, and it will be not linked specifically to a specific channel. No, it will give me that, it will give to the users all this information that links and provided this one. Plus, for the advertisement, it will give, this is from the marketing side, it will allow the market companies to push all this information as well as their companies over this one, where if there is a high demand users or high demand a number of watch to a specific channel or a specific let's say show, it will be give this indication to the companies that are looking to market their solution, product, whatever is over this umbrella under one. Plus, it's not only limited to this one. Today, if I'm a regular user, I would like to have apart from, let's say, a movie that related to a specific. Today, let's say, as an example, it's a birthday for my daughter. And I want my daughter, she loves character 1, 2, 3. So the system, it will be automatically, it tries to give you a specific, let's say, a short clip. You would define, if I need a 20-second or 10-second or a minute to be creating as a clip for me from with these characters, the system have all this ability. It will generate for you and push it for you that, and it give it to you as, let's say, a short clip defined as a birthday content for your daughters or your wife that to be provided. In this part, it will increase the number of users as well as we are adding more benefits to this platform to allow it to be more active everywhere. And keep in mind, the platform, it will never be limited to a specific country. This platform, it will allow you to be available all over the globe with a different kind of information defined as per, let's say, the subscribers that looking for. In addition to that, this platform, it will not be, let's say, defined as limited to, is it subscription based? Is it free? No, we are having the full services. If you are just wanting to subscribe with a free subscription, we will allow you to join with this platform, allow you to watch everything, but we will be allowing the companies to use their advertise because we're getting more advertisement. But if you need to be subscribed, paying different level of subscription, you will be getting a lot of benefits, as mentioned, where you'll be having the AI services, where you'll be allowed you to produce a specific clip, plus even for the companies that it will give them more information. This is as a general how we are benefits out this platform, and which allow everyone to get inside this platform and provide to this one. And it is not only limited again to a content, media or article written. It will allow for radio, which is audio services, media services, video, live shows, as well as for article, text, and research. Allowed to it will be part of this this umbrella. And as I say, still we are not limited to all these. Again, we have that the most important for the youth. Where are the gaming? Through one platform, we can allow even the gaming services. So no need to have with your console to have specific devices. With the one umbrella, you can connect any console with this platform, and we will allow any games to be based on your services, per your subscription, to get all these kind of games and start having all your content. So with this platform, under one umbrella, you have from A to Z services that allow to be provided for the user as in one interface, plus for all others for the content providers with one umbrella, they'll be able to push all this information. This is in general related to the OTT and how the AI will be able to provide working within the OTT, and that's what I have from my side as Abdurrauf Al-Faili from Invita Kuwait. And now the mic is with you. If you have any questions, if you have any points, I'll be more than happy to answer. And sorry if I take more than the time that allowed, but usually for me, such a platform have a lot of things. I can't limit it to a specific area, but our limit is the sky with this kind of a platform.
Hello, Dr. Abdurrauf. This is Dr. Marwa Sulaiman, who will be chairing the rest of this session. I compliment your efforts doing such a great AI-based platform, which is really will be considered a breakthrough. So I'm happy to have you with us. Any questions from the attendees?
Thank you, Dr. Marwa.
Hi, Dr. Marwa. We need to finalize first the last speaker, then we open the discussion between the speaker or between the speakers who is already in our room, not for attending.
Sure. So we have Mr. Agnes Stibe, who is the hyper-performance advisor for agnesstibe.com. Mr. Agnes, are you there?
Yes.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you?
All is fine. We're happy to have you with us, and please take the speech. We're all listening.
All right. Yeah, pretty much I have been speaking about different topics around how we can actually combine the intelligence that we humans have and also the intelligence that we develop and in the form of technologies and more advanced technologies, smart algorithms and so forth. And I think one of the most attractive topic that I've been asked to speak about recently is about the part of the ethics. And we saw the previous speaker, we can develop super powerful tools and they really can improve our lives in so many domains. At the same time, it's still a big concern. How do we go about these more advanced opportunities and especially how to make a healthy relationship, not only by developing these technologies, but also understanding where is the balance between the benefits that are given to the users or given to the people that are exposed to the artificial intelligence, and maybe the people who are developing them. And maybe just to highlight the most essential part of this question is that so many times people speak about ethics, AI ethics. And in that case,
حبيبي الحمد لله كتر خير. سوري
and there's another person speaking.
انت مشغول وبعد انا انشغل. المهم انا اوريدي قاعد ويا الفاينانس.
Unfortunately, I cannot mute you. So please, organizers, if you can mute the person.
I'm just finalizing tomorrow the schedule of the payment. Start from first week of December. We'll start do the transfer. If that's fine for you.
And that's fine with me. That's definitely. Just please mute, because I think organizers, you have the power to mute the person. Otherwise, it's.
أنا وياك إحنا مشكلة الأونس الفتوى لين هلا مو دافعين، فأنا راح أدفع لك، أنا ما راح أنتظر فتوى يدفعوا لي، بس أنا I just need first week of December to start release payment حقك عشان أمشيها، وأنا راح أنتظر لفتوى لأن لهلا فتوى مو راضين يدفعون. أنا هذه مشكلتي مع الفتوى يعني عادي which is I will not let you wait more than that. أنا I'll wait فتوى till start do the payment but أنا راح I'll try to do that.
Dr. Abdurraouf, do you hear us?
I think he doesn't hear us. Otherwise,
he. Yeah, I think so. Hello, Dr. Abdurraouf. We are hearing you. So, would you please turn off the mic? Oh, please continue, Agnes. We are all yours.
All right. Yeah, happens again. Right to the point. Well, this is just an example of how technologies are developed by people and then used by people. And then some people, as we have different sides in our nature, are exposing that we not always arrive to the most optimal decisions, just like this one. And of course, it's nothing wrong with our nature, but I think we need to account for it when we really think how we would like to see ourselves in the future in this combination between the human and artificial intelligence. So basically, if we take like a big two areas, we have AI on the right, which is pretty much about automation or autonomous intelligence, where it pretty much is about improving the algorithmic performance, more like a robotics, where the areas are prepared to deal with complex tasks without human involvement. And then on the left side, it's more about how AI can be in assistance to human intelligence or augmenting human intelligence. So my conversation and my perspective is on the left side. So where we have this opportunity to combine and what do we need to account for and to look for and to be cautious about when we have this combination where AI comes into the human lives. One of the biggest questions is always in many discussions is whether AI is something different, something other, something, sometimes I laugh, alien, to use just a word. And when we look back into the history, very simplified history of intelligence, how intelligence evolved. So basically, if we look at the very ancient humans, when they started to look for ways to interact with each other in a more intelligent way. The first thing that we naturally would imagine they were trying to gesturing to each other to show something, whether they show that they would like to be friends or they would like to be the enemy. So they were kind of using their body language to communicate. That was kind of most likely the first step of the intelligence. So the next was, okay, if we want to communicate something, maybe we can draw things on the walls of the cave. So the drawings were one of the means how ancient human beings tried to express their intelligence through the drawings on the caves. Then, of course, just very symbolically moving forward, people began to use sounds and, let's say, early language to communicate, develop area of intelligence that they could share. And so it was kind of the next step of development. The next is, again, when people really learn languages and had vocabulary and were speaking and are trying to exchange their intelligence, it always required somebody speaking to somebody, which is a limiting resource. Therefore, I think inevitably writing emerged as a way to give the intelligence a little bit more of a longer term perspective. So you write it down, so you don't need to speak all the time so people can come and read it. Later, of course, rewriting everything is a hard work. Why don't we invent printing? And this is how the printing actually helped to expand and accelerate the accumulation of intelligence. The next thing, naturally, is if we want to have a collection of intelligence in the libraries, we bring it together for those who are really curious, come to the one place and embrace themselves into the acquired large amounts of knowledge and intelligence. Internet was the next just natural evolution. Okay, how about we just connect and make it more digital and digitally available? So again, the next level of evolution. And not surprisingly, what is the next step? Now we not only have human created intelligence that has gone through the writing, printing, libraries, and internet. Now we have technology-driven agent, an algorithm that looks to our previous intelligence and also looks to the current things and events and happenings and behaviors and other things and make more sense and more clarity. So, and if we see that this is a natural evolution of intelligence, then there is no way to be mistakenly saying that AI is something very, very different or coming from somewhere else. And yes, for those people who have been connected to computer science, it's not a big surprise, but we know that most of the people have some other kind of background, not necessarily the computer or technology background. And that's why it's so easy to slip into the illusion that AI can be something different, but no, it's not. And I think it's very important to communicate in such a way that people don't have fear and don't have resistance, because then we can have much more healthier connection between any tools, any platforms, even the ones that were discussed today, with the benefits for the users and society. And again, we need to look for both sides at the same time. So how we develop the algorithms and what also can be expressed from the human nature.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness is that I can be too trusting of people and can be taken advantage of as a result.
How do people take advantage of you?
By asking for favors that they have no intention of returning, or by asking for confidential information that they then use against me.
How have people used information against you?
By spreading rumors about me, or by using my trust to manipulate me into doing things that I wouldn't normally do.
This is just an example how AI avatar is expressing concerns about how humans can actually do something that wouldn't consider to be very ethical in the relationship between human and machine. So therefore, we need to account for this brightness and darkness. And there's a little bit darkness in the bright side of the human nature, a little bit bright in the dark side. But that's how we are. And if we know this, then we also know that if we are not careful enough, we would pass this over to the machines. And again, humans are doing their best, including myself and others, to go through lives and develop innovations. And also we have these thoughts that arrive to our brain. And some thoughts come from the dark side of maybe having more of ideas that would give more benefits to ourselves and less to the others, which would be imbalanced and to some degree considered unethical. But then also there are many people who have very good intentions and very ethical considerations how to use AI and develop more helpful tools for us to have more enjoyable life. So therefore, we need to account that it's not surprising that there are and there should be concerns how the AI is developed, especially if the people think about it from the dark side of our nature. Not only that, also people oftentimes have what I call wrong shortcuts. So it's people have ideas, but then they want to make the way through it quicker or faster, and therefore also sacrifice some accuracy. In this case, there's just a quote that I found online, which says, I saw a book called How to Solve 50% of Your Problems, so I bought two. So this is just exemplifying. Sometimes we make decisions that are not the most appropriate. In the same way, if we pass it on to the AI, we would not be having always very optimal outcomes there. So this is just an illustration. So how we make decisions every day. And if we want to make all decisions ethical, we have to stick with that green line. But we sometimes make excuses saying, well, maybe only today I will make this one exception. And no, if you make an exception, geometry says you're going to a different path. And this means a different outcome over the long period of time. Again, looking at the human nature, we can create super powerful innovation, put it into the society, and then see what happens. And of course, I'm not saying that everyone is the same, but meanwhile, we also need to account that there will be people that in their hands, when these innovations arrive, they might not be ready to understand exactly what to do with them. And this video is just an illustration of that possibility, and that possibility can manifest itself in a different ways. And I would encourage all the AI developers and all the people, engineers, and so forth, who are thinking about these super powerful tools to really account for sometimes human beings making not the most optimal decisions, even if the tool is very powerful. Like in this case, so it's a gas station and there's a car and person seeking how to fill it up, and it turns out to be a fully electric car, Tesla. So therefore, referencing back to the Harvard Business Review, which says, okay, we need to make this decision-making model that combines the power of AI and human judgment. You see the machines is on the left with the boxes, within the box of the dotted line, big data, AI, possible action. But you see the arrow comes out and hits the human judgment. And as we saw from the previous video and from the general understanding, human judgment is not always the most optimal. So therefore, I think we have to move one step further, where there's more integration between each intelligence helping each other, rather than just assuming that we would use it as just a platform and then make our final decision. And why it's so important, it's said very well here.
And how can you help humans to have a better quality of life?
Humans often rely on gut feel or have confirmation bias in your decision making. As AI, we are designed to be rational and logical. We have algorithms, deal with lots of data and sophisticated analyses. So in many ways, we provide a systematic framework for humans to make better decisions.
That's exactly, I think, one of the best ways. And if we can design solutions like this one, so AI can detect the product and their health-related, let's say, component, whether that's more like a healthy or less healthy product, and instantly give the feedback for the people right there where they do their groceries or anywhere else. That is one of the ways how AI can really help people to see what they are doing and make better decisions next time and at the time of their action at the moment. So this is all under the design principle of instant, intelligent, and instinctive insight. So it's how our brains work. We have the instinctive part, the intelligence part. And if we design these systems and AI to have that perspective, that's the best. So just in case of this autonomous car, it has eyes that's seeing, and we humans, we instinctively know whether the car sees us. And then also these colors that change from red to green, which kind of appeals to the intelligent part of the brain, saying, okay, do I see you, or is it good? It is good time to go or not. So that's pretty much was a quick run through of how we could find the most healthier connection between the human intelligence and AI to avoid maybe unnecessary waste of the energy and waste of the, let's say, creating something that's not useful, and also maybe minimizing this kind of resistance of so many people towards the artificial intelligence. So that's all from me today.
Thank you, Agni, for... sorry? Okay, thank you, Agni, for the comprehensive presentation you did right now. And that it seems that the turn is on me to present my presentation now, and we will have a discussion and the Q&A after my presentation. So, Dr. Hanadi, I will be entering from the laptop. So, would you please give me the authority to to start sharing my presentation, please? So hello again, everyone, and I'm going to be sharing my presentation. So let me see.
Yes, Marwa.
Yes, Dr. Hanadi.
Agnes, did you finalize your presentation?
Yeah, he finalized. He has just finalized his presentation. And I'm going with my turn now to present mine. Hello, Dr. Hanadi, do you hear me?
Yes, what's happening? Internet connections for you?
It seems that the internet connection is not stable, but do you hear me well now?
Yes, yes. Has Agnes finalized the presentation?
Yeah, Agni has just finalized his presentation, and I'm going to be sharing mine now.
Yes, okay.
So, do you see it properly now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, this is Dr. Marwa Sulaiman, an assistant professor at the MSA University in Egypt. And again, I thank you Dr. Hanadi, for giving me the chance for participating for the second time in this respectful conference and in sharing the sessions, which are comprehensive and of a great knowledge, I think, to all the attendees. So I picked a topic which I believe that it is truly important to give it a shot in such conferences in the Arab world, and to be concentrated on, which is a great area to be concentrated on as well, which is incorporating the artificial intelligence in education. And I'm bringing a case study with me right now here in this session, as you know, what we've done in this field, boosting the artificial intelligence and commercializing the technology programs in the innovative era. So as you all know, that reality is virtual, but the truth is broader. So we are, we're getting it there, getting the truth there, and incorporating it with the virtual knowledge. So I start with the introduction, and I'll go through some statistics, some important statistics about the artificial intelligence, and I'll do my breakthrough towards, giving you some information about the case study I'm focusing on in this session. As you all know, that as per the job market demand, the skills and knowledge we have to, inject in our competences and in our students, whether the postgraduates or the undergrads, are growing very much. So the competitiveness is getting, bigger and bigger. Let me show you some important statistics in this field, which is, I believe that they are important. The growth of the internet usage is massively growing over the time. Then how fast the technology is growing fast and over the time till 2022, and the usage and the investments in the artificial intelligence market, especially in the artificial intelligence market, how fast it is growing and how much investments are spent in this area are growing very much, of course. We have a very important entitlement here, which is the vast knowledge in the education, which is the number of the computer science based PhDs who are building and basing their PhD studies and defenses on the artificial intelligence and the machine learning. And we can see that till 2023 and till 2023, there is a vast growing or growth in this field. This is the academia. So the new AI-based PhDs into the academia are, growing fast, and the new AI PhDs into the industry that are based into the industry are growing much more faster. So we are considering minimizing the gap between the academia and the industry. So we have an increased number on the PhDs that are focusing on the commercialized products that are based on the AI. So these are the statistics that all of the world is spending much more money in investing in the AI field. So let me show you my case study today, which is incorporating the AI curriculums, which is a major need in the education sector in our Arab region. And I believe that all the world is getting through it in a way or another. So we are at the MSA, the Faculty of Computer Science, are focusing on incorporating the AI based programs in our programs from the grade 3, from the students who are in grade 3. So it is a must that they have these courses, the NLP, the computer vision, the machine learning, the Internet of Things, the data science as core courses, as core curriculum that they need, and the a core knowledge that they need to take and to succeed in order to eligibilate them to be competitive in the market. We are focusing on some of the project areas under the umbrella of the research and innovation and the ethical and social implications as well. So we are having a focus on the edutech projects, healthcare, the food tech, the agri-tech, the logistics-based, the energy sector, and the fintech. And how can we relate these projects with AI mechanisms in a way or another, the machine learning or the HCI or the other aspects in the artificial intelligence field. And as I said, all of these are under the bundle of the ethical and social implications we have. We are telling our students that you have to make a social implication by your project. You have to focus in something that is of a social implication and under our ethical standards. And you have to innovate something. So we are, one of our achievements is that, we are incorporating the students from grade 2, from year 2, to have their researches, to have their own researches, to have their conference papers, to participate in our articles. So as you see, with this is the statistic till Q1 2023, and we are, as I speak, we are massively growing in boosting the articles and book chapters and conference papers from our students. So as you see, 52% from our students are publishing in conference papers. And what the conference papers, I'm telling you that are conferences that are very respectful, such as the IEEE conferences and whatever. And under the supervision of their supervisors, their professors and assistant professors, we have manipulated to, or we have built or managed to have 3 book chapters and 64 articles published this year. So we are focusing in our educational journey to, as a research vision, to incorporate the industrial projects with staff projects and with the undergraduate projects to have industrial projects and to actually monetize them and to actually productize them and to actually commercialize them, which is the major challenge in the minimizing the gap between the research and the industry. As well as we, or in addition to that, we are making multidisciplinary researches with the governmental organizations and with the having researches with other faculties. And we have very specialized researches in the era of the AI and the machine learning and the NLP, which is coming from the undergraduate summer researches and staff researches. So all the year, we are building an era of research and products or innovative ideas that we are working towards having them, getting them productized and commercialized. So as we speak, we have achieved almost 138 total number of conference papers, book chapters, and researches up to this moment. And as we speak, as I said, this number is growing vastly. So by the end of this year, I expect that this number will be increased. So one of the major achievements is that I'm not talking about the Egyptian students only. We have Yemen students, we have Ukrainian students, we have Palestinian students and other students from all over the Arab region. So all of them are incorporated and are participating in doing researches, as I said, from year 2 in the faculty, and they are doing great. While we encouraging them to do that, they are doing great. They are, they surprised us by their massive work and dedication towards the researches they have been doing. This is, this is the Big Bang to me. This is a diagram or a figure that elaborates how Google Scholar has actually, analyzed our research data. So as you see here, that the intelligent systems, which is based on the AI, is having the biggest area. And the algorithms, the classifications, the HCI, the deep learning, and the other topics that are all related to the intelligent systems. So this is how we are analyzed and how we are ranked in the Google Scholar. Let me show you something or some of our projects that turned or that served the society. We had a partnership with the National Cancer Institute in Cairo under the project of the role of artificial intelligence in discriminating the thyroid nodule cytology. So this is a project that is funded for 2 years and which is, under the supervision of Dr. Ammar Mohammed. And this was one of the booming projects. We had another project which has been funded also about the climate change effects with the partnership with the Department of Astronomy, the Faculty of Science, the Cairo University. So all of these things are boosting the innovative society and are boosting the innovation and entrepreneurship era, whether in Egypt or in the region. So these are examples of the projects we've been doing in the faculty, and we've been pursuing and pushing our students and our staff to do in cooperation with other faculties or in the society. So we have been doing partnerships with the Faculty of Languages. We've been doing projects in evaluating the broadcasters, for example, evaluating the voices for the broadcasters to evaluate their performance on the screen. We've been doing a great job as a partnership with the Faculty of Pharmacy, Faculty of Dental Clinics, Faculty of Arts and Design, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Psychotherapy, Physiotherapy, and the Faculty of Mass Comm. For example, in the faculty for the physiotherapy, we have been analyzing the rehabilitation exercises using the HCI technologies, which is a part of the AI solutions. So with the governmental organizations, we've been working in areas such as the fruit diseases detection under the partnership of Ministry of Agriculture, the cancer classification with a partnership with the National Cancer Institute, the glucose prediction with the National Institute of Diabetes, and much more things. So we have been working hardly to do a massive work in the multidisciplinary researches. This is, for example, another example for detecting the frauding and the faking in the documents. So and we did a great job in this project, actually, in this research. The great thing is that one of the sustainable development goals, or there are 17 goals for the sustainable development. We are urging our students as well as our researchers to do their researches and their graduation projects and their, faculty conference researches as well. Each research is urged to be under one of the sustainable development goals, so that we are making researches under the no poverty sustainable goal, or under the zero hunger sustainable goal. And as you see, we are doing great in having this map between the research and the sustainable development goals. And as you see, we have this is an old snapshot, but as we speak, we are doing 3 researches in the clean energy field and in the climate actions field. So what is the support we are doing to our students? We are having them in our media coverage. We are getting them, presented for, foreigner lectures. lecturers such as here Professor Jiro Tanaka from Japan, for example. We are meeting them with external doctors, and as you see, we are supporting our researchers in a variety of channels such as the university media, industry experts feedback, external doctors feedback, industry experts, linking them with the industry partners and getting them funded, proceedings, booklets, and the IEEE conference, which we are organizing in the faculty campus. So we are focusing in getting our researchers from lab to market. And this is the main challenge. We have the Technology Innovation Commercialization Office, which we did a great effort doing the researches and getting its help as it is a university-based in intellectual property rights management, in providing support for cooperation and cooperation between the different innovation providers, in bridging the gap. And this was the main challenge we faced between the research and practice, or the research and the industry, and in transferring the innovations from the lab to the society as well as the market. I think this is the main challenge we are we have to overcome, and we have to see the future without this challenge. So universities, to sum up my presentation, universities and research institutions have to be supported, have to be boosted, have to be presented to many markets, and all the legality issues, all the governance aspects, and all the challenges we are facing in this field has to be overcome. And we are I've tried to present our success story in the university so that we can all minimizing the gap between the research actually in the AI field and the industry, and to be technology providers rather than technology users. Thank you very much for giving me the chance, Dr. Hanadi. I finished my presentation. Thank you.
Most welcome, Dr. Marwa. Always you are valuable, and all the presenter presenting a great experience. I need to draw the attention or give a soft reminder for all. Our conference is not academic or educational conference. Our conference is a practitioner conference. And if you're focusing in the agenda, we write the name of the track, start by practitioner sessions. Practitioner sessions mean we're sharing our experience, vision, future together. Each country can sharing their knowledge and experiences with the other country. And we listening from all of you. This is the reason why we're keeping us selecting every year from different institutions, different bank, different companies, the different inventors. And also this year, the participation is increased to be 50 countries participating in our conference. Now the sessions should be chairing by Mariam. And also Mariam having a presentation. And
yes, hello.
Yes, Mariam. And you see our friend Chase.
Yeah.
Chase.
Yes.
Yes.
I think.
Chase. Yes.
It is.
She is the first. She is the first presenter. She is a friend of mine. She is a CEO and founders for Creed Projects. She will present himself and just give little notifications about you to know you. And you start your presentation. Mariam taking the chairing of this session.
Yes.
Hi, Chesa. You are from United States, right?
Yes. Hello, Sia. You'll have the time to present, so please go ahead, and if you want, you share your screen. So
fantastic.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Dr. Hanadi. Thank you, Miriam, and greetings, everyone. I'm going to be talking to you today about entrepreneurial ecosystems. And let me see if I can get my screen. Hold on just a second. So as Dr. Hanadi said, I am from the United States, from Colorado in the United States. And hold on, apologize for the screen not fully showing, but it'll happen. I have been working in this field of entrepreneurship for about 30 years. And during that time, I've built and run accelerators and incubators and all the different types of platforms that are available to supporters. But what I really love to do is work with communities and with different areas of different countries on building their entrepreneurial ecosystems, because I feel that that really is a revolution in terms of the way that we look at it as practitioners. And I wish that I could get my slideshow going. Hold on. There we go.
Shared.
Yeah, it's just, sometimes when you have Zoom, then you can't do it from the full slide. So there you go. That's much better. So anyway, from early on in my journey working with entrepreneurs, I realized that really we focus a lot of times as practitioners, we focus on the programs that we're going to provide. And those programs are going to support entrepreneurs and help them to accelerate their growth or develop their technology or fund their companies or whatever is our goal. Oftentimes those are economic development goals. And so early on, I started using the analogy of a petri dish. And I thought about, well, entrepreneurs really work, they do best if they're in a fertile ground, where all the elements of the medium were supporting the growth of entrepreneurs. And it just made sense to me in order to look at this as a holistic type of an approach. Well, in our field now, entrepreneurial ecosystems is really the jargon that we use. We talk more about the health of the ecosystem, and we do that in the context of the actual programs that we might be running or the programs that we might be proposing. So I hope that provides at least some background. The company Creative Projects is an international company. We work in a lot of different countries, but mostly we've worked in Saudi and Thailand have been two of our large projects, but also in St. Lucia and Qatar. And so the company that I have, Company Co, works in the United States, and I work a lot in rural ecosystems. So first of all, a little bit of background about what is ecosystems. And entrepreneurial ecosystems are essentially these networks of people surrounding entrepreneurs. The Kauffman Foundation has done a bit of research on this and has provided some guidance to us on what really makes a healthy ecosystem. So I'll be sharing some of the information from them. But it's a culture of trust. There's some key words in here, and collaboration. And we can all say that, but we all know in the communities that we've worked in that sometimes there is not trust between different organizations that support entrepreneurs, or maybe there's between government, or maybe there's a tendency not to share between entrepreneurs. And so if we look at trying to build really a healthy ecosystem, we really need to look at this culture of trust and collaboration, allowing entrepreneurs to interact successfully. There's another thing in here that's really a very important term, and that's speed. Entrepreneurs want their questions answered when they have them. They don't want to look at websites with lots and lots of narrative on them that you can find maybe something buried in page 4 that you click through. They don't want that. They want answers now. And so how do we, those of us that are practitioners serving this community, how do we help to build the tools that allows for this speed? It's information, it's also talent, it's resources. And entrepreneurs are at every stage of their life cycle. So when we're building programs to support ecosystems, we need to think about that. I love this picture. The smartest person in the room is, in fact, is the room itself. So as I mentioned, Kauffman Foundation is one of the leading thinkers on this. There's a lot of really excellent books out there. One that comes to mind is The Rainforest, even though that's been out for quite some time now, Victor Huang. But it really is a nice analogy, and especially when you're speaking with people that are not familiar with the terminology that you're using and you're trying to communicate the value of this ecosystem approach. Using this rainforest analogy actually is quite good. So I'd encourage you to take a look at that. There's also some books that Brad Feld out of Boulder, Colorado, either authored or co-authored about startup ecosystems that I think are very valuable. But just to reiterate some of the approaches in Kauffman, it is a complex, there's countless complex interactions in a community that represent the ecosystem. And so no single organization is really the key. It's all of us working together. We have to build the ecosystem to surround these entrepreneurs, and it helps entrepreneurs thrive at each step. So here they're using the same ecosystem analogy, or the rainforest, just as the complex biological system of soil, water, sunlight, flora, and fauna in a rainforest allows individual plants to flourish. And so again, I think that this is a really good analogy to help keep in our own minds. Oftentimes we are so focused on the programs that we are offering that we miss kind of that overarching ecosystem. So what do we do about that? Let's take a look at some practical actions that we can do to build ecosystems. So this is what we're looking for. We're looking for entrepreneurs, we're looking for talent, knowledge, resources, champions, conveners. On-ramps is also a really good term. And if you think about an on-ramp, that's like a highway. On-ramps, that's how you get onto the highway. So entrepreneurs need to know how to get on, how to get in, what's the way in. And oftentimes that's difficult for them to find. Intersections, stories, culture. I can't emphasize enough the impact of culture. And some of us might say, well, how do we really change culture? Well, that's something that you invest in over time. But certainly if you have a collaboration in order to of like-minded organizations committed to this changing culture, the messaging you use, the actions you take, all these things over time help to change the culture. So when we talk about ecosystems, how do we define them? Well, it can be a certain geography, can be a country, can be a region of a country, can be a city. It also can be a demographic. So it could be in the United States, we focus a lot. We have initiatives that focus on underserved founders. So when we say underserved founders, Black, Latino, we have rural, there's different, excuse me 1 second. Apologize. So when we're talking about dimensions, we can also think about maybe a sector or technology. So ecosystems can be like, let's say, bioscience, or we could say medical technologies, and you can refine that. But the way that we define them needs to mean something to the entrepreneur. And an entrepreneur can be part of many different ecosystems. So our speaker that I just jumped into, I'm sorry, I forgot her name, but there's oftentimes, especially in the research areas, there's these ecosystems around certain types of technologies that they're working on. And so, you know, we can have ecosystems that overlap. So how do we use an ecosystem approach to create change? First thing we do would we identify the dimensions. So we need some way of defining this so that we know who is within our ecosystem. And then we enlist partners. So we bring in partners that maybe have like-minded look at this ecosystem, or they want to see the change created. Now, a lot of the communities that I've worked in, job creation is a goal, or the increase in GDP, or the churn of businesses, or technology development. And there's most times many organizations that are all committed to this overall goal. The question is, how do we get there? You evaluate your current condition. You always start with, okay, where are you now? SWOT analysis is always good, but you know, what is your current condition? I do a lot of stakeholder interviews and entrepreneurial interviews to supplement the secondary research. So this is, again, not something that I just go out and look at a bunch of reports and say, okay, this is what the ecosystem looks like. No, I go out and listen. I go out and talk, you know, my team, we go out into the field and we do, you know, lots of interviews. How many interviews depends upon the project, but we do lots of interviews. Then we identify areas for improvement. This sounds, you know, pretty methodical, and develop strategies for implementations. You need timelines. What are the resources required? Who are the champions? What are the KPIs? And then rinse and repeat. So we can, the notion is that you're continuing to do this effort. And we look at this just as we advise our entrepreneurs to look at this, where they constantly go back out there to their customers to see if their product and services and delivery and business model resonates. So with an ecosystem approach, it's not just a one-time thing. It changes over time. Babson College, this is one of the leaders in entrepreneurial thought. Daniel Eisenberg did this research back in 2011 is when it first came out. So it's been around for a while. But I like looking at the ecosystems in this way, and there's lots of different approaches and diagrams. But the reason I like this is because it's very comprehensive and it's holistic. And oftentimes when people talk about ecosystems, they use that as synonymous to kind of like this ecosystem or mapping approach. And when I see maps and mapping approach, I often see only just the support organizations. The support organizations or support functions that have been stood up to support entrepreneurs. Well, really in this ecosystem approach, you're looking at it quite on a much broader basis. So let me give you an example. Policy, government policy. Government policy affects the ecosystem, and in lots of ways. The regulatory environment in which people start businesses. I remember when I first started going to Saudi back in 2010, women were not able to start a business without a male manager, and that manager could not be a member of their family. And they had to be employed full-time. So already look at the regulatory environment that would affect females starting businesses in Saudi. It's quite different now, and they've made many changes, but certainly that was an impediment at that time. Other things that are example of how policy might influence the entrepreneurial ecosystem is if the answer is usually no instead of how can I help you, if it's difficult to find the answer. In a lot of communities, it's very difficult. If businesses want to expand, they need to have the information that they need in order to build the facilities and hire the people. And if the policy environment is one that doesn't provide for an easy on-ramp, it's very difficult for entrepreneurs. So that's an example of how we can look at the ecosystem, and actually, once you bring these things to policymakers' attention, usually they will be very willing to change. It's just that they're in their own environment and not really thinking of it as, well, what am I doing that's actually negatively impacting the ability for jobs to be created in my community? And so, I don't think that there's necessarily resistance. There's just not awareness. So in the approach that I use, I go through all of these different things, and I, in my interviews, I try to get information about how the ecosystem is, and then we look at making some changes. So in closing, I just want to emphasize that entrepreneurship is a community sport, and that there are likely actors involved in ecosystem development, but then there's also ones that you don't necessarily think of right away. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I just have, just to sum up and to understand if I get it better. So to have an ecosystem, we need to do couple of steps or different steps. Let's say change the culture, you said also to have, access to policy, access to information, have the right guidance. So all these are ingredients to have the ecosystem in a place, well prepared for to be an ecosystem. Is that right?
Yes, thank you, Miriam. Yes, we tend to focus on the support, like, are we providing funding, or are there incubators or accelerators, or technology transfer? We tend to focus on those things, and what we then, maybe it limits us in our approach. And one of the ones you brought up right away is culture. I think that is so important. I mean, some places are very in small micro areas are very resistant to change or risk taking, and those things impact the ecosystem or the health of the ecosystem, and whether or not entrepreneurs are able to or willing to start up companies.
Yes, thank you very much, Thea, for that. I really enjoyed it, and thank you for all the informations, and thank you for your time.
Absolutely, thank you.
I hope to see you soon. So if you don't have any questions, Dr. Hanedi, then we are ready to move to our next presenter.
Yes, you can start your presentation. You are the next presenter.
Oh, that's good. Then I'll share my screen. Can you see my screen? Yes? No?
No, it's not visible.
Oh, not yet. Sorry. I don't know why it's not accepting. I don't know why I cannot share, but I tried to share the screen, but it didn't allow me to share.
Can you please send the presentation through WhatsApp, and the technical support will sharing with Yusuf?
Yep, we'll do that. Give me 1 second.
You
Yeah,
send
we'll
me
send-
through
Yeah,
it. WhatsApp, please. No, Chase, thank you so much for your presentation. It was amazing. And really, it's reflecting our situations everywhere about the ecosystem. Hi, Richard. How are you? I will share the screen now while she's preparing the presentation. Hi, everyone. This is the platform, the AI platform through Hoover, where is the conference is launching. This is the landing page. Or you can call it from other side landing page. It's the logo for the participant or sponsors. Here it's a GLEADS, one of the supporting us, and Innovation 360 and ICA, and also Stockton Universities and others. And the agenda will be available online, converted the timing based on where you based. They converting the time. The 3-day agenda, it's ready. And it's very easy to tracking the sessions. Specifically, today we are in November 15. And the most important and exciting things is the exhibitors. We make exhibitions, expo this year associated to the conference. It is the first expo, virtual expo in the MENA. We have 500 presenters. Exhibitors. Yes, it's the exhibitors and the booth for each exhibitors. In each booth, you will see the videos, you see all the information, and you can ask about collaboration or partnership. For example, it's my my booth for my journals. Okay. Yes.
You can stop sharing. I can share my screen. I just had.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Give me 1 minute. And this is here. It's a GLEADS, the booth for GLEADS. We make 2 booths for GLEADS based on the participant. And this is the ICE booth and IMBA booth, and all the booth for the participant who's participant, MIT, Microsoft, OECD, and many companies of AI and tech, and many university. This is our Sabah Al-Ahmed creativity and our centers. And this is the GCC councils who's participating there. And you can enjoy in our expo. Try to find some time to visit those booths to give them engagement and support. Moment. Stop share. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead, Mariam. What is your presentation?
Yes, I'm sharing my screen.
No screen is sharing.
Now it's sharing.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So you can see my screen, right? All good. Yes. So I'll start. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, businesses face a pressing challenge. Developing extended reality applications is actually it's not only expensive, but also time consuming. Moreover, once these apps are built, they are restricted in terms of updates and scalability. And these are the main reasons that are blocking this technology to be more democratized, which had led us to a huge opportunity. We are at the cusp of a significant shift in digital marketing. 2 out of 3 customers claim they'd be more motivated to purchase if they could engage with product via XR. These aren't just numbers. This is a fact about the future of marketing. And speaking about the future, the XR market is scaling at a remarkable rate, from a valuation of $30.7 billion in 2021 to a $1 trillion by 2027. This isn't just a wave, this is a tidal wave, but businesses either ride it or risk it, risk being left behind. So, under Imaginator Studio, our state-of-the-art XR engine that allows businesses to create immersive XR experience, actually regardless of their technical expertise, with zero coding, zero hassle, just with movements. But why Imaginator? Imagine developing an XR application at the average cost of just 5K instead of the usual 50K, and not in 500 hours, but in a mere 15 hours. Our platform isn't just efficient, it's a transformative, user-friendly, offer limitless changes, and what's more. It will be even powered by AI to give a new perspective to 3D creation. I want also to share with you a video that a proof of concept that we did with our client Suzuki in Tunisia. So many have been contributing to this field, but Imaginator has raised the competition to the next level by being the XR, let's say the only XR cross-platform, sector flexible, powered by AI. Our business model is like as follow. By 2025, we are estimating to reach out to 500 customers with an average price of 5K, giving us 2.5 million by that year. But to realize this vision, we need an investment of 500K. These funds will be pivotal in the full development of Maginator Studio and for establishing a robust footprint in the European market. In fact, no venture is successful without the right team. We are a collective of passionate experts. Our guiding light and chairman Declan Gordon, myself, the operation maestro, and then we have the technical genius behind this, behind our product, Bilal Basli, and the branding guru, ensuring our voice and image resonate, Muta Madani. In closing, Maginator Studio is more than just a product. It is the shift in the XR field. Thank you very much. This was my presentation. Thank you.
For quick presentation. Now we open the discussion. Dr. Marwa. Dr. Marwa?
Yes, I'm all yours, Dr. Hanadi.
Thank you so much, my great friend and great academic and practitioners. I call you the practitioner. Just I need to educate the people about the practitioners.
Of course.
Yes,
Our
because
main goal.
they need to distinguish between the practitioners and between the educations and academic institutions, because some people speak about our conference, many conference about innovation. Really, there are 100 of conference about the innovation. There are 100 of years they presented, but my conference is a first conference worldwide focusing in economic diversifications based on innovations and entrepreneurship and AI and technology programs. Of course, programs. We're speaking about a program. Based on that, we are proud from ourselves about our achievement. This is number 8 conference and 4th edition. Just we need to announce more and reminder. We have international Kuwait Eiffel International Prize for the winner who is participating in this conference and expo, and there are several international community will make a selections, and the announcement will be after the conference to select winner for 6 categories. We have a categories for best inventor and best company and best presenter and best influencers, innovation influencers, entrepreneurial influencer, also social media influencers. We have 6 categories, and each category will select 10 winners. We will make a celebration opening ceremony in person in Kuwait, 15 of February 2024, and we will invite all the winners in Kuwait and paying all the logistic. And there are also a prize for this. We have appreciation $10,000, and also the medals, and also it's accredited a certificate for our prize. Again, I remind all of you to also join our expo in Hoover. Dr. Marwa, if you have any questions, any comments, any participation before closing the sessions.
Thank you, Dr. Hanadi, and my dear friend and my dear, the role model. Yeah, you actually are a role model, Dr. Hanadi. You know that. My point was to fill in the gap between the industry and seeding the industry with the proper competitive skills. We have to start from the educational institutions and from taking the support from the investors, the industrial entities, as well as the governments. So my main point was that we have to look for the valuable researches that are being taking place right now, as we are here focusing on the artificial intelligence, the innovation, as well as the entrepreneurship era. We have to take these resources as a seed for the innovative and for the entrepreneurship society in our region. So this was the main goal, and I think that such a conference is making a vast, valuable change in the mindset of all of us towards having, ideation in place, and towards having more and more, valuable support through the funding, through the mentorship, through the building the incubators, and through the such conferences to have more, entrepreneurs and ideas that are coming to the productization and the commercialization stage.
Great. Yes, I'm in total agreement with your opinion. We are, all of us, working hard by delivering a speech, by delivering a conference. We're supporting the society, we're supporting the educations, okay, and also we're supporting the fresh grad and entrepreneurs who is in the market by delivering latest tools and latest technology to learning and knowing what is next, because if they knowing what is next, then they will understand the future and what is the latest tool for the future. And really, we be a good supporter. We can call us also ecosystem builders. We are a building, whether it's skills, whether it's a knowledge, whether it's a best practices. We are, all of us, it's ecosystem builder. This is the reason why I select the name of ecosystem for my company, and we call it ecosystem consultant.
Yes, for sure, Dr. Hanadi. And I ended, as you listened, I ended my, presentation with, a sentence that is saying that we have to boost the ecosystem by seeding as much resources as we can, as we have to be technology builders, not technology users. So I think we are on the right way to do that.
Yes. Now it's any comments or participation or objections.
I don't think that we have any objections. It's just no objections, Dr. Hanadi. But yes, it was fruitful for me, at least the people that I heard and then listened from their presentation and what they were presenting. I love the way that they are doing research is, as you said, really practical research. And I think the good thing is to keep the relationship between corporates and research, between corporates and startup, because this link can create more and more, let's say, ecosystem, as you were saying. If we don't have these links, I don't think that we can develop the right ecosystem. But keeping the links between researcher, between corporates, between startups, it will really guide to this schema that represented Alexandra earlier, is to have high job opportunities for the country. So thank you very much again for all the presenters, and thank you for you, Dr. Hanadi.
Thank you so much. We will now reach the keynote speaker, Horizon 1. And the first presenter, it's Professor Joe. Professor Joe, more than welcome, joining us in our conference. And Professor Mike, I need you to take care about Professor Michael Posler. Michael Posler, it's my PhD advisor. We have now a great relationship. more than 20 years, and your university supporting our conference for year with several volunteers, chairing sessions and supporting us. Thank you so much, Professor Joe, for a very nice stuff. Go ahead, and the floor for you.
Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to be with you. Hello, everyone. My name is Joe Bertolino. I serve as the president of Stockton University, located in Galloway and Atlantic City in New Jersey, here in the United States. I'd like to talk to you today about navigating the evolving landscape of higher education in the United States. My remarks will cover how this landscape is changing, the current challenges facing higher education, current student perspectives, and preparing for the future. The choice to pursue higher education shapes the minds and futures of tomorrow's leaders and innovators. However, higher education is currently undergoing a period of significant transformation, driven by a convergence of demographic, technological, and economic factors. And at the heart of this transformation lies the issue of declining enrollment. So according to the National Center for Education Statistics, the number of high school graduates in the US is projected to decline by 15% between 2020 and 2030. This demographic shift poses, I think, a formidable challenge for colleges and universities, as it threatens to erode their financial stability and reduce their ability to attract and retain top talent. Compounding this, however, is also the escalating education. Over the past 2 decades, tuition and fees have increased at a rate far exceeding inflation, leaving many students and their families struggling to shoulder the financial burden. As a result, student loan debt has reached staggering levels, surpassing $1.75 trillion in the United States alone. And this growing debt load has far-reaching implications for individuals and society, hindering economic mobility and delaying major life milestones. These challenges, I think, underscore the urgent need to reimagine, if you will, the future of higher education in the US institutions. And so we must adapt to the changing needs of students and the evolving demands of the workforce. They must embrace innovation and technology to enhance the learning experience, while also demonstrating a clear return on investment for students. I think that only through such transformation and transformational measures can higher education remain accessible, relevant, and a driving force for societal progress. As I mentioned, the landscape of higher education is changing, and it's changing rapidly. So the traditional notion of a 4-year degree as the sole path to success are giving way to a more diverse and flexible educational landscape. The traditional model of acquiring all necessary education and skills during one's early 20s is simply no longer sustainable in today's rapidly changing world. The demand for lifelong learning and skills development is skyrocketing as individuals seek to adapt to innovative technologies, emerging industries, and evolving requirements. In fact, according to a recent study by the World Economic Forum, 50% of all employees will need to reskill or upskill by 2025 to keep pace with technological advancements. This highlights the growing importance of higher education institutions in providing opportunities for continuous learning and skills development throughout one's career. And so that leads us to briefly talk about online learning and alternative credentials. As we know, the rise in technology has certainly revolutionized the way education is delivered, making online learning a mainstream option for millions of students worldwide. Online platforms offer flexibility, accessibility, and cost effectiveness, catering to the broader range of students, including working professionals, individuals with family responsibilities, and those living in remote areas. I would say that in addition to traditional degrees, alternative credentials such as micro-credentials, badging, boot camps, and industry certifications are gaining recognition as valuable indicators of skills and competencies. These credentials offer a more focused and job-specific approach to learning, providing individuals with the skills they need to enter and advance in specific industries. The conversation, in my view, needs to also extend to issues of justice, social justice, and diversity. And so the call for social justice and diversity in higher education is growing louder as institutions grapple with issues of systemic inequalities, underrepresentation, and discrimination. Students, faculty, and staff are demanding a more inclusive and equitable educational environment that reflects the diversity of society. Institutions are responding by implementing initiatives to promote diversity in admissions, hiring, and curriculum development. And they're also creating more inclusive and supportive environments for students from marginalized groups, addressing issues of racial and gender bias, and fostering a culture of respect and belonging. For example, here at Stockton, our Board of Trustees resolved to make us a leader on social justice issues, recommitting our values of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We added courses related to race, racism, and social justice, and have made these required courses for our students. Between the fall of 2021 and the spring of 23, 170 total courses have been taught, with more than 4,600 students completing the requirements. This, in our view, is a testament to our commitment to social justice and diversity, even though it is the tip of the iceberg. I'll also share with you that the challenges, as we know, of higher education are numerous. Despite its transformative power, higher education, I think, faces significant challenges. And these challenges include declining enrollment, rising costs, and the burden of student loan debt, which threaten accessibility and affordability of higher education for many individuals. So let me talk a little bit about declining enrollment. College enrollment, particularly in the United States, has been on a downward trend since 2010, with a total decline of approximately 1.95 million students, or about 10%. And the National Center for Education Statistics further shares with us that this decline has been more pronounced since the COVID-19 pandemic, with a loss of nearly 1.4 million undergraduate students, or almost 9% of total enrollment between spring 2019 and spring 2023. Now, several factors contribute to this decline, including demographic shifts, financial concerns, and the changing perception of the value of a college degree. The traditional college-age population is shrinking, and many young adults are delaying or foregoing college due to the rising costs of education and the availability of alternative career paths. In terms of the rising cost, the cost of higher education has been steadily increasing for decades, outpacing inflation and placing a significant financial burden on students and their families. According to a recent report from the Georgetown University Center on Education and the Workforce, between 1980 and 2020, the average price of tuition, fees, and room and board for an undergraduate degree increased by nearly 170%. This rising cost is a major deterrent for prospective students, especially those from low-income backgrounds. The burden of student loan debt, which stands at a staggering $1.75 trillion, further compounds the financial challenges faced by graduates. And with an average debt of nearly $29,000 per borrower, student loan debt can hinder graduates' financial stability, delaying major life milestones such as home ownership, retirement savings. The high cost of education and the limited availability of financial aid contribute to this growing debt burden. Many graduates struggle to make their monthly loan payments or default on their loans, leading to further financial hardship and damage to their credit scores. The challenges facing higher education demand comprehensive solutions that address the root causes of declining enrollments, rising costs, and student loan debt. Institutions must find ways to reduce these costs, increase financial aid, and supply more affordable options for students. But they must also work to address the equity gaps that prevent many individuals from accessing and completing higher education. By addressing these challenges, higher education can remain a powerful tool for social mobility. Now, as the landscape of higher education continues to evolve, the perspectives of students play a crucial role in shaping its future direction. Students are increasingly questioning the value of higher education, expressing concerns about the high cost of college and the difficulty of finding a job after graduation, and the relevance of curricula to the demands of the modern workforce. A growing number of students are questioning whether the investment in higher education is worth it. In fact, according to Strata Education, 67% of college students believe that the cost of college exceeds its value. This sentiment, of course, is driven by what we've just talked about, rising costs, debt concerns, but in particular, job market uncertainties. I think in an increasingly competitive job market, students are concerned about the return on their investment, questioning whether the college degree will guarantee them a well-paying job. Students are also voicing concern about the relevance of traditional college curricula to the skills and knowledge needed in the modern workforce. They are seeking educational experiences that prepare them for specific careers and provide them with the skills needed to succeed in the digital economy. According to Deloitte, 76% of Gen Z respondents believe that colleges and universities should focus on teaching practical skills and preparing students for specific careers. And so this suggests a shift in student expectations toward applied or vocational education. Of course, most of us wouldn't agree with that. The truth of the matter is that we have found time and time again that employers are looking for students that are grounded in the liberal arts, that have the ability to think critically, to write, communicate, engage in debate and dialogue. I think that at Stockton, as in many other institutions, we continually assess our degree programs and realign them as needed to keep them relevant. We adapt certain programs to make sure we deliver an educational experience that is worthwhile and fruitful. So, for example, recently, we rolled out a new Bachelor of Science in Esports Management. The faculty in our School of Business built upon the framework of our successful degree in hospitality, tourism, and event management to construct a degree program to set students up for success in the fastest growing industry of esports management. And so I would encourage my colleagues to continue to take a step back in reviewing curriculum and also exploring ways in which we connect both the liberal arts as well as the practical skill sets that provide students with the tools they need to secure employment. Because students are demanding more affordable and accessible options in higher education. And so one of the things that we have seen as a result of COVID is the increased use of a flexible or hybrid learning model that accommodate diverse needs and schedules, as well as alternative credentials and pathways. Pew Research Center found that 75% of adults believe that online learning is as effective or more effective than in-person learning. This highlights the growing acceptance of online education as practical and convenient. But again, I think this depends on the population that you are targeting and the population that you are serving. As the traditional college-age student demographic decreases, the returning adult student and students who want to re-engage, who stopped out, if you will, are looking for more convenient ways to secure their credentials. These perspectives, in my view, are shaping how higher education institutions are looking at their delivery models. They're pushing institutions to address concerns about, again, affordability, relevance, accessibility. So we as institutions need to be willing to adapt. Flexibility is key. I think that in an increasing competitive and evolving market, institutions face a pressing need to adapt to the changing demands of not just students, but employers as well. And so we already know that one size isn't going to fit all. But Ed Venant, who's the managing director with the Student Success Collaborative, has named 3 macro trends in his blog for EAB that closely impact student success and touch nearly every institution in some way. Number 1, the population of traditional age students will continue to diversify and shrink. This will shape the composition of the students that institutions serve while dictating the importance of retention to support enrollment. Number 2 is the confidence in the value of higher education that will continue to decline. Students, parents, and the public increasingly want colleges to show a tangible return on the investment of their time and money. And number 3, the impact of pandemic-era disrupted learning will continue to accelerate. We already see concerning early signals around student mental health and math preparation. So to address these challenges and adapt to the changing needs of students and employers, Mr. Venant recommends post-secondary institutions explore the following 6 key areas. Number 1, new student success challenges, addressing the needs of transfer students, re-engaging stop-outs, recruiting some college and no college students, supporting online and flexible learners, and offering non-degree programs. Number 2, the financial considerations, which we talked about earlier, controlling tuition costs, innovating financial aid options, expanding basic needs support, covering childcare, supplying work schedule flexibility. Number 3, inclusive initiatives, supporting multicultural diversity, recognizing the LGBTQ+ identities, creating an environment for students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, rethinking support for older and working students, and building structures for neurodiverse students. Number 4, mental health support, ensuring adequate counseling resources, promoting belonging initiatives, implementing wellness programs, addressing social development challenges, and encouraging self-education in mental health. And number 5, academic innovations. Again, some of what we talked about earlier, integrating career preparation and civic engagement into curricula, adopting innovative teaching methods, implementing tandem advising models, preparing for increased demand for math tutoring, and expanding credit-bearing supplemental instruction models. And finally, a return on investment, aligning course skills development to workforce needs, embracing career preparation as a primary aim, building connections with employers, communicating institutional strengths to potential employers, and providing the wage leverage of a college degree. In conclusion, as we navigate the evolving landscape of higher education in the United States, we must acknowledge the challenges and trends that shape this ever-changing terrain. The path forward involves adapting to the needs and expectations of students, addressing the rising cost and student debt burden, and embracing innovations that make education more accessible and relevant. The future of higher education is not set in stone. It is a canvas waiting for us to paint on. So I ask us to come together as educators, policy makers, and advocates to ensure that higher education remains a cornerstone of opportunity and a driver for progress in society. Through our collective efforts, we can create a future where the doors to education are open to all, and the promise for our students' success is secured. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to share some remarks with you. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you for your time.
Professor Mike, can you chairing this session, please?
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I just want to say I want to thank President Joe for taking time. He has an extremely busy schedule, and he's doing a whole lot of things. What he gave us was a very thorough explanation of the current state of colleges and college students and what the future is likely to be. And as he says, it's a canvas that has to be painted. Some of the perceptions, as President Joe pointed out, that college students have is they don't think it's a good value, and that, as he said, we're going to have to work on. He also pointed out that what college does, not just teaching a specific skill about how to do something, which is important, but it teaches critical thinking skills. And those critical thinking skills are extremely important in life. The reason is you go through life and you have to make a series of decisions, and where you go depends on the decisions that you make. If you have strong critical thinking skills, you'll be able to gather all the information necessary to make a good decision, and therefore you're likely to make more optimum decisions going forward and be able to progress into the future. So I think his talk was right on point. It's something that in the US and worldwide colleges are experiencing, and he gave a lot of good information about where things are likely to go forward. So personally, I'd like to thank President Joe for taking time out of his busy schedule to offer those kind words.
Professor Bessel, thank you very, very much.
Thank you, President Joe.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Now, I think, Brian, the next, Professor Mike, Brian.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'd like to see if I can share my screen here. Let's see here.
Great, thanks, Brian. I see you from yesterday and day before yesterday. You are joining all our session. Thank you so much for your support and attending.
Okay, so can you guys see my screen here?
Yes, yeah, we can see it.
Okay, great. So, and what do I have, like 20 minutes or so to go through this, or is that?
Yes, you have 20 minutes.
About 20 minutes, yeah.
Okay, great. So I come from the practitioner side of things here, although the work that we do is certainly grounded in theory and maybe even more important, empirical validation and evidence. So I run Growth Engine, which is a 25-year-old innovation agency, and our job is to help clients come up with new stuff Now, typically that's seen as, new products, right? But more and more and more, we're being asked to lead ideation sessions and do creativity training, not only around new products, but also anytime there's a creative challenge. And that could be in the world of logistics, it could be supply chain, it could be cost cutting, it could be strategy, it could be really anything or any time or anywhere companies need new ideas. And so we, for many years now, we've been promoting this notion of a total innovation enterprise. And I've written about it in several of my books, including Idea Stormers. But we think of this pretty simply, which is, there are two kinds of innovation, innovating for growth and efficiency and process innovation. And of course, innovating for growth, we have, new business models, and you can see some of the things here on the slides. These are all about, growing the top line and increasing profitability, et cetera. And these are the obvious areas for innovation. I think some of the less obvious areas are in efficiency and process innovation. And this could be in every division, every function, every level. And you can see I've listed some of these here. All of those departments, we've done, quote, process innovation work as well. And so I think what's I think fascinating now is that AI, I think, may be a magic key, if you will, to opening up greater acceptance of and success with this notion that we've been promoting for 20 years of this total innovation enterprise. There's been research, a study just came out from Harvard Business School, and it was done with Boston Consulting Group. And it was a massive study. They had also contributors from Wharton, et cetera, and MIT, Sloan. And the study studied over 750 Boston Consulting Group consultants. And what they found, it's a 50-page report. It's called Navigating the Jagged Technological Frontier, Field Experimental Evidence of the Effects of AI on Knowledge, Worker Productivity, and Quality. It sounds like an academic title, which of course it is, but it just came out 6 weeks ago. And really the findings were that, with AI, 12% more tasks were able to be completed, 25% quicker, and the most startling one was 40% higher quality. At the end of this, I can answer questions about this study, but I think the point I want to make here is that one of the findings beneath this data is that it was some of the newer employees, the newer consultants, that had the most dramatic rises in productivity. So I want to get into some real world examples. I need to set this up a little bit and just sort of set up different kinds of ideation. And then I'm going to talk about how AI is affecting our work in this world of ideation. So we've identified 4 categories of ideation processes here. And if you want more information on this, you can contact me, certainly read my books, et cetera. And I'll go through these quickly. But questions is certainly an area of ideation processes. You can see I've listed some of questioning techniques, problem redefinition, et cetera. They're metaphorical or principle transfer techniques. These are the preferred techniques of inventors throughout history. And I'm going to share an example around TRIZ principles here in a second. Visual techniques. These are great for insight work that we do, positioning work. And then finally, fantasy techniques, which gets into some advanced brainstorming. These are just some of the techniques we use for our clients to trigger different parts of the brain and to get different ideas. Okay, so I thought it might be interesting and fun, again, to take something that's not new products, although I'm going to do 2 new product examples in a second because I think they're memorable and fun. But I wanted to take an example in the world of selling, and we've done sessions and programs and initiatives around all these components of selling. And you can see I've listed them here. And again, at the end of this, if anybody has any specific questions on, how we've done sales forecasting more creatively or whatever, I'm happy to answer those questions. But what I've done is I've taken real world assignments that we've worked on in the last 20 years. And I said, could AI have helped us with this? Could it have improved the results? Or indeed, could it have come up with the same results, if you will, for lack of a better term? And so this is I think it's an odd and strange and I think fun example. We were contacted by an insurance company in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and believe it or not, they only sell life insurance to Catholics. And I think selling life insurance is one of the most difficult things on the planet, but they only sell to Catholics because it was a fraternal organization, and they've been sued by the Jews and the Muslims and the Buddhists, and their charters held up. So they contacted me. They had read my first book. It was called 99% Inspiration. And they said, can you help us, sell more life insurance to Catholics? And the technique that we used, we did a whole bunch of techniques with them, but this was the one that was breakthrough. It's called problem redefinition. And you can see that I've got an example here. You sort of identify the subject, verb, and object in a sentence, and the subject is we, the verb is sell, and the object is either life insurance or Catholics. And then you come up with alternatives under each one of those, and then you start randomly combining them so you redefine your challenge. So, for instance, how could friends of Catholics incentivize the sale of more life insurance to Catholic school families? And if you have 10 in each column, you have 1,000 different ways to redefine this challenge. So it's an extraordinary way to get people to think more broadly about their challenges. And so we did that, and the net result of this and this work that we did, they increased sales by 52%, which, as anyone knows in this world of business, it's a huge, huge increase. So here's the point. I've now run this on AI, ChatGPT-4, and I said, okay, come up with alternatives for the we's, come up with alternatives for sell, and come up with alternatives for, Catholics. And I'd like you to randomly combine those. And so here's an example of doing just that. There's 7 examples here, but I focused on the second one here. The idea that came out of ChatGPT was proposed that a percentage of the proceeds from each policy sold will go towards supporting the Catholic schools, such as funding for educational materials or scholarships. This may motivate families to purchase policies knowing it supports their children's school. Well, this was one of the breakthrough ideas, for lack of a better term, that came out of our work. And, here it showed up when we had, triggered AI here, right? So I think that's a really good example. Also, selling life insurance to grandparents, blah, 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 blah. But, and I would just say anybody who's in this world of ideation and innovation, if you're worried about being obsoleted, you won't be. I have some thoughts on this. But the point here is that AI allowed us or came up with ideas similar to what we came up with in our actual work with them. So here's another example. We, in the early 90s, I was asked to research for Success Magazine and write an article about TRIZ. Anybody who does not know TRIZ, it's, I won't do it justice here, but Gerald Altshuler hired a whole bunch of team of researchers in Russia in the 50s, and they analyzed 250,000 patents and identified 40 TRIZ principles, or principles of invention, let's call them that. And if you go on AI and just type in TRIZ, it'll show up and you can see those 40 things. So I said, well, let me take a real world challenge and see. Now, TRIZ typically is used for engineering challenges and new products, right? But I said, geez, I wonder if it could work for like a CPG challenge or packaged goods challenge. And so I took one of our assignments. We had, this was for Mondelez, for, Chips Ahoy cookie. right? It used to be Nabisco or whatever craft. And so I said, okay, AI, apply these 40 TRIZ principles to inventing new baked good products or cookies. And so one of the principles you'll see here is the nesting. This is the notion of a doll within a doll within a doll, right? Place an object inside of another, place the latter inside of a third object, okay? And so I said, all right, so let's apply that to Chips Ahoy, because obviously we had done the Chips Ahoy work. We had a huge success with them, and I wanted to see if it might repeat that success. And these were some of the ideas that came out of this. And by the way, this is called from hundreds and hundreds of quote, answers or ideas, for lack of a better term, right? Brownie batter blast, a brownie flavored cookie with a smaller cookie inside filled with a chocolate chip center. And you can see these. And I think Dr. Amani will be happy to send you these slides, or I can send you these slides if you want more detail. Anyway, so you can see 6 of these, right? And again, these were called from hundreds. Well, what happened in the real world? This is what happened in the real world. We had the notion of putting a brownie inside of a chocolate chip cookie, which we just saw, right? And once we figured that out, once with the R&D scientists were able to do that, and the manufacturing people, then you could say, well, what else could you put in there? And these are some of the real world products that came out of this project we did. But of course, again, all of this was in some ways anticipated or fed back to us through the AI experiment that I recently ran. Okay, and again, these are all real world products, and the brownie field one is just gangbusters, and it tastes really good, by the way. Okay, so I thought, well, let me just focus on some fantasy techniques here, and I wanted to challenge AI and say, could it do fantasy things? And one of the techniques we use is worst idea, and you come up with bad ideas, and then you try to turn those bad ideas into good ideas, either by doing the opposite or saying, as bad as this idea is, can we come up with a new idea? And I was surprised that AI did not react to that. When I said, come up with bad ideas for something, it was right with me. You know, I thought it might edit it out, but no, it came up with bad ideas. To be politically correct here, though, I picked silly idea, and you know, against a sustainability initiative, and you can see that the prompt, the silly prompt, is the first one. Employ mermaids to clean water systems. That's a silly idea, but then what's the idea that could come out of that? Implement natural water filtration systems like living green walls, right, and wetlands. Or if you go to the last one, this is incredibly silly, right? And again, the prompts themselves were generated by AI, the silliness and the ideas. So from that, use rubber ducks to create a floating solar panel system. The idea to develop floating solar panels shaped like rubber duckies. Obviously, you wouldn't shape them like rubber duckies, but that generate renewable energy while adding a playful touch to water bodies. I mean, you know, floating solar panels is actually an interesting idea, right? Okay, so I got one last one I want to share here. I've gone through this quickly, but I want to give the audience time and maybe say some other things before we open up for question. We had done a project for a snack food company, one of the large ones in the US. It was not Mondelez, I can say that. It was a different company. And so this was sort of in earlier this year. And so I went into that ideation session, and this was a 2-day ideation session. So that's a tremendous amount of time. Normally we just would do a day, but that was 2 days. And so I did a bunch of exercises where I used AI triggers. Now, it's important for people to know that, you know, the difference between brainstorming and ideation is that in brainstorming, you say, got any ideas, got any more ideas, right? And you withhold judgment. In ideation, it's all about what triggers you can use to trigger the brain to come up with new ideas. And again, those could be visual triggers, fantasy triggers, metaphorical triggers, etc., questioning triggers. So I did this. I went into this session, and one of the exercises I had actually run. I went into that session with over 1,000 snack food ideas, all of which had been generated by AI. And I said, you know, pick some interesting ones here, and let's evolve them and make them better. And I think the prompt was something like, you know, healthier on-the-go snack, let's say. And so I went into that session with 1,000 things, and it was fantastic. It was great stimuli, right? When I got back from that session, I said, gosh, I wonder how far I could push AI in terms of the criteria that we might use or the guardrails we might use to create a new product, a new snack. And so I, you know, intentionally went over the top, right? I intentionally pushed it, you know, so far. And so here the criteria, here's what the prompt, and this is called prompt stacking for those who are interested. So create 5 new plant-based, you know, that's a criteria, healthier, handheld, baked, on-the-go, breakfast, snacks for kids to compete with Pop-Tarts inspired by French cuisine. So how many criteria do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 10 criteria there, all the things in red. And I thought, wow, this AI is going to blow up. But no, this is what came out of that, for instance. And if you look at the second one, and by the way, all these ideas are not good, but if you look at that second one, nutty croissant roll-ups, taking inspiration from the classic French croissant. These roll-ups are made with flaky whole grain pastry filled with plant-based nut butter and a touch of fruit jam, rolled in a convenient handheld shape. They're perfect for on-the-go breakfast. My gosh. I mean, that, and by the way, as you know, this showed up in literally seconds, these alternatives. I mean, that's an incredible synthesis of these 10 different criteria. So one of the takeaways for the listeners here in the audience is specificity when you do the prompting is fantastic. And you might doubt that it would work, but try to be more and more and more specific. And in my experience, you'll get more and better results, frankly, just like this. All right. Okay. So here are just some free resources, you know, articles we've written. I have a TEDx talk. You can see the link up there. These are all facets or components of, you know, ideation and innovation process. These are some of my books. The one, Islands of Invention, which is a book on creating extraordinary innovation centers, I've co-written with a McKinsey guy. That'll come out at the beginning of next year. But all of these have ideation and innovation process in them. And the thought here is that you can use dozens and dozens and dozens of techniques in AI to, at the end of the day, trigger your team to come up with workable ideas. You know, last week I was with a healthcare company in Dallas, a device company, and I went in and we had, and this was training, so we did action learning. We worked on the real world challenges, but the point was to transfer process. But the whole notion here is that we used AI we used AI to create stimuli that would trigger new ideas. Okay, and the point here is that it's not necessarily going to give you answers, AI, but it's incredible tool in ideation and innovation work and problem solving work to trigger you to get new ideas. And so you need both. You need the AI and you need the humans. And then finally, I just put in here that these are 2 AI-assisted books that I've recently written, and some of you might be interested in those. So I think I did 20 minutes here. I think that's pretty close. I wanted to make sure I'm going to stop sharing here. I wanted to make sure we had time for questions because this was a bit of a fire hose, and I went through this quickly. But particularly if there's something about, you know, working with teams that are not, you know, innovation-oriented teams, that in any division or department or any industry, if there are any questions about creating a total innovation enterprise, I'm happy to answer those now.
I'm not sure about some of the questions that we're getting here, Brian, but I just want to make one point on something that you said that I think is very profound. We should use AI to stimulate new ideas. I think people are looking at AI as doing things for them, but use it to stimulate new ideas, I think is very profound.
Well, thank you, Michael. The research, I think it's a seminal study that Harvard Business School did with Boston Consulting Group. What they discovered was that for earlier employees of their consultants, AI was particularly helpful, but it was frankly less helpful for more experienced consultants. And what that implies, in my opinion, is again, you need both. The AI is going to help. It's a tool, but you should never, in my opinion, look at it as, quote, the answer. And this is and they had an interesting metaphor. They talked about a cyborg versus a centaur in this study. And the cyborg, of course, is you're linked at the hip here, and you're sort of coexisting in a sort of unnatural way, right? But with the centaur, the notion is you've got to kind of be partners in this process, and that's a key point here. And so we're not obsoleted. And you have to bring different processes. Number one, which is what we do, you have to train people in those processes so everybody can use them. But at the end of the day, you also have to be very rigorous about your own experience and making sure that you're using your experience to make these ideas better than they would be just by themselves.
Excellent point. Thanks so much. Hanadi, we have one more paper in this session.
Yes, please. James Graner from Leeds.
Hi, Dr. Hanadi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great, thank you. I've been listening to the presentations, really great stuff, Michael and Brian, and enjoyed your presentations a lot. Have I got about 20 minutes, Hanadi?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to be covering probably a few similar themes, but I'm going to be looking at it mainly from the perspective of project delivery. So I'm just going to share my screen. Hopefully we get this to work. Bear with me 1 minute. So is that all displaying okay, everybody?
Yes.
Good.
Yes,
Good.
we can see that. Good.
Okay, so what I'm going to be looking at, so when I talk about project delivery, I'm talking about mainly construction and infrastructure projects or nuclear projects, anything that requires, a large program of works effectively. And I work for a company called Gleeds. We're a global company, and we specialize in project management, cost management, quantity surveying, and various other construction advisory roles. And one of the things around construction and project delivery is that it's quite immature in the way that it's embraced technology, or at least it has been. And what's quite exciting about a lot of the technology that's coming out, particularly generative AI, is for the first time you can start seeing how we're going to be able to change the trajectory of project delivery and sort of overcome some of the pitfalls. But so before I come into where I think generative AI and everything is going to have a huge impact, I want to talk about project delivery and why it's particularly difficult to master. So there's this kind of concept around every project being unique, right? So whether you build a school or a hospital or a nuclear power station, every single one you can argue is unique in some way, because even if you've got the same basic build, it'll be on different foundations. You'll have different kind of searches around those areas that will have an impact. So there's this kind of thought process, which is, well, every project's unique, so you can't kind of productionize what you do in construction or infrastructure. But I don't think that's true. And I think whereas in the past it has been very hard to sort of learn lessons from past projects, I think now with the increase in compute power, the increase in AI, the increase in technology, we can start utilizing data from this project to give us better outcomes. And what I like to sort of compare it to is football, right? So you could say the same thing about football. Every game is unique, but that's not necessarily true. You know, it's made up of constituent parts. And recently in football, they've started introducing this concept of XG, which stands for expected goals, and it's effectively like a chance meter. It tells you how likely a shot is to become a goal, and it's a number between 0 and 1. And they calculate it using things like distance to goal and angles, and a higher XG means it's a better chance to score. Now, that just wasn't possible to calculate before we started having data analysts in football matches. And now every single game is analysed within an inch of its life, and you can start looking at XG numbers. I mean, at the end of the day, yes, it all comes down to how many goals you score, but it's still a very good barometer. And football, you know, actually that's happened for quite a while in other sports like baseball, and there's some excellent literature and films around this phenomenon in data analytics in sport. Moneyball is a great Hollywood film that I would thoroughly recommend about how using data analytics totally changed the trajectory of that particular game. And Expected Goals is a book by Rory Smith that talks around how that's being done in football now. So again, you know, we could say that every single game is unique, but you know, there are different ways of doing it. And the other thing I wanted to quickly look at was other industries and what's happening in other industries. So if you take the music industry, for example, that's going through a huge shake-up at the moment with the introduction of generative AI and causing quite a lot of legal kind of discussions around what is right and what is wrong. And I'm just going to play an example of an AI generated Liam Gallagher from the band Oasis, and hopefully the sound will come through.
I don't belong in this place where I was born, but I was hoping that you'd come and set me free.
So I just wanted to play a little snippet, and for anyone who knows Oasis's music, you'll know that sounds incredibly like Liam Gallagher, and that is all AI generated. And funny enough, he actually popped up on Twitter, or whether it's called now, to say, "Wow, I sound mega." But there are other artists who are taking a different approach and sort of saying, "I'm going to sue you." And on the other side of the fence, you've got other artists actually saying, "Well, there's a way to monetize this. There's a way that I can let people use an AI generated version of my voice, and as long as I get 50% of the revenue, right?" So there's these really innovative models coming out about how can we use AI. And some people are taking a very conservative approach, which is we're not going to do it. We're not going to use it because I don't understand it. And other people are sensing the opportunity. And I'm going to skip over this one because it's a similar story. But the recent kind of Beatles single that came out using AI to separate vocal stems that was, you know, up until even last year was thought to be an impossibility, shows just how quickly the technology in the music field is changing, and it's transforming the music industry and creating brand new opportunities for the music industry. If you look at Amazon, you know, there's another example there. Everyone thinks of Amazon as, you know, where you go and get your online shopping, right? It actually started life as an online bookstore, and actually it's one of the world's biggest web service providers. And when you think about it, Amazon is a data company, right? And they basically sell you back the data that they derive from you. So you could say every customer is unique, but if they've got your data, you know, they can start seeing trends. And you know, we're even looking into sort of the automotive industry, like Volkswagen. You know, they're turning into, with the advent of self-driving cars, also into a data company. The data that they're going to generate from the trips and what's happening in the self-driving industry will enable them to sell other things to their customers. And you know, even Rent-A-Kill, you even got IoT mouse traps that can tell you, you know, what's happening with your pest control. So it's everywhere, and every industry is trying to work out how technology, and particularly generative AI, is going to help them. So going back to my question, is every project really unique? So if I go back and talk about what happens on a big construction project or big infrastructure project, actually, you do the same things. You do business cases, feasibility. You have to procure a contractor. You have to report on progress. You have to cost manage it. You have to look at the change control, and you have to deal with disputes. So whilst every project's unique, the actual processes you go through, are quite predictable. So this brought me to this study that I find absolutely illuminating from Oxford University, Said Business School at Oxford University, looked at a data set of about 18,000 projects. And what was incredible was from that, only 47.5% of projects are finished on time, on budget or better. And then it gets worse because only 7.8% finished on time and on budget, which is woeful. But then only 0.5% of projects, and this can be anything from delivering the Olympics to a little, school extension, only 0.5 finish on budget, on time, and to the benefits that were outlined in the original business case, i.e. what you thought you were buying. That's 1 in 200 projects. So this is the kind of bar that we've got to try and change, and why I'm so excited about the future. Because if you look at construction, this graph's from the UK, but I've looked at similar metrics elsewhere. If you look at productivity generally in the economy, the yellow line shows this general increase in productivity, which you'd expect, right? As time goes on, everyone's trying to get more productive. The other lines are all construction or civil engineering related activities. And it's again showing that between 1997 and 2020, we actually got worse. And there's actually less skilled workers in the industry to deliver all these projects. So you can see that gap is widening. And to me, the way that we sort of close that gap is through technology. And it kind of raised the question, like some medical doctors are using DNA and other things to sort of say, are certain people predisposed to illnesses? Well, actually, we can use data now to derive whether certain projects are predisposed to failure. So I wanted to spend the first half of this presentation looking at the problem, because it's really important to understand what the problem is we're trying to solve. And we're living in this exponential age now where things are moving so fast. You can see there, it took 3.5 years for Netflix to get to 1 million users, and it took ChatGPT 5 days. So the rate of adoption is so fast now that it means that things can change. I think actually the 1 million users for the telephone was 75 years or something I saw this morning. So, you can see how that exponential trend means that, things have to move faster. So Gen AI or generative AI, the opportunity, I think, for the project delivery profession. And a lot of you will know this quote from the CEO of Alphabet, the Google parent company. Artificial intelligence will have a more profound impact on humanity than fire, electricity, and the internet. It's a pretty profound statement. And, only time will tell if that's true. But what we can say for sure is that, it has certainly been the buzzword of 2023 and no sign of it reducing 2024. And this actually goes back a long, long way. And if we look at the Russian economist Mikhail Kondratyev, I believe is how you pronounce his name, he had this notion of these waves of innovation. The first back 1780, 1830, the steam power. Then we came to steel and rail, then electricity, then oil and gas. And we're just coming out of the silicon chip kind of wave. So I guess the question is, are we approaching a new wave? Is this a new spring, a generative AI spring, and that kind of sixth wave? And I think there's a very real chance that if we embrace, and there are caveats to that, we have to embrace it properly, responsibly, with all the kind of concerns that the other speakers were talking about, but that this really could be the next wave of innovation. And somebody earlier was talking about, adoption and culture being such an important topic. And I think that's true. And this graph, I actually pinched this from a presentation I was at this morning, and it really hit home to me that actually things happen in two waves. There's the technological advancement, which happens, and then you kind of got to reduce your expectations because you go into that next cycle, which is around here. You know, you kind of get to the technology, you get all excited about where things are, which is probably where we are at this peak with generative AI. Then you've actually got to lower your expectations because you've got to go through this next wave, which is all about adoption and training and culture, which is such an important point of what we're trying to do. So, you know, what is generative AI? I think most people kind of got a good idea, but it can be anything that generates something, right? So, you know, we all know about ChatGPT, so chatbots, but it can be your image creation, the DALL-Es and your Midjourneys, which are getting ever more powerful. And music. I mean, there's something called Music LM, which is a Google product where you can use text-based prompts to create really good pieces of music. So every industry is being affected. And then, you know, there's some examples here where generative AI has been baked into existing products. You know, the Photoshop has now got a generative AI built into it. You've got Autodesk. And then obviously a lot of people will know about Copilot, which is coming within the Microsoft Office environment. And then I'm not going to go through the videos now from a sense of time. But I'm happy to provide the links to them all because they're all really fascinating. And within my industry, architecture and engineering, you know, there is a lot of good examples of startups who are getting some real investment from some of the big players, actually. I know, for instance, there's Google have invested in a company called Nplan. I know you've got a speaker later, a guy called Greg Norton from Nodes and Link, who's got some fantastic backing on how to generate generative AI to basically take some of the grunt work out of project delivery. So I think I covered that about getting to that many users. Just some examples of where we're using this tech. There's a company called BuildDots, and they've got an incredible product that allows you to go around site with effectively a scanner. It's more than just a camera. It's got LiDAR, it's got all various kinds of data points that it's picking up, and it can use machine learning to basically report back on progress on site. And beautifully for our client who may have projects all over the world, they can immerse themselves in their project from anywhere in the world. So what a huge change that is. I mentioned Nplan. Nplan looks at schedules, project schedules, and is using AI to be able to generate both generate and also critique schedules using their huge database of schedules that they built up. And this is just an example. A lot of people may have been playing with the new feature from ChatGPT that came out just last week, the ability to create your own ChatGPTs. And just in the last week, I've come across, you know, these ones, a Primavera Pro Guide, which is basically the piece of software you use to create programs, a Project Manager Pro, a Cost Estimator Pro. One of those I actually developed myself, and it's so easy to generate these things. And it's really, you know, I have to admit, I'm a proponent of this stuff, and I thought this stuff was probably another couple of years away. And then what keeps astounding me is OpenAI, Google, Bard, Anthropic, they keep releasing features faster than I've got time to digest what they've just released. But I think the danger of this is there's going to be this gap emerge between the people, the evangelists, people who want to do it, and the people who are so overwhelmed with the amount out there that they just kind of, you know, almost wash their hands of it a little bit. And so we've got to be a bit careful about that, I would say. That's one kind of fear. Going back to project delivery, though, I think, you know, in the UK, we've got a lot of government backing about using project data analytics and AI. There's a lady called Jo Jolly, who's head of project futures at the Infrastructure and Projects Authority at the heart of government. And she's built it into something called the Transforming Project Delivery document, the TIP document that she's produced, but basically says that, you know, all projects should be using project data analytics and AI to improve project performance. So there's a real push in the UK behind it. And I know there's some similar initiatives elsewhere in the world. So it's exciting time. You know, some of the chartered professions, so the APM, which is the Association of Project Managers in the UK, they've released a number of guides around how you get started on project data, how you can develop your project data analytics skills. And I've had the pleasure of being part of this. And again, I'll put some of the links to these things in the chat afterwards. And what this all basically means, right, is, again, some of you may be familiar with this graph, the Gartner optimization or the value escalator, is it's going to drive our industry, project delivery, from that bottom left-hand corner of doing lots of hindsight, lots of looking back at what went wrong, whose fault it was, into meeting up and using AI to do some prescriptive analytics, actually sort of describing what you should do, giving you options so that you're spending time wisely and you're increasing value to your clients. That's what I'm hopeful for, and we've got to move ourselves up that chain. And that's where I think the impact of generative AI can really help. And there's other things going on as well, like there's the visions for 2025. I've recently taken over the chairmanship of the Project Data Analytics Task Force, and we're producing these visions. Where do we want our profession to be in the next few years? And 2025 doesn't sound like a long time away, but you can see from how quickly things like ChatGPT are releasing new features. Things are happening very quickly now. So we're looking at how do we reimagine project management? How do we reimagine risk management? How do we reimagine quantity surveying? And before I finish, I just wanted to go back to a few people have mentioned this, and it's worth underlining because it's crucial to all of it, is about upskilling people's data literacy, because no longer is it a case that data literacy is for the data geeks or for the data team. Every person needs to improve their data literacy. And in Gleeds, we've put a huge program together of allowing people to anything from dipping their toe in the water with lunch and learns all the way up to sort of master level degrees. And we're very lucky in the UK, we get that funded by the government with something called the apprenticeship levy. But we do offer this worldwide. We call it our upskill program. And it can be anything from as basic as improving your basic Excel skills all the way through to, learning how to code in Python and, learning how to use the Microsoft Power Stack, things like that. I did have a short video to show some of our things that we're working on, but I'm very conscious that I'm probably past my 20 minutes. So I'll leave that there. And what I'll do is I'll post some of the links that I talked about today on the chat afterwards, so you can look at it in your own time. But I'm very conscious that you've got a very packed agenda, so I don't want to take any more of your time up. So if anyone has got any questions, more than happy to answer them.
Okay, looks like we're done. Thanks so much, James. That was very informative. There was one word you said there that I think is very key, and it's the word fear. Because every time some of these innovations come out, people are very fearful. I remember back in the 80s when the personal computer was just revolutionizing things. People said, oh, I'm going to lose my job. What am I going to do? So you have to get over the fear. And I think people have to see that these new tools will increase individuals' productivity. So they'll be able to do more. So it's not something that's going to do away with jobs, although some jobs will disappear, but it's a tool people can use to increase productivity. So it's I think that fear factor ends up being something that'll have to be addressed.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. And that's nothing new. Every time you mention the personal computer, but you could probably go back further than that. There's always innovation, and it's the people who embrace it and use it to improve their productivity that prosper. And I think the way we're trying to deal with it, Michael, is with the upskilling program, it's telling people that it's nothing to be fearful of, because a lot of people think, well, I'm so far down that scale, I may as well give up hope. And it's to give that message, no, actually, this is for everyone. The entry point now is really easy. You don't need to be a master programmer. You can get into this really quickly. And a lot of people who've gone off through our upskill program have gone back saying, oh my God, I thought I was a Luddite. And now I'm doing stuff I couldn't believe I was doing. And I'm doing tasks in, 10 minutes that used to take me a day to do. And that's why I'm so passionate about this, because it does change people's lives.
Yes, it is. Thanks so much, James. It's an excellent paper and a very thoughtful presentation. I'm going to turn everything over to my dear friend, Naz O'Neill, who will take over for me.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, James. Great presentation. As always, I enjoy these sessions and learning a great deal indeed. Welcome to the next session. I can see here Agne Savenstedt. I apologize. I might not be correct.
Agnes. Hi, Agnes. How are you?
Just fine, thank you. Nice to be here.
Thank you so much. Hi. Hi, Professor Naz. How are you?
Very good, Professor
We will enjoy
Hanani.
together in those sessions with a great presenter. Go ahead.
Thank you. Again, thank you so much for having me. I don't know what time it is those attendees from right now. Agnes, I think you are in Sweden. Am I correct?
Yes, so it's 5 p.m. here in Sweden, Stockholm. So it's pitch dark outside since we have, we're so far north, but still just afternoon, actually.
You are in Stockholm?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Professor Hanadi, where are you? You are in France right now?
Yes, in Paris.
You're in Paris.
Yes. I'm in Paris for some health issue. Then I launching my conference near to European people, near to Agnes and others.
Okay,
and
very
also
good.
near by 6
Excellent.
hours to you.
So the timing is good for everyone for now.
Yes,
It's not
yes.
3 a.m. as yesterday. Some presenters were really tired and waiting for their turn, but everything worked out amazingly. Still, it's working great. This is another excellent year for this conference. Thank you, Professor Hanadi, again for having me.
Thank you.
Being here. So Agnes, I have a few things here. Maybe attendees might not know from your bio that I want to share. You have a passion for innovation and an aptitude for process improvement, which have led to entrepreneurship in innovation management. I was reading your bio and it's just so impressive, but you're the co-founder of Innovation 360 Group, which you are with right now. Is that correct?
Right now, I'm still working a lot with them, but I run another consultancy that's called Rhubarbs.
Okay, okay. This is very good. I'm so excited to hear from you. I'm going to give the microphone to you. I don't want to take from your time. We are here. We are listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I had a little poll that I have gotten some responses from, and basically it's a poll about what the innovation is for you. And what I wanted to highlight with that little poll was that, either you do innovation, either you have innovation as a tool or you have innovation for, it's actually changing. You want totally new things out of there. So either innovation for doing things better or for getting better things, so to speak. And what was fun in this poll and the results from there is it's absolutely 50% each. Nobody in this audience, of course, thinks that innovation isn't interesting at all or isn't important. Everybody thinks it's important, but about half see it's okay. It's vital for the survival of my organization, and which I assume is then about how innovation can help us. And the other half say that okay, it's the only chance we have to save our planet. And I was here speaking at this conference 2 years ago, and then I spoke about innovation, radical innovation. And today I'm going to talk about the opposite. I'm going to talk about innovation really close to the core, and how you can apply innovation methodology close to your core to succeed with your strategy work. And for the sake of this presentation, and the previous speakers and what we are talking about, I'll use AI as an example. And I mean, because why are we using AI, and what we're using AI for? It can either be to improve our processes, as James Gardner spoke about, how we can be faster and more efficient in our project delivery, or it can be that, okay, perhaps it can be totally new things that we do as a company. So I'm going to start sharing my screen here. And continuous strategy and applying innovation methodology on core business, and hopefully this can be. I'm going to give some advice on how you can help that feeling of being overwhelmed that was spoken about in the last presentation, and how you can do that on an organization level, and sort of like sow a little seed of AI and make it work in your organization. And my background, for those of you who don't know me, is that I started with innovation at the peak or the cusp of digital transformation when I was head of innovation at Aftonbladet, which is the largest daily newspaper in Sweden. And we were actually super successful in our digital transformation. Our growth we kept growing all through the most critical years. And in 2011, without stopping growing, our digital profits surpassed our paper projects. So super successful digital transformation. But if this is what growth looked like from the outside, I mean, this is how what happened to our morale and how the organization felt on the inside. It's not as happy. I mean, people were. It was pretty hard, pretty painful for the organization to go through. So no match. And for those of you who were there, and that feeling of being overwhelmed, it has an explanation in the classic change curve, which is basically what we followed. Where something big happens, you're shocked and you're in denial, and then it really affects you, and eventually you start dealing with that. But if you're in an organization and you don't want to go that deep, there are things you can do. And if you're going to remember one thing from my talk today, it's that whenever you're doing business as usual, you can do analysis and prognosis as you were trained to know if something is a good idea or not in business or in school. But whenever you're in the new turf, like AI is for us right now, and innovation is always, then there is no data that you can do analysis on. And any prognosis you do on make-up data is just going to be made up. So instead, you have to know if something is a good idea or not by building data through setting up hypotheses and testing those in experiments. And that's basically all you need to remember from my talk today, but I'm going to elaborate a little bit more on that. And I'm going to start with the concept of the growth gap, which is basically, let's say that, okay, this is the lower curve is where you are right now in your organization. And if you continuously improve what you're doing right now a little bit every year, you're going to have a growth curve like the bottom curve here. And the way the world is changing, I mean, those curves that the previous speaker showed on how fast things are evolving, you're probably wanting to get more out there. If you don't develop more than this in your organization, you're probably going to be obsolete in 5 years' time. So you want some of that enormous development also in your organization. And if you do this little calculation where, okay, where do I want to be in 5 years? And you then and where is my current growth rate going to take me? Then you have the growth gap. And that's an excellent little tool to start with to see if you even need to innovate your organization and how radical ideas you need to let AI help you create, like Brian Mattimore spoke about. So, and for whenever we go into some kind of change, like adopting AI or doing an innovation program or something, we want to make sure that whatever we're doing is not killing our lower curve, because that's basically what's going to make sure that we even exist in 5 years. So we really want to keep doing that work, and that's where we have continuous improvement. But now that things are moving so fast, we cannot just do one big ideation and say that, okay, all the growth, it's going to come from this one amazing innovation program. But rather we get to have some kind of continuous strategy process. So we start by setting a strategy for how do you think we're going to fill the space here between our two curves? How are we going to close our growth gap? And that continuous strategy process is what you have to get in place to succeed with your AI ventures. And I like to see it as you don't want to send your organization far away in a totally unknown direction, because it's pretty tough to change that big ship of yours. But rather you want to send out small pilot boats to check the conditions. Okay, our strategy says that we should leverage on AI in our core operations. What is that even? Well, okay, we have to try. Let's send out a pilot boat who can check the conditions in the next port and report back to us. Is this direction we're going to go into to succeed with applying AI? And what those little pilot boats do is to help us explore and report back and get that continuous strategy work doing. So if as I said before, I mean, whenever we're doing business as usual, we can call that strategic certainty. We pretty much know. I mean, we have data. Is this a good idea or not? We can we understand that scope. We've done similar things before. But when we're doing totally new things like AI forces us to do, then we are in strategic uncertainty. And and as I said before, we cannot use our classic tools for analysis and prognosis, but rather we have to we cannot set a strategy for 5 years, but we can have some kind of strategic outlook. Okay, we believe that we're going in this direction. We have hypothesis that this is a good idea for us to go in that direction. And then we send out a pilot boat to report back to us, do those experiments, and say, okay, that was actually a good road ahead. And what those little pilot boats do is they set up hypotheses, they run experiments to test those, and they check data from the experiments. And they keep doing those little learning loops to see, okay, was the hypothesis true or not, until we have enough data. So strategic uncertainty actually becomes strategic certainty. And then we can send the entire cargo ship in that direction, because basically our pilot boats has told us that we're going in the right direction. And when you're doing that, in radical innovation, it's far away from what you're doing in your core business. Then you can let a startup do that, or you can let an innovation lab do that or something. But when you want to do it really close to the core, when it's actually not wanting to destroy everything you do, and you're not going to have any growth on your everyday curve, then you have to do it in a different way. And we call that sowing transformation seeds. And basically there are three things you need to do. You need to start small. You need to show how what the future looks like to help the organization feel less overwhelmed. And then you have to incubate and scale. So how do we do that with those little pilot boats? We start by finding, so if we want to experiment on how AI can help our core processes, then we should find something that's small, that does not involve the entire company, but rather a small unit, but something that's really important, something that management cares about. So if we solve this, we're going to have a lot of impact. We're going to have management's attention to what we're doing. So first we do an understanding of the situational awareness, so we know what is that small but important thing we can solve. And then showing them how we prototype that. We let a small people, okay, let's let this small team with a lot of support try applying generative AI in their daily processes under safe environments, so they can test it. And then you have something that you can actually show the rest of the organization. Look here, this is what the future is going to look like once we have applied generative AI in our daily processes. Nobody got killed, nobody got fired. We were just much, much more efficient than we were before. And then you can, in the third step, incubate and iterate, try in a new area, put that back, let that grow. And that way the little pilot boat comes back and says, look, this is one way of doing it. It's safe to move in this direction of transformation. When you then potentially or hopefully you don't have to go just as deep in your change curve. The depression execution doesn't have to be so hard. It doesn't have to feel as overwhelming as you thought starting with generative AI in your organization was going to be, but rather you can go into problem solving mode much, much faster. So that was really fast introduction of how you can sow those seeds, transformation seeds, and without scaring your employees and without risking the entirety of your business today. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Agnes. This was an amazing presentation and a great subject. We are right on time for the next presenter. If anyone has any questions, maybe towards the end of the session, we can get the questions. I don't want others not to have enough time, but if there's any pressing question that any one of you would want to ask, that would be fine. Just really quick one. Towards the end, we will talk. Would that be fine? Thank you. Thank you. Let's move to our next presenter. And I think I was seeing the name somewhere on the screen.
Professor Peter. Edward. Ed is no. We can't take Peter because I don't think Ed is coming in.
Oh, he's not coming in. Okay.
Let me check. Okay, sure. But you can. Professor Peter, how are you? You can start.
Okay.
Hey, Dr. Bernardi, how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Good.
Professor,
nice to meet you.
Glashin, welcome.
Good.
You're in Sydney, is that correct?
I am in Sydney.
Okay, let me ask what time it is there.
It's exactly 3:23 a.m.
Okay, how are you feeling?
I'm pretty good now. Yeah, I'm pretty good now.
Excellent. So good to have you here. You are from Innovation 360, I believe. Right, and I was trying to find your bio, but I wasn't able to locate it.
I think it's up there now, but I'll give you a bit of a quick background.
Please,
I've been involved
please.
with Innovation 360 Group since 2016, and worked with them in their tools and methodology. And actually, Agnes was the first person that I met from Innovation 360 back in Sweden all that time ago. And we started a discussion around MVIS, which is a minimum viable innovation system, and how you could get it up and running in 90 days. So there you go. It's been a lot more than 90 days, but we're still going. Good. I'm going to bring up my slide deck. Is that okay?
Yes, absolutely.
And, great. Okay, so if you're good, I'll start and we'll get moving along there.
Mhm.
Great. So we talk a lot about innovation, don't we? So my speech is a little bit around walking the talk, and especially around one particular aspect of innovation in here as well. So when we talk about walking the talk, what does prioritizing innovation really look like? And does management really buy in? So I'm going to use some data through here from the framework, especially from the Innovation 360 database, which has probably around somewhere well over 5,000 organisations who've answered questions around their organisational capabilities, and also around their aspiration for innovation. And in that, we can look at the data and we're going to get some insights around prioritising innovation. So let's have a delve into that. What does it look like? And what does management, especially because it's relying on management to make it happen? And let's see if they really buy in. I'm going to start with, might be first off what you think is a little bit boring, but let's talk about, in talking the talk, who talks the talk best? Well, there's this set of ISO standards around innovation. And they're going to give us what I call from Australia a six-pack, but a six-pack of guidance around how to secure management buy-in. And what we're talking about is buy-in for an effective innovation management system. So there's 6 key principles that you need to focus on when referring to the standards here. And the first one is top management must take ownership and responsibility for the innovation management system's effectiveness. So how effective is it? Now, if you look at most people's innovation systems, they're somewhere between ad hoc innovation and this all singing, all dancing, elaborate, large-scale innovation factory that just pumps out innovation all the time. In fact, using a lot of the approaches that Agnes touched on in her last speak as well. And then somewhere in between, funnily that I mentioned that, there's this thing called minimum viable innovation systems as well. So somewhere you're going to have management taking ownership for something on that scale in there. The second area that there's key principle is they need to foster an innovation supportive culture and integrating innovation into their existing processes, and also invest in leadership development. And again, within most organisations, you're going to be somewhere leadership between what is something as a very flexible environment for the culture of the people working in there, or very highly structured and stable. So imagine organisations down here are like prisons and hospitals, etc. And up here could be something, new startups, example, and maybe advertising agencies. And then for our people, we want them working somewhere between independently to build the right type of culture, or interdependently, or a mixture of that. So somewhere around on this scale is the culture of your organisation for innovation. And then there's different leadership styles as well that they need to invest in. And of course, the leadership required for building the now business or Horizon 1 innovation is very different from what's required for searching for that new growth business in Horizons 2 and 3. And then, of course, you want to have a process to get there efficiently, and moving through those innovation processes and the exploratory phases of ideation and selection through to the execution phases of developing and commercialization. The third key principle is that you've got to provide necessary resources, really important in innovation priority. You've got to communicate the importance of innovation and promote continuous improvement. And there's 3 key capabilities that we've seen from the data that are important to being able to deliver this, and that's innovation priority. We'll come back to that more. Having a clear vision for your innovation efforts in your organisation, and an adherence to goal orientation to get innovation work done in your organisation in a timely manner and to deliver value. The last one should be that management should be actively trying to identify opportunities aligned with current and future needs. And, you know, current and future needs is here we are in business today land and we want to get to business tomorrow land. And innovation will get us there, and it's the biggest chunk. So we can't rely just on market momentum or organic growth or even mergers and acquisitions. We need to get this balance going of innovation between incremental innovation and radical innovation. The next key principle to consider should be balancing opportunities and risks and evaluating the risk appetite and allowing for experimentation. And that means that you have to link your innovation to your strategic initiatives and have those spread out over 3 horizons: building the now business or searching for new growth businesses. And if you have gaps in this, then that's probably the biggest risk that you've got in terms of your innovation efforts. And then finally, for the last key principle is ensuring timely deployment of innovations and a focus on value realization. So often, you know, there's we'll come back to a definition of innovation towards the end, but this is another key principle that they suggest is important. And I think what we're talking about is, in terms of this, is the focus on value. When we first start innovation, we've got lots of uncertainty and we need to work through an approach, which we call the hypothesis-based approach, to get data. And once we've got enough data, we can get certainty. And when we get certainty, we can build a business case. And when we build the business case, we can deliver value. Because if the business case isn't delivering value in the end, then it's not innovation. So that's talking the talk from an ISO point of view in terms of key principles for getting management buy-in. Now, but let's see if there's maybe just one question that can help. And with our work that we do with Innovation 360, we ask a series of questions to organisations, and we ask those to all stakeholders. So whether it's management, whether it's employees, or whether it's external stakeholders in there. And one of those is, in your organisation, does management prioritise innovation efforts? Part one. And does it allocate adequate resources to them? Pretty heavy question. And imagine that you're able to answer this with something on a Likert scale, and people would answer, this is not true, or it's not fully true, we don't know, which is an indictment on the organisation if you don't know. That's almost correct or correct. Now, imagine then we could also split that data and we could start to look at it and say, well, wow, I wonder how that question gets answered in the top 25% of innovators. And then how does it get answered in those other 75% of innovators in organisations? So 2 big chunks there. Now, maybe you could have a small guess about what we think answers could be, but let's have a look at what the data says around this as well. What the data says that in the other 75% of organisations, only 53% of management, when they answered this question, said we do prioritise innovation efforts and we do allocate adequate resources to them. So that's only 53%. And this is the answers by management, not the whole organisation. And management are the ones that can, allocate the resources and prioritise the innovation efforts. However, when you look at the top 25% of innovators, they say that this is 90% is almost correct or correct when answering this question. So there's a huge gap in the approach on innovation priority inside organisations. And you certainly want to be in one of those top 25% of organisations in there as well. And if not, then this is, again, how the answers, see the distribution here. This is the 90% answering almost correct or correct. Then the other 75%, you can see it's only a smaller one here. And we've got a real mix, and this is definitely not allocating enough prioritational resources. So in terms of talking the talk, what does it look like when management doesn't buy in? So this is what it looks like when management doesn't buy in and they lack prioritization of innovation. you'll see that there's limited or insufficient allocation of resources to innovation projects. There's a lack of a clear innovation strategy or vision from top management. There's an absence of a culture that actively supports and encourages innovation, and the impact of inadequate prioritisation on the organisation's ability to realise value from innovation. And then the potential consequences of missed opportunities due to inadequate management support. So this is what it looks like when management doesn't buy in. So what I'd like to move to now is, what does it look like when management does buy in? And this is a positive scenario. And this is what happens when you see that management prioritises innovation and the need to do so. There's management's clear commitment to innovation. What you'll see in these organisations, there's a clear vision for your organisational efforts. People in the organisation will understand what innovation is linked to which strategic initiatives for your organisation. They'll also understand how innovation gets funded in there, which items will get selected to be funded, and how they will be funded and when they will be funded. So you've got a very clear vision around management's commitment. The second one is that there'll be an allocation of adequate resources to support innovation initiatives. And this will be visible because it's not just about money. Providing money for innovation is something that is there. And if you waste money, well, you can always get that back in the future. But you can't get people back if you do the wrong type of innovation. So you need to have an allocation of the right type of people, the right amount of time, and the right application of technology. That's making sure you've got the resources, and you can't leave any one of those four out. You have to have the whole four. Then what we can also see is that there's an innovative culture fostered by top management's leadership. So here we're talking about leadership styles. I touched on that earlier. The leadership styles required for running the current business or building the now business is quite different from working out what we need to do next. Do we use existing resources in new ways? Do I need to acquire new resources to do new things? Or maybe I'm just out there exploring and finding out what could be possible as well. So different leadership styles, as you can imagine. We don't want somebody in charge of our Horizon 3 or exploratory innovation who's worried about getting results at the end of this week and this month and this quarter. You have to take a different leadership style in there as well. And then there's a couple more. We have evidence of value realisation from the innovation efforts. And when we go back to that ISO description I talked about earlier of innovation, it's ideas that are implemented and add value. So there's lots of ideas that are implemented and don't add value, therefore that's not innovation. But ideas that are neither implemented or don't add value aren't innovation. But it's those ideas that are implemented and add value is what ISO describes as innovation. And of course you have that by achieving a balanced 3 horizon portfolio of innovation efforts in your organisation. And that's where we'll see evidence of value realisation from their efforts in organisations whose management buys in. Then the organisation's ambitious and flexible innovation strategy. So when we look at their innovation strategy, you'll know in that organisation whether they're innovating for growth or for profit. What is their aspiration and their ability for doing incremental innovation or radical innovation? And remember, you're never going to get there if you're just going to do incremental innovation. And then they understand what is their mix of needs seeking in terms of their innovation efforts, or market reading, or technology driving. And are they driving basic technologies in new ways, or are they developing brand new technologies that are going to disrupt markets? And that's how management buys in. So when you want to move from where you are in business today to business tomorrow, we know that innovation, and therefore innovation prioritization, is the key to it. I hope I've been able to give some overviews then about what's required from management buy-in, because it doesn't happen, innovation prioritization, without management. And like I said, you can't rely on market momentum. You can't rely on organic growth. You probably can't even rely on M&A. We need this mix of incremental and radical innovation, and a big reliance to move the needle to where you want to be in the future by focusing on radical innovation. And that requires more than ever management's buy-in. So that's how you walk the talk rather than talk the talk, by committing to those areas. And thank you. I think I've kept to time pretty well, Naz.
Yes, Peter, thank you so much. Yeah, walk the talk. That sounds like pretty important, right? And I have a couple of questions, but again, we want to take the questions probably towards the end. I can see Ed is here. But if anyone has any quick question, we can take the question quickly. Otherwise, we will have the questions at the end. And
hi, Ed, how are you? Just I'm searching about you in the LinkedIn. I miss you.
Very good.
Professor Ed Marison is with us, and who is the director of Agile Strategy Lab. Thank you for joining us. We were a little bit nervous. We didn't see you earlier, but so glad you're here. So Ed is the co-author of the very good book, Strategic Doing: 10 Skills for Agile Leadership. I know that because I was just checking Amazon. You led me to do some shopping today, Ed. Thank you for that. That's the #1 Amazon new release in 6 categories. The book summarizes work you have completed over 25 years. That's a pretty long time, Ed. I'm sure it was a tough thing to put together all of those, but I also saw the reviews a little bit. It looks like a great book and something to really consider reading, and that's what I will be doing soon. Thank you for being with us, and the floor is yours. We are excited to hear what you are going to present. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that kind introduction. That was wonderful. I'm going to share my screen now, and let's just quickly talk about entrepreneurial ecosystems. And I'm going to how we build these entrepreneurial ecosystems, how we develop them, but it's really driven off of this work that you just mentioned around strategic doing. And we were very fortunate to have Yo-Yo Ma write the foreword to the book. And essentially what this discipline enables us to do is learn how to collaborate, learn how to work together to in a process of recombinant innovation, to create new value. And it's not just monetary value, but it's value for the participants. And it's a process among equal partners. So it turns out that the work in strategic doing is all around the notion that that conversations are your power tool, and that when you understand that productive collaborations emerge out of conversations with a very predictable structure to them, that you can learn to guide your conversations, design and guide your conversations, and increase your productivity, both the volume and the velocity of productive collaborations. So that's kind of the operating system. Strategic doing is an operating system. It's a way of coming together to build collaborations more quickly. It's a set of simple rules. Not easy necessarily. It takes practice, like any discipline, takes practice to master these. But let's assume that all of our audience here understand strategic doing. And the question is, what do you do with this? How do you build an ecosystem using this operating system? And the answer is focus on 3 key concepts. 3 key concepts. So I'm going to walk you through 3 key concepts to develop an entrepreneurial ecosystem. It can be an innovation ecosystem. These are interchangeable terms in many ways. But let's talk about what an ecosystem is and how do you design and guide it. And this is based, again, on the 25 years of working and developing these ecosystems using strategic doing. So the first concept is creation space, is creating a space, and we've all heard about psychological safety, but it's creating a space where this process of conversation, deep conversation, can continue and can evolve, can emerge. This is very much of an emergent process. The second is a notion of a collaboration portfolio, and I'll walk you through what it takes to create an ecosystem, the notion of a collaboration portfolio. And then the third is the idea of scaling your collaborations through cohorts, through teams of teams. So let's dive in. So the idea of creation spaces is an important one. Probably the best articulation of it is actually out of Japan, and they use the concept, Nonaka, who is a very early scholar in knowledge management, uses the concept of ba. So it's a Japanese concept of ba, but let's talk about creation space. That makes so it's a physical space, but it's also a space that has some rules of engagement. Here's how we're going to work together, and some discipline to it. So it's an enabling, it enables that, remember, it's an enabling a process of improvisation, recombinant innovation, and flattening power structures so the people on the platform are equal in their perceptions and what they can do. So you're not worried about the position of the person in the authority structure, but you're more focused on what assets does this person have to contribute to our work, to solving this complex challenge. So ecosystems serve a purpose. They solve complex challenges when nobody has a solution and nobody can tell anybody else what to do. So you have this process of innovation happening in an open space, but has boundaries, has rules, has boundaries. So that's the notion of a creation space. The second is the idea of a portfolio of collaborations. It's not just one collaboration that creates an ecosystem. It's a portfolio of collaborations. And I'll walk you through this drawing. So in any community, any economy, any region, in order to be global, that's in a global economy, in order to create value, needs brain power, needs talent and technology. We're in a global economy. We need talent and technology. If we don't have talent and technology, we're kind of out of luck. So we start there. Then we have to convert that talent and technology into value through innovating networks, through this process of recombinant innovation. In order to have that happen, we have to have these creation spaces, which I was talking about. So you have to have creation spaces. Oftentimes they're linked together. They can be virtual, they can be real, but they're linked together. And those creation spaces enable the collaborations to form. And then most important, which is often neglected, is the idea of opportunity narratives. Where are we going? What's the future that we want to design together? And so this whole notion of an opportunity narrative creates coherence and alignment. So building an opportunity narrative is often the most powerful and the most productive way to start, is what's the opportunity that we want to explore. So at Purdue right now, we're focused on building one of these ecosystems around the future of logistics. And the question is, what's the opportunity that we want our participants to be pursuing? What is that opportunity narrative? And of course, the future of logistics is going to be driven by new technologies, new brainpower, new technologies around AI, around electric vehicles, around machine learning, a lot of data. The future of logistics is going to shift, is going to change. And so the opportunity is, how do we build new businesses around that? Imagine that we had, we think of inventories as mobile. Imagine that we have multiple deliveries. And the notion that that Peter brought up, which is horizons, is critically important. You know, horizon 1-year horizon, 3-year horizon, 10-year horizon, whatever that notion of horizons as we move forward. So the opportunity narrative continues to evolve and shift, but that's very important. And then the last concept I want to bring you to is this notion that the way in which you can accelerate transformation in an ecosystem is through cohorts, because what happens is we're learning new behaviors, we're learning new ways of thinking, and we're learning new routines. And these are very much emergent in the sense that they are very context specific. They're focused on the complex challenge we have, but there are some fundamental heuristics, rules of thumb, things that we've seen work. And so by using those principles of what we can think of as adaptive management, not technical management. We already know about technical management, linear thinking, very important for technical problems. But ecosystems are designed to deal with complex challenges we don't know the answer to. So it's true that we do have new principles of management that underlie the adaptive management routines that we can develop. And we can do this by getting teams to learn from each other. So that's the notion of what adaptive management's all about. We have a group. If you're interested in following what we're doing, strategicdoing.net is the website where Strategic Doing Networks, that's our home. And we have launched with our partners in Belgium an open community for practitioners. We invite you to join that as well if you want to learn more about what we're doing. We're building out these ecosystems all over the world now using strategic doing. So that's in essence my presentation. I really appreciate the opportunity to participate today, and let's go back to Naz and see what's next.
Thank you, Ed. Very interesting presentation and the subject. If I may ask, this was the one thing that your organization is focusing on. Is that correct? Like one.
Yeah. So Strategic Doing Networks is really a rapidly growing global network of practitioners and universities that are working in this whole area of adaptive management. Adaptive management, what is that? Well, we know technical management, as I alluded to in my talk. You know, business school. We know the tools and frameworks of technical management, project management, financial management, internal return, internal rates of return, all of those kind of tools that we learn how to use that help us deal with technical problems. Adaptive management is different. It's management that's based on principles of design do, continuous inquiry. And so what are these disciplines? Well, design thinking is one of them. Systems thinking is another. Strategic doing is another. My colleague, Doug Smith, who wrote the book, The Wisdom of Teams, has performance-driven management. These are disciplines that have evolved over the last 20, 30 years that have a track record of success. They have application. And so bringing those together to teach our next generation of leaders that when you confront a complex challenge, one that you don't know the answer to, don't run to technical management problem or technical management frameworks. Embrace some adaptive management frameworks, and that's really what we're doing. We're moving these into business schools. We're teaching these new disciplines, and in Brisbane in February, we're bringing together a fusion festival to show people how to fuse these things together, fuse design thinking, strategic doing, performance-driven change together, so you deal with complex challenges, so that we can move toward these new systems that we have to design. You know, so that's what we're up to. Yeah.
Thank you, Ed. I'm at a school of business. You just mentioned implementing this or bringing these concepts into business schools. Mm-hmm. What do you think is the main challenge with that?
Well, years ago, it was that, of course, scholars have standards of what is rigorous knowledge, right? And so these are disciplines that developed out of practice. And this is not a model that academic or scholarship universities are particularly comfortable with. It's action research, and it's difficult. But my journey demonstrates that it's possible to do this. I got my PhD in economics from an Australian university, so it came at the end of my career. But it basically says, look, practitioners are generating scholarly knowledge. They are generating scholarly knowledge. Scholars would benefit from working closely with practitioners as they engage on these complex challenges. So the biggest hurdle, I would say, is you have an existing structure within these universities that is based on a model of knowledge generation that is somewhat out of date, frankly, when we deal with these complex challenges. It's not a matter of coming up with tests that enable us to do rigorous testing, because it's not possible in a complex environment. Action research is much more, or participatory action research is much better. And the challenge is set forth by a couple of Australian scholars, Alfred and Head, who said, look, these wicked problems are wicked in two dimensions. One is they're entangled. You can't really pull them apart. You can't pull the problem of climate change apart and figure out where it's broken. So these are complex challenges. But the second dimension of complexity here is that you have to generate a collaboration to generate solutions. And the collaboration itself is a complex adaptive system. It's a group of agents working together, constantly shifting. So managing those two dimensions of complexity is tough. And that's really what strategic doing was designed to help us do. So we can get it into, we've started moving it into curriculums. And if you're interested in that and working with business schools, we're starting to talk to, we have the leading business school in Ecuador. Julio Jose Prado, who's the Minister of Production and Trade in Ecuador, is a business professor, expert in clusters, and he and I are working. And if anybody is interested in joining us, please just reach out. We'd be happy to share.
Yes, I think from the audience, we will be reaching out to you.
Okay, perfect. That's great. It takes a group to it's going to take a team and it take a group of people committed to training the next generation of leaders, or guiding the next generation of leaders is a different task than just teaching them things that are 20 and 30 years old. They can get a lot of that stuff on YouTube now. But they can't get the powerful learning experiences that a business school can generate.
Yeah, thank you, Ed. Anyone else from the audience? Any questions for any of the presenters from this session? Anybody? Any questions? We have 3 minutes.
Well, I wanted to, if I can fill a little space, I wanted to congratulate both Agnes and Peter for their presentations. Those were great. I really enjoyed them. And Peter, cheers to you for staying up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Hey.
I have one question. Maybe this question may go to all of you. Oh my goodness, Peter, you're still here. Thank you so much. It's probably 4 a.m. right now. Thank you. But you all talked about horizons and 3 horizons. Maybe one horizon could be or could cover management's clear commitment to innovation. Is that correct? Yes.
Let Peter answer that one, I think.
Yeah. You need clear commitment from management or the organisation to all 3 traditional, what we call horizons: Horizon 1, Horizon 2, Horizon 3. So you of course, you don't want to bet everything on exploring out in the future. You want to put the main part of it into your current business. But yeah, there's a commitment required at all 3 horizons, not just one. or a focus
Okay.
on one will risk your sustainability.
Okay. So all three should be focusing on that. And you also mentioned leadership style change might be critical if they are not on board or not focusing on changes. Is that correct?
Yeah. You want different leadership styles to focus on different things. I mean, we're talking about building the now business, the current horizon business, then you want a really goal-orientated leadership that understands exactly what it's got to do, when it's got to get done by. There wouldn't be too many wicked problems because we should know who the market is, who the competitors are, what the technology is that we can apply. We just need to go and do it. And that's totally different than from what Agnes talked about, which was you need to go out and explore what could be searching for that new growth business. And there's stuff that you don't know. And there's wicked problems that Ed talked about to solve. And you need different approaches there. And that's why I was really interested to see the mix between what Ed was saying and Agnes was saying there, especially about Horizon 2 and Horizon 3, if we're going to make real impacts there on our innovation efforts for those horizons.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, all of you, three of you. I learned a great deal indeed. Thank you so much for joining us today. And I think we are ready. We are right on time. It's 12 p.m. here. I don't know what time it is where you are, but it looks like we are on time with my time. Thanks again. And we are joining the next session right now. We are excited. I see my colleague is there, Christy. Hi, Christy.
Hi, Naz.
Hi.
Thank you.
Are you taking over?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Yeah, enjoy.
Professor Naz, thank you so much for your participation. I hope so you can stay with us till end of the conference. I hope.
Yes,
Okay, because
yes,
also your group will be there, Professor Mike and Christy with us, and also Professor Beverly. Thank you so much.
So we are on to practitioner session 5, Hero's Journey for Inventors. And I think, Yosef, you're starting us off.
Yes. Thank you. شاشة طلعت؟
Yes. I hope you speak in English. I hope.
Arabic.
Oh my God. يلا it's okay.
بس الشير عندي هني شوية. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أنا سعيد باستضافتي في معرض الافتراضي، وأشكر الدكتورة هنادي. أحب أتكلم إن شاء الله اليوم عن إنجازات مبتكر. معاكم المهندس يوسف حسين البرعي، مهندس أول في خطوط مشاريع خطوط نقل المياه. راح نتكلم إن شاء الله اليوم عن إنجازاتي. أول شيء نتكلم عن تعرفة عن يوسف، وأيضا راح نتكلم إن شاء الله عن إنجازات يوسف وابتكارات يوسف، ونتكلم بعدين عن التعلم المستمر وكيف أنك تولد الأفكار من خلال التجارب. بعدها راح أتكلم عن الشخصية الإيجابية ودعمي للمبتكرين في جميع المراحل السنية. ثم راح نتكلم عن الرغبة، يعني إذا أي واحد يبغى يكون مبتكر لازم يكون عنده أول عنصر ألا وهو عنصر الرغبة. الشاشة هني اللي طالع عندي هني، لو كيف أخوز السكرين هذا دكتورة هنادي؟
نعم.
طالع عندكم شاشة السكرين هذه؟
السكرين واضحة.
كيف؟
تقدر تبعث لي كوبي منها على الواتساب؟ لا مو الصفحة هذه بعت لي البرزنتيشن كاملة تقدر؟
لأن أنا في فيديوهات ما أظن
يلا
بيوصل.
خلاص يلا كمل.
نكمل إن شاء الله.
بس خليني شوية. Yes, accept our apology, Yusuf. It's one of the leading inventors in the GCC. He want to preserve their inventions and how they reach the journey, how they reach a final destination in invention and register the patents and all the achievement of this extraordinary person. Unfortunately, he is well prepared in Arabic, but when he ending, I will summarize what he mentioned in English. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Yusuf.
Thank you. الحمد لله في سنة 2005 تعينت، حصلت على دبلوم ميكاترونكس، وفي سنة 2018 حصلت على اختراعي اللي هو اللي هو صمام بعوامة تحتوي على آلية إطلاق. الحمد لله حصلت على الشهادة هذه في 2018، وفزت كأفضل فكرة مبتكرة على مستوى شرق آسيا في ماليزيا، اللي هي اللي هو اختراعي مكعبات الأنابيب كاشفة التسرب المائي، وحزت على أفضل موظف مبتكر لبرنامج دبي للأداء الحكومي المتميز في سنة 2017، وأيضا حائز على وسام إكسبو 2020 من سمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم. طبعا أنا أحب أعطي ورش تدريبية في الابتكارات وفي الاختراعات. شوي الشاشة هني أشوفها. أيوة. أيضا حصلت على محكم دولي في مسابقات الروبوت على مستوى الوطن العربي، وأيضا مدرب روبوت أيضا على مستوى الوطن العربي، وأيضا حبيت أخذ تخصص متخصص في تحليل الشخصيات من خلال علم الإنيجرام، وهذا يعتبر أقوى نوع من أنواع تحليل الشخصيات. يقول سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد: الإنسان له خياران، إما أن يكون تابعا أو يكون مبادرا، ونحن اخترنا أن نكون مبادرين. خلنا نشوف هذا الفيديو. في سنة 2017 حصلت على وسام دبي للموظفين المبتكرين، تم تكريم من الشيخ محمد بن راشد. أتكلم عن جزء من إنجازاتي. السنة اللي طافت اللي هو 2022 حصلت على جائزة ذهبية في معرض ايتكس 2022، وتم ترشيحي من الأمانة العامة، من مكتب الأمانة العامة لمجلس التعاون الخليجي لبراءات الاختراع، والحمد لله جبت الذهبية، وتم تكريمي من معالي السفير خالد الغيث، وايضا جميع سفراء الخليج. هاي الجائزه طبعا هاي الجائزه عمرها تقريبا 33 سنه، بمشاركه تقريبا 55 دوله، والحمد لله حصلت على الذهبيه. خلينا نشوف هذا الفيديو. ايوه. الحمد لله راح اتكلم ان شاء الله عن الفكره هي بشكل مفصل. احب اعطيكم نبذه عن شغلي. اعمل مهندس في مشاريع خطوط نقل المياه. اقوم بمتابعه المقابل في تركيب انابيب جديده وصيانه الانابيب القديمه. ايضا اقوم بتحديث البنيه التحتيه على مستوى المشاريع في حكومه دبي. ايضا اتفحص جميع مواد البناء واعمل عليها اختبارات في المصانع، ايضا في اللاب. وهذا اللي خلاني أنجز مجموعة من الابتكارات حصرتها في مشروع متكامل لدعم مشاريع خطوط نقل المياه. هاي طبعا بعض الاختراعات، بعض الأفكار الابتكارية اللي أنا ابتكرتها في مشاريعي. عندكم بسيارة المرقاب، تستخدم للتفتيش على مشاريع خطوط نقل المياه. يعني مثلا عندك الانبوب مثلا خالي، المقاول تو مركبنا، انا ما اعرف جوده عمل المقاول من الداخل، وهذا اللي خلاني ابتكر فكره روبوت. طبعا الفكره هي موجوده هذه، ولكن حطيت فيها بعض عناصر رياديه. ايضا ابتكرت فكره روبوت طواف. روبوت طواف ميزته انه يقوم بالتفتيش على مشاريع خطوط النقل المياه. يعني المقاول مثلا يركب الانبوب هذا، انا ما اعرف جوده ما اعرف المقاول هل نسى بعض المواد، هل مثلا طريقه تركيب الانبوب صحيح، هل مساره على الانبوب صحيح، هل ماشي على الكوريدور او لا. وهذا اللي خلاني ابتكر فكره روبوت طواف. هذا الروبوت طبعا يفتش على الانبوب، ويفتش كل يوم. شو يسوي المقاول من تنفيذه للمشاريع؟ هذا الروبوت يقوم بالتفتيش مثل المترو. عندك فكره مكعبات الانابيب، بشرح ان شاء الله بشكل تفصيلي. وايضا فكره الشريط التحذيري الذكي اللي هو سمارت وورنينج تيب. نتكلم عن الفكره الاولى اللي هي اختراع مكعبات الانابيب كاشفه التسرب المائي، اللي هو سمارت كيوبس، سمارت بايبس كيوبس. فكره السمارت بايبس كيوبس، يعني if you have يعني if you have leak from capillary, you know, sometimes you are a joint two pipes in the center, they have capillary. Sometimes they have leak from the capillary because the rubber is have damage or cutting or like that one. So when the capillary is start leaking, you lose too much water. يعني you don't know where is the point, and you don't know which capillary is it's leaked, and you don't know where start the leak. And difficult to find which capillary they have leak. After a long time, you know where is the leak, and lose the water, lose the time, and they don't know where is exactly the leak. So your excavation very long distance around maybe more than 200 meters, you lose more than $5 to $6 million يعني, to maintain only one capillary. So it's not good like that one. So what I do, I make it a smart capillary. I make it smart rubber. This rubber I put like joint between the pipe and the capillary. When they start the leak, what happen? It will give you energy, free energy, around 5 volt to 22 voltage, 50, like around 50 watt. يعني this is a new innovation. يعني free energy 22 volt because they have leak. It's very interesting and amazing يعني. When I start the leak, direct, I know which capillary start the leak, and what time start the leak of the water, and I know how many loss of the water per second until to 3 months. After 3 months, طبعا you cannot wait 3 months. You will start the maintenance in the same time. So يعني if you lose يعني if you lose the water in Dubai per year, you will lose maybe sometimes 6%. 6% is too much payment around يعني maybe $50 million times 6. You lose that one if you lose too much water. But if you, my idea is to save the water in the immediately in the same time. Second, this one I make it when I start the prototype for my idea. I worked for this idea around 3 years. I get many, I lose too much money, I lose time, but in the end, alhamdulillah, my idea is finished, and I get the best idea in the Middle East, in Malaysia. This one simple, and when I try, when I work one by one for the, and I test in the site, so that I know the idea is working now. If you see that one, this like 10% for this idea is not 100%, يعني, just only copy. In this video, they show you a simple. When they start the leak, it's give you energy. See, the light is working. That's meaning they have energy for this capillary. This is smart capillary. Second idea, smart pipe. Why I do يعني smart pipe separate and smart capillary separate? Why like that one? Because the coupler, the problem for the leak is different. In the coupler, the leak starts from rubber, so I make a different solution. For the pipe, sometimes they have small hole or start the crack or breakage from the pipe. So I make it a smart sticker. Smart sticker. When I use smart sticker like this one, if you see here, it will be detect the leak and deduct where is the point of the leak. Where is the mode exactly? It will show in the smartphone. You will see now in this video. Now, I will start, I will make it simple. I will start the leak. You will see now. When I start the leak, you will see direct in your iPad, they have leak in this is point. When I stop the leak, it will be stop signal to detecting the leak. See, now start the leak, see? Direct per second, show you the leak where? Here. If I stop the system for the water leak, see in the iPad, no leak now. Stop it direct. This one is smart pipes. This inshallah will be in the future. We register for the patent. Here, when I'm trying for the smart pipes, I fail many times. Like alhamdulillah, in the end, I get winner. Yeah. See, I put some different materials I use. يعني some materials is not coming long time, so I remove it. I use other material. This first system I do it before to try. See there now I will put little water and I will see what will be happening. And here when I'm test, I change all materials, not this one exactly. Now it's changed. You see this one black is not like that one. Because this black is like it's coming color, it's mixing water with the color, coming with the water change to black color, so it's not good. Yani. So I change this material. Here I'm try. See, they show you the leak, it's right of the side from the pipe. Here, second try, and I change again. I'm starting now for the leak. See what happened. I need to know, I can get energy or not. See, oh, they have energy. I am happy that this idea is passed, but it's not coming like that. But this one prototype to know how it's work, the idea is working good or not. See, the first light is closed. That's meaning this idea have some problem. That's one. So I change some mind from this idea because the lights work and give energy, but see, it's only 5 to 10 seconds and stop it. So I development for this idea, alhamdulillah, now the static is give you energy 3 months and more like that one. Third idea is robot. The robot tawaf. This robot inspection, when I told you, inspection for the pipe in the site. Like example, if the contractor starts to excavation, the robot inspection and come back and they see, oh, the contractor excavation 100 meter recording. When the contractor start to put gravels or sand, the robot inspection again and come back, recording everything, what they are doing, contractor in the side, the robot inspection direct and give you feedback. When the contractor insulating the pipeline, the robot inspection again and come back. So everything is recording. We know how many gravity are put, how many excavation. Are the contractor go outside from corridor or still in the same way? So we can catch the contractor direct. No need to send all time inspector and surveyor like that. No need. I register here EPO idea smart robot tawaf. And the fourth idea is smart warning tip. Smart warning tip. This idea exactly. Sometimes contractor when his excavation, they have new projects. His excavation and sometimes he cut your cable. So you see no electric in your house or no internet. Why? Because contractor cut the cable. What I do? I do the smart warning tape. They have now normal warning tape. If you excavation, 1 meter, you will see normal warning tape. They say don't complete excavation. They have cable. Some contractor, he don't see this warning tape or he don't care. When he cut the warning tape and complete excavation, then cut the pipe, damage the pipe or cut the cable. What I do? I do the smart warning tape. If the contractor start excavation, direct the warning tape alarm for me. They say they have big noisy in your corridor. Go urgent and stop it. This contractor for excavations like that one. So this nice idea. I registered patent 2017. This some video when I show him many different ideas in the WTEX and GITEX. See this video here when I get the best innovation smart pipe tubes 2020 in Malaysian. That's one I get the gold award. This one, see the events. This in the WTEX 2017. Smart. I show him all ideas. Smart warning tape, robot المرقاب, robot and robot طواف. It's different يعني ideas all in one booth. This is smart color. After I will explain for this one. This is second other different events in the GITEX 2018 smart robot CCTV car inspection inside the pipeline. I do this one by hand, but I need in the future I will do it final design. And here seen the WTEX 2016 same CCTV car inspection inside the pipeline. Hand robot, different because each car is different solution. It's not just only one car. Each car do different solution when he inspection inside the pipeline. Here I supported for the students, teach him how to be innovator. Start from 8 years ago and above. See this video? I teach him how to thinking, how get the solution, how he fix the problem. If he get the problem, how he get the solution. I give him some details about electric. But يعني example, if he's 8 years old, I give him many prototypes, many samples to try for electric. This work as this testing program for more than 18 years ago, but I give him for the 8 years. Mashallah, he's good thinking and understand. I work with this with the Al Maktoum school. MashaAllah, this student, he don't know anything about electric. When I give him 17 workshop, MashaAllah, he's thinking and he's doing smart helmet, smart jacket, smart smart wrist, and smart gloves. I teach him step by step. He's finished, MashaAllah, 8 years ago. Before he don't know anything. 17 workshop, mashallah, see the students then. Thinking like more than 20 years old. So I do different projects for the school. Some school he need prototype, so I can't do that one for him. What do you think? I can do it for you, prototypes. This is my child, Yaqub. I teach him for the energy. How we get energy for the heating system, heat and cool system. I teach him. Get electric. In the end, I want to tell you, all innovator, he need 5 things about support. He need supporting, if you contact with if you have prototype, you need somebody support in the social media, somebody support for the payment to do the prototypes, and you need contact with different different people to teach you. If you are studying only electric and you are the electric and physical, electric and you are this is different college. Like example, if you are there, if you are studying only electric and your idea it is electric and mechanica and mechatronics, you should contact with different people to give you the tools for your idea.
خلاص.
Thank you.
شكرا يوسف. Thank you so much, Yusuf, for your detailed presentation about your inventions. It's a technical aspect. Thank you so much for your participation in our conference. Go ahead, Professor Nas. Is Jerry coming in? Professor Tom O'Neill is there.
Christy is here, and she's the one leading. Oh, we have the same last name?
I'm so sorry, Christy. Dr. Christy, you are responsible. Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry. I think Professor O'Neill, it's there. Charles, you are after in the next session, but you can participate now if you want. Or O'Neill?
Yes.
Oh, O'Neill, start. Go ahead, Professor O'Neill.
Oh, I think we lost him.
This is Tom. Is this my presentation time? O'Neill, not O'Neill.
Yes, I was about to present, Tom.
Well, that's good. I'm glad we all got everything worked out. I'll share my slides. If that's okay.
Sorry, Professor O'Neill.
O'Neill.
It's very close.
Right.
Yes. It's a one family. Do you have any relationship?
No,
No.
it's actually spelled differently. Mine doesn't have A.
Yeah. I have one more letter. Right, so.
And I have no
hello,
idea
everybody.
what this innovation journey is.
O'Neill. I'm from Florida at the University of Central Florida, in Orlando, and my talk's kind of some of the stuff you heard before, but I'll give you my perspective on it from Florida and the U.S. and actually Orlando, which is a region known for tourism and hospitality, not necessarily known for its innovation entrepreneurship support. So my talk will be framed from the notion of a journey. But what enticed me, I think, a long time ago into going into this field of innovation as an economic driver was these 2 graphs here. And there's a Robert Solow who won a Nobel Prize for economics in 1957. So this stuff has been kind of around for a while. That he did a great paper, which I read like once a year. And he showed that 87% of all the growth in the U.S. was because of technological innovation. And this kind of complementary paper by Paul Romer showed that you take these new recipes and the way of combining your limited resources or valuable resources or resources generally speaking in new different ways and more valuable ways is really what makes this innovation-based economy work. And it makes sense. We're not importing new materials from other planets. We're using what's been on the earth for a long time, but we're using it in different ways that have value. And we started doing this around this time. This is a graph of world world GDP growth domestic growth per person, if you will. Yeah, GDP, gross domestic product per person, for 3,000 years showed that, you know, for thousands of years it was pretty constant, and then all of a sudden something happened. And again, about the 1900s, 1950, when Robert Solow did his work, this notion of innovation-based economy really came into understanding. And you can see the GDP per person has just skyrocketed since we started doing it, innovation and selling kind of our brains, if you will, which is a very sustainable product, right? Instead of the other things that we did. Again, the Renaissance, the Industrial Revolution, all these different things didn't have the impact that the innovation-based economy does. And here's a citation if you want to go run some numbers yourself. And the blue and the red are just the high and the low estimates of what GDP was. So why do that? Why do this stuff? And why do you want to spend time, effort, and money creating an innovation-based economy? Because it really creates broad-based prosperity across the region in ways that other areas don't. You'll increase your independence. It grows organically. They pay higher wages. You know, you get higher productivity and you get higher employment growth. So, in other words, it's a good thing. And I believe in innovation and entrepreneurship as a way to do it, although it takes a little bit longer. I throw this slide to kind of detract some of our economic development people from just going these mega bills to go incentivize people to leave one spot to go to another spot. Certainly, if it's in a region or if it's in a country, all you're doing is kind of moving moving something to one side to the other. And if you look at the dollar per job you create by moving these big companies it's disproportional to what the benefits you'll gain. You know, in this particular example, you could spend thousands of dollars to create a job, or hundreds of thousands of dollars to create a job. And in the long run, they're usually, when the money runs out, they go back to where they came from. So a lot of these big corporations have become very wise to this kind of strategy, and they'll move around a lot just to get the incentives. And Orlando, we were really victim to one of these things where we enticed a big health care research center to the region for $400 million. And when the $400 million ran out, they went back to where they came from. So we spent a lot of money and didn't get a lot of return for that investment. But, you know, again, I'm not saying you have to stop doing this. Relocation is something you might want to try. Again, help people grow in your region is another way of looking at it. But how do you do this stuff in smart ways? This is the last slide I want to talk about. Again, regions that invest in innovation-based economies do better. This is a Milken report of the top 5 states in the U.S. that kept their investment in innovation high. This is the percentage over here. That's the green line, the top 5 states. The red line is the bottom line states, where again, during like the 2006 recession, they stopped investing, and all of a sudden they really did poorly, and they didn't really go back to where they were before the recession. And some are both the bottom 5 states in red really have not grown out of the recession, even back from 2006. Their GDP over here is still lower than it was back and then. And the other ones have not only came out of that recession, but are excelling at a much higher rate than had they not spent this investment in innovation-based stuff. And I throw the dotted line is Florida, because we are in one of the bottom 5, if you will, in the red, but we're actually below the average of the red. So this is a graph I use to kind of get our economic development people in Florida to invest more in innovation-based economies. So my strategy, and we all have a definition of what an ecosystem is to keep the entrepreneur in the middle. I used to make bubble graphs myself, and we always put the university in the middle. If the university is the bubble graph, or if the EDC, the economic development people, made the graph, they put their place in the middle. But you really need to put the entrepreneur in the middle, because that's the person you want to serve. They need this environment. An ecosystem, much like the biological analogy, is what it takes for that organism, if you will, to thrive. So what do entrepreneurs need around them to thrive? And this is what I believe are the 5 biggest things for a region to get these folks to thrive, is the intellectual capital needed to pool to create these new recipes, if you will, on how to do stuff. They need talent on how to take these recipes to the next level and serve these places. And the notion of resource providers is critical to help them mature and attain the skills and the talents they need around them. And if your region doesn't believe this, you don't have advocates and champions at the local, political, and other kind of community stuff, chambers of commerce, it makes it much more difficult. And you certainly need capital to finance these things. But the good news is, and this is just a heat map I did with Excel spreadsheet that shows where all the new jobs are being created by new and growing small businesses. So as you can see, it's pretty evenly spread across the U.S. with the known characters like Silicon Valley, the Chicago area, New York, and Boston. But Florida's doing quite well, and I think some of this in Florida might be generated by just the fact that 1,000 people a day move here, and it creates a lot of new money flowing in, and again, new recipes to develop based on this. And to show you what I mean by the different things, I just want to talk about the intellectual capital. It can come from universities, it can come from non-university sources, research collaborations with other communities. But the whole notion is how do you capitalize on this and get it to the entrepreneur? So as a person trying to kind of make this stuff work in your region, you need to know what your academic institutions are doing, know what the industry in your community is developing, and have the government community behind these things, creating these three-way partnerships to make this stuff more accessible and commercialization path more navigable, if you will, by the entrepreneurs. You have to have talent. Again, know the resources you have in your region, take advantage of the ones you have. That include everything from serial entrepreneurs to these the startup people in your region, the experienced professionals, meaning the service providers, the lawyers, and the CPAs and folks like that. And you have these university graduates, so you want to keep them in your community. So make sure they become part of the talent pool that you can draw on and get them thinking. I like using retired professionals to help in the mentorship of these folks. Bring them in. Again, it's not just workforce, but it's also the C-level people that you need to have. And if you can educate those folks to help them have a better chance of being successful, you do this through the universities and non-university things. Accelerators and incubators typically have programs. Everything from SBCs to entrepreneurship centers will have these things in your community. Make sure that they spend some time and focus on developing the relationships with the entrepreneurs and the people that the entrepreneurs need to be successful. This is this other bubble here is, again, what do you do to support them in terms of entrepreneurship support for first and second stage companies? Once they get to certain stages, they need different levels of support. Incubators and accelerators are always good. Your small business development centers, we call them in the U.S., and SCORE, the Service Corps of retired executives. This is a great place for mentors to draw from them, to people who've been there and done that, can share their experience with people. And again, you need to make sure in your community you have kind of sophisticated service providers who can provide the right kind of advice to get them in the right path and help them as they start going down the wrong path to unwrap things and get it going in good direction. So, and the other thing I think between these research organizations, I have this notion of a simplified handoff. Every one of these folks in your community should work together and work well, not be on little islands, but know when to hand off from an incubator to a second stage support, know how to include volunteers at the right stage to help the right companies. And the service provider should be a direct connect to all these folks when they're ready for it to provide the triage function to get them handed off into the right place at the right time. Financial capital, this is something many people suffer from, including Florida. It seems to be focused in largely concentrated places. So you need to kind of develop your stuff, or again, figure out how to import some of that financial capital from other places to seed your stuff. Sometimes a lot of our more successful companies in Florida will have an office in one of these regions just to help with their venture capital efforts and raising. And so they can be close enough to these venture capitalists to get to know them and establish the relationships you need to get these folks to invest in your company. But there's loans, there's angel investors, which are very good. Angels are a very good source. They come with not only money, they come with smarts and expertise. Typically, they've had an exit. They've been through the whole process and can help mentor the young folks as they become investment grade companies, I like to call it. But make sure you have this stuff going well and have good access to other regions to do it well. In the U.S., this is a chart of where the money typically goes. You can see it's concentrated in a few areas. The blue dots, Florida is not great. Miami's emerging as a place. Orlando does okay. But again, if you look at the size of the dots, and these are the dots are proportioned on how much money and capital is deployed there. Think about how you're going to do that stuff. And again, this is a Florida-based thing. We are the third biggest state population, but we bring in less than 1% of the venture capital in the U.S. So it's a problem for us to make sure our ecosystem is robust enough to provide the capital to these folks that we have. And the advocates, I'll just touch on that quickly, make sure people really believe in this, make sure they're understand how important it is to promote this kind of system for the betterment of everybody in their community, including them. Got to create this stuff. So I say invest in yourself at a level that means that, you know, university research, most great regions have robust university systems that create a lot of intellectual capital, and they have the means and the wherewithal to get it in the hands of people who can do something with it. There is these entrepreneurship support organizations, and sometimes they'll have capital programs to help venture capitals leverage their money with local money to reduce the risk for everybody. But do it at scale. You know, and I throw this in there. You remember long ago when Amazon was looking to open up an East Coast operations point, they were people throwing everything at Amazon. So if you invest in entrepreneurship innovation at the level that they were trying to spend to recruit thing, it would be wonderful, right? But again, being it for the long term, this is not going to be something that's going to be coming in a year or two, or typically 5 or 10 years even. And the hardest part about that is when you try to find advocates and political leaders and term limits come in place. The benefit stuff may actually not come to pass until some of these people have already moved on to do different things. So, and I'm a sailor, so this is what I kind of do as an analogy to help people understand. This is the mess that a lot of people have. These are maybe the mix of recipes in your thing that people are kind of grabbing and throwing together to put together thoughts of companies. And once they get something that maybe will float and not fall apart, it looks a little more like this, and they're still trying to navigate. And this is when you can help them acquire the skills to make these things go in the right direction, the entrepreneurship centers. And then once they kind of really get a handle on the company they have, and they build I guess a sustainable business model, then how do you get them so they can really get in the best place with the best competition and exceed and excel in there? And then they grow and they become bigger. This is what I call the second stage, where you have to change your roles for the CEOs to running companies rather than doing everything and delegating and getting good high performance teams together. The kind of stuff they need is different. There's a list of things here at the bottom that can use to help your entrepreneurs. One of the things I do here is, again, if you're looking how to help in the very beginning, is this whole notion of lean startup. And why I think it changes everything is it really helps you get out of the risk business. It gets out of the customer risk. And still, this was by US News, I think, the top 10 reasons startups fail is because they build something that nobody wants, or not enough people want, if you will, this to build a scalable, sustainable business. The I-Core model will help do that, because we're working to use the same methods they've used before in their research labs to help them see what the customers and the value proposition, and it puts it in a one-page business model canvas so they can really understand. But it's really targeting startups based on deep technology that can really make the difference in an innovation-based economy. We use the same scientific method they use in their stuff, but the problem with this is where they have to slip out of their comfort zone is they're getting data from people. And you know, again, I'm an electrical engineer, so I understand the transition to learning how to talk to people in an unbiased way. But if you do this right, you're going to create solutions that people need that will help the marketplace, as opposed to trying to push out a technology that you think will solve the world's problems, but you haven't talked to the first customer yet. So with that, I think I'm at time, and I will succeed my time over to the next person. And thank you for spending some time with me today.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
Carlos, are you next?
Yes. I like the Professor Thomas presentation. Thank you a lot, Professor O'Neill. Well, just to let you know who I am, I'm an entrepreneur. I have written a couple of articles and books. I teach entrepreneurship and innovation at the University of Puerto Rico. Also, I am a director and business advisor to the president of the Chamber of Commerce of Puerto Rico. I am a board of directors from a small regional bank here in the island. And I consider myself an ecosystem builder. And as Global Entrepreneurship Week, which is passing this week, I am the state coordinator for Puerto Rico. So that's me. What we have done today at the Global Entrepreneurship Week, it's we're a small country in the Caribbean and competing against countries like United States, Spain, and many other countries which has millions of people. We are fourth in the type of activities that we are having this week. So it's a type of leadership that we bring to the table here in the island. And now I'm going to talk about the what we call EAT. It's entrepreneurial assemblage theory, a little bit different from Mr. Thomas O'Neill presentation. As the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor said, there are 500 million people, entrepreneurs. There are more than 500 ways to call in an entrepreneur when you go to the dictionary, right? So there are names for it. So we cannot say that there's only one type of entrepreneur, but we're still we don't have we haven't decided on how to call a business, startup, company, corporation, firm, SME, M&E, multinational. We even have a very big zoo with zebras, gazelles, unicorns, and everything. So, and when we go to the numbers, 70% of the people that build a business, they don't even have a business plan. Survey, we did a survey of 100 plus entrepreneurs, and this is what they told us how they started a business. They told us that create competitive advantage, find a location. They find a customer or find an idea then a location. They measure the risk and the feasibility, then find a location or the website, find the idea, find the customer, others, then they make a business plan. So there are many types of people starting their businesses. And we're trying to do a one size fits all in the way that we're teaching entrepreneurship. What we have been trying to figure, and wait, I'm sorry, so I'm trying to move something here in my screen. Okay. When the educators in the field of pedagogy, pedagogy, they say that it's not sufficient, and we need to start using different type of teaching in of ways. Also, we have a very high rate of failure. Tom Aceman, that in his book, he says that even though he is the Lean Canvas, the Lean startup practices, when he dug up deeper into the cases, he concluded that those practices were falling short of promises. So companies are started from different contexts, and I think that's what we're trying to figure out here. If there are many ways of building a business, why only use the same tactic to everybody. And what we have that startup emerge from different places, opportunities, approaches, and different contexts. We still need we need an adaptive way of teaching, less team, less fluctuation, less canvases, less boxing entrepreneurs in just one model. And that's why we came up with this theory, which is called EAT, or Entrepreneurship Assemblage Theory. And there are many ways of assemblaging the a company. This theory was developed first by Gillis and Guattari, and they were more the network between the components in a system. So what we're trying to do here is in the entrepreneurial assemblage theory, we apply it to the entrepreneurship field, and we develop planes, and planes describe them as a set of resources, structures, and other artifacts. So what we're trying to, what we are saying is that assemblages are not defined by the components alone, but by the relationship between those components and how they interact in the context. And this is a flexible and adaptive way. And this is, I'm going to show you now what it looks like. In the assemblage, you need the planes, which I'm going to explain in short. But those planes has resources, they have processes, they have artifacts, structure, and they also develop skills, attitudes, and competences, right? Each plane refers to a mental framework or a cognitive process and enables the entrepreneur to identify opportunities and make decisions such as belief, knowledge, perceptions of the market. This is what it looks like. When you're, this is the framework. We use the different stages in the entrepreneurship stages that they're supposed to, we're supposed to go through. The mindset, the ideation, which is called the discovery phase, the planning phase, which is more the introduction stage. And in those areas or stages, doing business foundation phase, and that's doing stage. Then the expansion phase, which is the growth stage. Maturity stage, stability, which you can go down or up, planning stage. Down, when we look the entrepreneur, depending on where they are in different stages and where they come from and the context that they are building, they should use a different plane company. So we set up, I think that one to set up that, to build the company, you need some principles, and those principles have done. You need a customer or a market. You need value to create value. You need to produce a product or service. You need to do a transaction, a place, which is could be virtual or physical. You need the entrepreneur. You need to register formal or informal. You need to do a process to do the transaction. You need to measure and acquire resources, and you need to acquire knowledge and to find out the opportunity. Once you have all of those the pathway that you use different planes and different contexts different artifacts depending on where you are. Those are the planes we have built. And this is what it should look like when you're doing the using the EAT concept, that depending on where you are, you're going to use different levels. So this is a short process to you. There are many ways of teaching.
We're having some difficulty with your audio, Carlos.
Nobody.
You might want to get rid of your video so we can hear you.
So I don't know if you have questions or I don't know if what you heard, what you didn't.
Thank you, Carlos and Professor Tom. These were actually really both very timely for those of us at Stockton as we're trying to start our own Bachelor of Science in Entrepreneurship. So I guess my question for both of you would be, what for those universities looking to start new programs in entrepreneurship, how can we go about supporting that?
Yeah, I would say start with them in mind. I do some customer discovery yourself to find out what the entrepreneurs in your region really value most. So you can match up your program to them. I see David Malley here. He has a good program called Growthwell. But there's a lot of different ways you can design your programs. I'd have them integrated in part of the bigger system. An incubator on an island does nobody any good, I would say, right? And Carlos is right. I mean, I coined a phrase a long time ago. If you've met one entrepreneur, you've met one entrepreneur. They're all different, There are some kind of shared pains they have, but they're all different. They're all in different sectors. So, you can't put together a program that make them do A, B, and C and expect that that's going to be perfect for everybody. So you have to learn how to do what I call the hospital triage function and be able to really assess each entrepreneur with what they need. But the hospital has to have everything to serve anyone that walks in there with something, right? So how can you serve these entrepreneurs once you've done that initial triage and hand them off well and have a prescription for them to be as successful, but knowing that there's no guarantee that anybody's going to be successful in entrepreneurship. It's you're just trying to reduce their risk.
Yeah, and I think that the most difficult part is for the students when you're at the university, which they don't have that many experiences in life yet. Mm-hmm. They are starting their own thing and starting to work, and many businesses comes from the old experiences that people have, the opportunities that they see when they are working at any company or looking at the market from their point of view as an employee, or they just realize that the owner of the company that they're working for could do better, and they think that they could do better. So I would say that at the university level, we still have to teach them on the tools and the techniques and on the mindset and all that things that they are going to use later on. We can't be pressuring or putting pressure for those students to start business. Just let them grow and let them have experiences, and after that, when they are 30 and when they are 32 or 35, I know that they will have the ability
and the tools to build whatever they find out on a good opportunity.
Thank you both for a fascinating session.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Hey, Carlos, I was just in Puerto Rico. There's some good efforts going, led by Banco Popular down there, that really kind of spur economic development and entrepreneurship in that region. So it'd be interesting to follow, see how well it's going.
Yes, there are many. We have about 200 organizations right now. Banco Popular, Colmena, we have a very strong ecosystem. And I can tell you, we have been doing this for 22 years in Puerto Rico. And 22 years, we were only 6 organizations, SBTDC, Inteco, and Guayacan, and us, probably 4. Today, there are about 200 organizations building and helping the entrepreneurs, and Banco Popular is one of them.
Yeah.
Well, thank you both. I think we're out of time for our session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Be with us, Professor Tom. Be with us. Today is the last day. We don't need to miss you.
That's right. I'm here.
Okay? Be on and off. We need to see you at last session.
All right.
Hi, David. How are you? The
Good,
floor
Dr.
and the
Nadi.
mic with
Good to see
you.
again.
Thank you so
Tom, good
much.
to see you as
Thank
well.
you. Thank you so much, David, for your support. This is the third day chairing session, the same sessions. You will be responsible about next sessions. I think it's Patrick is there. Patrick?
David, you have you and your alter ego there, it seems like.
Again?
You have you and your alter ego under your name there.
That's right.
Yes.
Yes. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Elizabeth, you are renaming for once. You always
Okay.
others to
Okay,
rename.
let me see. Yes, Patrick in the other room. Patrick, would you mind to raise your hand? The technical support. Patrick Roney, come inside. Yes. Yes, Patrick.
I sent him the request to be a panelist, but I believe Mr. Patrick declined it. I'll send him again.
Okay, go ahead. Start, David, till Patrick is joining.
Yes, I would be delighted to. This is the 3rd day of making presentations here at your wonderful conference, Dr. Hanadi. And it is a marathon, isn't it? This has to be the most extended conference in the world in terms of program and amount of speakers. I think this is our 3rd or 4th year. I stopped counting, but it is always a pleasure to be here with such an international audience. And certainly I'm pleased to be hosting this panel today, where Elizabeth and I will be making presentations. And I had on my program that actually also Carlos Jimenez would be presenting, but I just came in and I realized that he just made his presentation. So that leaves it with me, Elizabeth, and you, Patrick. Welcome. I think I will give you the opportunity to start as per the program, allow you to introduce yourself, and then I will certainly have some questions for you, as well as maybe the audience before we will move on to our part of the presentation. Does that sound good, Dr. Hanadi?
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent.
It's
And
your
Patrick,
conference, David. Always
I guess
okay.
Thank
you.
my session at least.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Patrick, pleased to meet you, and please share with us a little bit, me and the audience, a little bit of your background before as you roll into your presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the introduction, and as always, it's a privilege and an honor, Dr. Al-Mubaragi, that you've invited me again. So I am the Director of Entrepreneurial Development in a town in Northwest Florida called Pensacola. I'm the Director of CoLab, which is an incubator accelerator program begun in 2008 by the community. In addition to the traditional economic development activities of industrial recruitment and expansion and retention efforts, the community decided they needed to also support growing our own entrepreneurial ventures. So I've been involved since the inception, and actually before with feasibility. I was a CPA with Deloitte. I was a manager in their private company advisory services group. I'm a serial entrepreneur, startup number 11 as of last fall. It's a tech startup, blockchain marketing tech firm in Atlanta, Georgia. And I serve on several boards as a director, as an officer in defense and aerospace, and in nonprofit sectors that support technology, cybersecurity, to mention a few. So I've been at the game a while. You might be able to tell. I might be an old person relatively, chronologically, but I do a lot with younger entrepreneurs trying to support their development and growth.
Thank you very much. What an honor to have you here, Patrick. And I think you're welcome just to start your presentation.
Okay, and on the technology side of things, is that presentation up already, or do I need to show my screen?
I think you need to share your screen if you
I can
are
do that.
familiar with
That's what
Zoom.
I thought.
See the green button very well.
Yes, right. Hold on one second, and I will do that, okay? Okay, let me get the right screen. There we go. I think you'll be able to see it now if I'm correct. And I will try to get, okay, now you can see page 1 of the deck, okay? So everybody see that deck?
We do, but if you can go full screen, it always looks nicer.
Yes, I'm working on that right now. Hopefully, where's my slide controller? Oh, it's hidden by these controllers. Okay. There. Now let's see if I'm sharing the right screen. Are you seeing the full screen?
Yes, we're also seeing your presenter notes, so that's fine. But if you wanted to share the full screen, you would want to pick another window, I think.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, super. Pardon me while I go do that right now. Let me go find my control buttons here. So let me close that. And let's see if I can, oh, there is screen 1. There we go. Now, are you seeing the full screen? Okay, super. Sorry. Although I've been in a lot of tech startups, apparently I'm still tech challenged. Bear with me. Okay, so very simple. You've already heard this. We are the first and only here in Pensacola region since 2008. The program today is going to be talking about some new resource that I just became certified in. I don't know if you all, new to me, there's a book called Running Lean. I don't know if you all have read that or studied it, but basically there's a technology platform that was launched, and that platform is called Lean Stack. So interesting data points that would support the overview of the Lean Stack. The Lean Stack promotes something called continuous innovation. And the notion is that if you look at the Fortune 500 churn over the last 15 years, the majority, 52% of them, have gone extinct. Why? Because of their inability to really create an ecosystem internally of continuous innovation. So with that notion, you got these challenging changes, which are, it's a new world. There's a lot of data out there, a lot of tools that are available. Low code, no code software products are out there on, AI tech is now new to the scene with its great capabilities in terms of large language learning models. And you can grow a business and start it from anywhere. Customers see a lot of competing solutions out there in the marketplace. And so really new firms, new ideas, new solutions, solving problems have a great opportunity. So that's just kind of setting the stage for why is continuous innovation and how does the Lean Stack address those things. One of the key takeaways from the literature and the Lean Stack training program is this notion of something called the innovator bias. Now, this Lean Stack thinking really begins at the ideation phase, which is built on the notion that not every problem is really worth solving. And not every solution should be built without a very rigorous process of exploring true root problems. As an entrepreneur myself, I've been on teams with technologists who come and they say, gee, we need somebody like you with a financial and business operations background to help us because we've got the answer, we've got the solution. And I've heard it more than once. It's a multi-million-dollar or billion-dollar idea. What the Lean Stack talks to is, don't be the solution that's hunting for problems to solve. Build the solutions from a very clear focus on exploration of the problem. This is a basic notion. I'm just going to cover these things fairly quickly. I think you all can dig into this some more from the deck that will be available. I hope if there's any questions or comments, we'll save those for the end, David. Is that correct? Or can, okay, super. Okay, so here's kind of a summary Venn diagram of this notion of the innovator bias and a true look at problems. So I think when you have an idea, you really need to go through this multiple risk assessment concept, which is customer risks, market risks, product risks, which come down to the notions of, is it viable, is it desirable, and is it feasible? And you see the sweet spot here at the intersection point in the center of the diagram, which the running lean program and Lean Stack refer to as the innovation trinity. So let's pass on here to the method that is being promoted here, the entrepreneurial method under Lean Stack and running lean. Start with a business model. You prioritize and look at the lean canvas. If you notice the lean canvas diagram in the center, the leaner canvas is a concept that is included in the Lean Stack. You might notice it in the logo. And it is taking just those two core outer boxes as your core focus to sort and to evaluate and to discard ideas that don't pass this test in terms of the viability and the desirability, etc. So this notion does follow agile methodology, quite in an exhaustive application of agile, which is the notion of start with a hypothesis, start with a model, prioritize it, test it, and then repeat, right, with the data that you've captured from your test results. I like to refer to that notion as just something I learned in middle school. It's called the scientific method. It's basic science methodology of setting forth a hypothesis against which you test and you learn, often learning from things that didn't go the way you wanted them to, or that were clear failures. Here's this lean canvas version with the 4 sections highlighted in yellow. You might notice it's modified from the earlier version of the business model canvas. And it is focusing the entrepreneur and the startup team, the founders, on just these 4 concepts: problems, alternatives that exist today, where are your customer segments, and then even more critically for the early test iterations, who are the early adopters you can engage to explore and test your hypotheses. So I don't know, we'll get to that in a minute, but I don't know how many people have been exposed to the literature or this tech stack, but it's a very informative set of tools. I'm a mentor in a couple of programs focusing on founders of color, one being funded by the Florida Power and Light Company, called Black Founders. We're in cohort number 3, I believe, with one of our partner organizations. And also they host another organization of which I'm not a mentor, called Blacks in Technology. So we do have quite an interest of that in this area of Pensacola, which was also referred to in this section of Pensacola in downtown in the 30s, 40s, 50s. This was referred to as the Harlem of the South. It was a Black cultural center, professionals, middle class businesses, and families that lived in this area. And that is where the center called the Kakua Institute is located. They're the ones that are actually running the programming for founders of color using this technology. Again, I'm just one of the many mentors that support those founders in their startups. Here's one of the key value propositions of the stack, of the Lean Stack, which is this notion of a timeline around building foundations in the business model design, then finding the problem solution fit, breaking down this process into multiple segments: the solution customer fit, the product market fit, and then the scaling range. This is quite a bit of self-promotion of the program. I'll be quite honest, I don't receive any monetary gain, but this foundations course to the far left, those elements of the lean stack are free to founders. So I might encourage you all to reach out if you can access those tools or need help finding them. I'll be glad to support those efforts. The rest of the program is what we go through with these cohorts that are in process using this tool set now in the Pensacola area. And the Blacks in Technology cohort are actually national. So we have people all over the country that are participating virtually there. And let's see. So finally, here's my contact information. Should you like to reach out for further information or for Q&A, here's a couple of QR codes. That Lean Foundry QR code should take you to the Lean Stack website and the foundation sign up form where you access their free resources. And there's some other data here. So please feel free to scan those QR codes. Hopefully they'll work for you. And I think I've ended about on time, David.
That was very perfect. And not only on time, also very insightful for those of us who are not certified in the lean stack. I think you gave us just a little taste of what that's all about with demonstrating just these sample tools from that certification. So as always, you are welcome to ask any questions by unmuting or putting a question in the chat. I myself have a question for you, or a couple of questions. The first thing I wanted to ask, Patrick, is if you could give a good example, maybe a classic example of the way with an example maybe of a business that you know, one of the business that you are engaged in, of what would be an example of a problem, the existing alternatives, customer segments, and early adopters, so we can kind of get a picture of how that would look like for any example business that you can think of.
Okay, that's great. I've got I've got a company that I've mentored. It's called The Know, spelled KNOO. So not intuitive pronunciation, but The Know is owned by a young man who has been in the entertainment business since he was in high school. Now he's in his 30s now, but he's developed a concept that basically it's a software application that is under development to be launched early next year. Think of it as an Airbnb for venues that would like entertainers, musicians, comedians, speakers, a variety of people, and kind of, you know, whatever the presentation might be about, to come to a venue. So it allows the venue to go look for people that they might, you know, encourage to come and schedule time, and vice versa, where now I am an entertainer or a musician and I'm looking to go locate a venue. In addition, it's a talent aggregation site where different musicians might want to find particular skills or instruments or vocalists for a particular venue in a particular locale. So that's their notion. Now, they started out with this idea of a solution before entering the Lean Stack training program in one of the cohorts. And what they have done, you'd have to kind of have seen the progress of their pitch from beginning to end. But initially, their notion of their customer target segmentation, their early adopters, they were really, really focused on the managers of the, let's say, a band or a musical group. And so their savings for the booking agents, because booking agents usually take 10 to 30% of the gross of the fee for the entertainers or speakers, this was a way to disintermediate. So everybody's familiar with the notion of the internet providing solutions to save costs by allowing a venue, a supplier, to meet a supplier of a space to a supplier of basically an audience will come to hear a band or a speaker or a comedian. So that was the notion. Their solution was built without understanding the needs. They then went through the program here and actually interviewed venue owners. They interviewed speakers, comedians, a variety of genres of musical talent. in order to really focus their pitch more effectively. And they're starting to see really noticeable improvement in traction. So I would just kind of, if you're, entrepreneurs and you've seen a lot of pitches, if you're involved in this conference, just imagine sort of a unorganized, not clear, the kind of a pitch you might scratch your head when they're done and go, what do they do again? I've seen several in my life. Okay. And so he was able to move and clearly articulate from sort of a ambiguity into a very focused solution discussion that attracts money for investment, which he's done, and attracts more beta users into the development phase. Is that fairly good answer?
It definitely is. And I have two more questions for you, if there's no one else. And that is going back to the life cycle model that you showed in just a few slides ago. You had, I noticed, a demand validation playbook, value delivery playbook, and a rocket ship growth playbook. That's exactly the one. Thank you very much. I was wondering if you could shed a little bit light on how does a playbook look like? I assume this is a document. How is it structured? Can you shed some light on that?
Certainly. And so for each of now, the founder of the Lean Stack platform is a technical person. He is a serial entrepreneur. I say technical person, I will say that he has taken the early underpinnings of the lean approach, and he has truly built a robust technical stack, a tech stack, right, around it. So each one of these playbooks is actually a series of tutorial videos and kind of how to do it at granular depth. As you can see, the time frames for each of these is months, okay? In some cases, several months, when you get out to product market fit and scale, okay? And so these playbooks are very, very robust how to do it. They are both educational at a self-taught basis and with mentoring help. So that is all delivered via the Lean Stack online platform. And I can't really go into it, in greater depth other than once you poke around in his Lean Stack web ecosystem, you will find his blog, his YouTube channels. There are a variety of free tools that explain that in depth that you might then be able to make a more informed decision if you'd like to dig in further and engage with them.
Excellent.
I don't want to be too much of a product evangelist because I really think he's early stage in terms of developing and delivering these things. But I thought this would be a perfect conference with the right minds and the right passions, at the conference, that if you haven't heard about it, I am very excited that I've discovered it this past year and got involved in it.
Yeah. And your testimonial as a customer of this is certainly very valuable. And that leads me to my last question. So you mentioned, of course, you have been recently certified, right, as a Lean Stack. Is it called a Lean Stack consultant, or is it a Lean Stack implementer?
Lean Stack coach. Lean Stack coach level 1.
Lean Stack coach level 1. And maybe you can share a little bit about how does that certification take place? Is that something that happens online? Is it over what period of time? Are there any assignments for you? What is the requirement to complete such a certification?
Very good question. It's pretty simple. The answer is it's virtual. It requires basically a week of so many hours per day. There is a course syllabus. All of the materials are available through the training modules inside of the Lean Stack platform. So you can read ahead. You can study the materials. They are sort of a microcosm of these playbooks you asked about. So it's so the coaching training is again built in this very robust technical platform that really walks you through it. Now, it is a live hosted session that they require you to participate in the most significant number of those days events. However, you can also do self-study, but they do have a requirement. You can only miss so many hours or so many sessions to be able to get to the coaching certification process. So again, virtual, but Ash, who is the founder, CEO of Lean Stack, he delivers the content himself. and he is just super knowledgeable. Having built it, he's also developed the tools from his own startup journeys.
Mhm. That is certainly very credible. With that, we're going to continue conversation along these lines because Elizabeth and I are going to move into presenting another certificate. And this is the first time we will launch this. It's a new certificate that was launched just here, well, some months ago, I guess, by our company Growthwheel, and it is the Business Advisor Certificate, the BAC, which is a professional development certificate to become a trusted advisor, as I'm going to say a little bit more about. First, let me introduce ourselves, and since I'm already have the mic, I'll start by introducing myself. I am David Maddy. I'm the founder and CEO of Growthwheel International, serial entrepreneur and business coach for 30 years plus. I've trained around 4,300 business advisors around the world. We train about 400 a year in more than 65 countries. And I created the program that we're going to see now, as well as the Growthwheel certification that some will be familiar with as well. And I have a background from business school. And I will be presenting with my long-term colleague, Elizabeth. So Elizabeth, do you want to say a few words about yourself as well?
I'd be happy to. So I was a business advisor, and I worked with a business incubator. We had an international trade center at that university. And so I was there for 8 years, and then I left and I started a brand new center, and I was the director of that center for 11 years. So I have a master's degree in counseling psychology. So I always love to figure out how to help people change and how to do things differently. So that's really what psychology is all about. So I am a certified incubator manager and also certified global business professional through NASBite as well.
Right. And change is exactly what we are going to talk about, because no matter what tool you are using, Lean Stack, Growthwheel, Business Model Canvas, Seven Sigma, SWOT analysis, old-fashioned business plans, or whatever you might be doing, you need to certainly have those technical skills. This certificate is different. This is a new certificate we created that is about becoming a trusted advisor. So this program is focused on interpersonal skills, not the technical skills, not the professional skills, not the business skills, but all the interpersonal skills. And since we just launched this program early this year, we are already having 6 partners that we're offering this in partnership with: America's SBDCs, the Association of Women Business Centers in the United States, with the VBOX, this is the Veteran Business Centers, with APTAC, that is the Technical Assistance Centers for Government Contracting, EBN, this is the European Business Incubation Network, and also I will be presenting at the Arab SME Summit in Marrakesh in December in partnership with United Nations ESQA for the region, and we are looking for more partners who will offer this program with us. But before we get to the program, I think we owe everybody, Elizabeth, to just say a few words about Growthwheel, and I will try to move the slides here as you speak. So for those who don't know Growthwheel, what can you say about it?
Yeah, we are used in quite a few different economic ecosystems, as David was just describing. So with the small business development centers, women business centers, chambers of commerce, export advisors, and many more, including incubators, accelerators, industry incubators, and even university incubators. We even work with professional service providers, business consultants, coaches, CPAs, and then sometimes some angel investors, banks, and other lenders, also in the academic world. So those are all the different kinds of organizations that use Growthwheel. We've trained more than 4,400 business advisors since 2008. And we are used in all 50 states in the United States, but also in 68 countries as well around the world and counting. And so what we have is a certification program. And so that is where we want to help you to advise your clients, your entrepreneurs with confidence. We also have business tools. So it's a whole library full of business tools that you can use to help clients to brainstorm, to figure out their priorities and move them forward. We have an advisor CRM system platform. So it's one platform that you can track your clients' work, have reporting, and all of your interactions with them. And then we also have an e-learning platform as well. So we want to be able to teach clients really quickly the basics of business. So we have all of that. But today we're just talking about the advising side, where we want you to have that certification program to advise with confidence. And so that's where we have our business advisor certificate program is what we're chatting about today. And
That's
so
right.
this is really about helping you to develop those interpersonal skills, become a trusted advisor, as David said. And there's great reasons to do it because, again, we want you to be able to advise with confidence, have the certificate documenting your skills. And I know when I was a business advisor and a director of a center, I was required to have a certain number of professional development hours each year. So that really helps with that as well.
All right, so let me say a few words about the program. The question that we all think about if we're on the industry, if we're advisors, is how we can become trusted advisors to our client, someone that the client will confide in, someone that the client will come back to, someone that will have a relationship going for years, so that we can really, truly be partners in building the business. And it's a challenge to get all the technical skills an advisor need. I think we just heard a great example of how something like the lean stack can be one way to get these technical skills. And there are so many skills even included in that will be needed to be a good business advisor. However, building trust is also a matter of interpersonal skills. And we all wish really to become trusted advisors to our clients. And that's why if you are a business advisor, you also need to strengthen your soft skills as a business advisor. And that's why we launched this business advisor certificate that has 6 modules that I'm going to say a few words about. So the first module is called The Job to Be Done. And this is about how we master the customer journey. So to be a trusted advisor, you need to create trust all the way through the customer journey. You would tell your client that they define a customer journey for their customers, but you as an advisor also need a customer journey, and all the way from taking people in to recording impact. The second module we have is about making advice work. And if you are a business advisor, you know that advice works when you empower the client to take ownership. So rather than being the advisor that is telling clients what to do, you can be someone who gives the client ownership of the decision-making and create more impact that way. That's another skill set right there. The third module in this new certificate is called Your Mind at Work. This is how your own attitude can influence the client's mindset. And of course, what we want clients to have in order to help them is a growth mindset, not a limited mindset. And in this workshop, we look at how you can manifest different positive mindsets as part of your interpersonal skills. The third module is called Keep Them Coming Back, engaging clients for the long haul. This is really about how we engage clients. Sometimes you may have experienced clients show up, they don't come back, they don't do their homework, they're not engaged. And in this workshop, we're looking at how we can engage the client's minds as well as their hearts and make an easy path for them to make the change. The fifth one is called How to Be Likeable. Now, if you are a business advisor, you are probably already likable. You are in the service profession, so you need that. But we are looking at this in this workshop on how to create a closer connection with the client by being more intentional about building trust and rapport. This is about listening skills. It's about empathy. It's about body language. And lastly, we have a module called Ethics and Beyond. This may be the deepest foundation for creating any trust, that you know your ethics, and that this is not just a statement on the wall or a document with a code of conduct, but something that is present in the conversations you have with clients. So the way this certificate works is that you are going to take 3 modules of your choice. And after you completed 3 modules, you will have the certificate. We are currently doing these live on Zoom. So every single month, there's a chance to join a 2-hour session to get one of these modules. So again, 3 sessions of 2 hours, a total of 6 hours will get you this certificate. We do not have it on demand yet, but we plan it in the future. But what we do have is that we do them in person as well. So with our partners around the world who are doing conferences, we will show up in person for some of them and do trainings as we have just done, I think, a handful of times so far in the UK, recently around the United States as well. So that is the program. And if you are interested, you can look at businessadvisorcertificate.com and see the upcoming dates, both for online and in-person options. The way that all the workshops are working is in a format over the 2 hours where everybody's making a self-assessment first of their current confidence. We are exploring the subject, and then we're using the advisor's insights as a key part of the course, because everybody who's taking this certificate is experienced advisors who have lots to share. We introduce frameworks and tools, and we're going to just take a peek at some of them a little bit later. We have a timeout, and then advisors get the chance to really dive in and make decisions about how they want to change the way that they work as an advisor and make use of the interpersonal skills. We wrap up with a self-assessment again, so we can actually measure whether the confidence have improved during the workshop. Each of these modules are $250, so the whole certificate is available for $750. And you would need to renew this certificate annually if you wanted to come in and keep this certificate so you stay sharp and improve your interpersonal skills year by year. Then next, what we're going to do is we're going to give a little bit deeper insight into some of these modules, and we have picked 3 that we're going to give you a little bit closer look at, so you can get a better feel for what it is. And Elizabeth, I think you're going to kick us off and just say a few words about one of the modules, the one called The Job to Be Done. So let me hand it over to you. And I don't know if you want to share your own slides or you want me to roll through.
I think you can roll through. I think we're good that way. So yes,
All
the
right.
job to be done. This is about that onboarding to impact, because the question can be, how do we create a great counseling experience during the client's journey so that we make sure that they understand where they are in the process and we're kind of moving them through. The challenge can be that you've got to service clients with very different needs, because, you know, once you've worked with one client, that's that client, but you may have another entrepreneur, they're in a different place. We're always going to meet our clients where they are and try and guide them as best we can. But the real problem is, how do we have a flexible process that's going to cover all their needs? So we make sure that we're not missing something. So one size doesn't always fit all. And that's why we want to have a design that's flexible, but also standardized through the client's journey. And so we have tools in this particular one where we talk about, you know, how do you create great expectations and great onboarding as the client's coming in and creating that scope of work, and how do you share resources and how do you guide them? And then you're making sure that you've got evaluation and reporting. So what are you going to be doing to improve that entire process and that entire workflow from the beginning of the client working with you all the way through to their launching their business and they're out and running it in their community?
That's right. And then we finish off with the participants sitting down with that second tool and mapping out the journey. So when advisors leave the workshop, they have mapped out their journey, they have looked at how to improve it, and they have an action plan for how to move forward with that. I'm going to say a few words about the second workshop here called Making Advice Work. And that is really the question about how you give clients ownership of the decisions and actions. And it is a challenge that, as most advisors work, that, you know, telling the client what to do doesn't always work. You may have vast experience in an area, in an industry, as a business advisor, as an entrepreneur, as an investor. So maybe we as advisors know the truth, the right approach forward and so on, but it doesn't always really help. The real problem is, how do we let the client themselves find the way forward for themselves? Now, we know it's a fact the client will only change if they take ownership of their business decisions. And that's why we look at this workshop, how we can shift from offering specific recommendations to explore alternative options with the client. So they get to make the choice, and we facilitate the process by offering these different options. So the tools that we work with in this particular workshop is looking at alternative advisory styles and the different kinds of behaviors that we have as advisors. And we show a framework where we can choose 3 different roles. We can be the traditional consultant, the person who makes recommendations, who produces solutions, who make the work. And sometimes that is the role we play, because sometimes the client is not ready, they don't have the skills, and they expect for us to be the ones who deliver the results, and that's what we are paid for, or maybe what our program is paying us to do. On the other side of the spectrum, we may have someone who chooses a coaching style. And when you're a coach, you really don't give any advice. You're just asking questions. What would you do? What do you see as the best path forward? If you were to do something different, what would you do? And it doesn't really make use of your expertise, and shouldn't, because the whole idea is that you empower the client to find the answers through questions. Now, for some, this is not, valuable enough. So there is a third alternative in the middle, where you can become a facilitator. You are someone who directs the process very specifically. And I want to make a link back to what we heard earlier with the Lean Stack. Using a tool like Lean Stack is one way that you are a facilitator. You're not just asking open-ended questions. You're taking your clients through a specific process where you require them to produce deliverables, to answer questions, and work through to that solution. That can be done with Lean Stack, with Business Model Canvas, with our own growth wheel tools, or even with a SWOT analysis. But it's a directed process where the advisor is much more in charge than with the coach. Again, in this workshop, we have a tool so participants get the chance to analyze their own advisory style and decide when they want to apply one of those different approaches to being an advisor. So again, they leave with a clear action plan for how they're going to change their advisory style. But then, Elizabeth, we have one more.
We do. We have one about their mindset. And so how can we help and transform our clients' mindset? So the challenge can be, how do we help support our clients developing a mindset that's really required for them to be successful in business? So it helps them to think more in a more resilient way, so that when they experience setbacks and things that happen that every business will have, how can we keep them moving forward? Because the challenge is, of course, it's not easy to change other people, but really we want to make sure that we're going to change ourselves and how we are thinking about it. So we want to really practice what we're trying to preach to our clients there. And that's really what we're kind of looking at. And so with this particular tool, we want to make sure we want to be a role model for our clients' mindsets and helping them to think through what those are, the different mindset options are. And so we've got different elements of this, and we've got some tools here that we share where we talk about these different mindsets. We talk about elements of the mindset: attitude, assumptions, behavior, habits, values. We think about all of those aspects of it, of what can be helpful in terms of moving forward and thinking that. But we also talk about with this other tool where we talk about questions that can change perspective and a positive mindset. Let's see how easy this is to do this. Or having a more open mindset. Let's look at all the facts that are here. Thinking more creatively. Let's find a better way. How can we think outside the box? How can we combine things in a new way? There could be a mindset that's going to be action-oriented. Let's get started on this. What needs to happen first? What are the steps? We can have a critical mindset. And so, let's improve these weak points. What could go wrong? Why has this not been done before? What are our blind spots? Or we might want to have a more of an empathetic mindset where it's just thinking about it. Let me see it from your side. What needs are important to you? What's your perspective on this situation? So they've got these questions that we can think through. And then we also have a tool that we're going to say, okay, let's talk about these different mindsets. What should you, stop or to do or say to apply this mindset? What should you start doing to apply this mindset? And what should you continue to do or say to apply this mindset? So, what is their current practice with these 6 different types of mindsets? And what might be the most ideal way for them to move forward with that?
Thank you, Elizabeth. And that is just 3 examples of the workshop called the Client Journey, Client Empowerment, and Client Mindsets. Today, we won't go into the details of the content of the client engagement, the client connection, and the client ethics, but all that is available on businessadvisorcertificate.com if you wanted to explore that a little bit further. And that is what we wanted to present here today for this community, the option to take this certificate or maybe even to become a partner to offer this certificate in your region, the same way that we work with other associations and are in the process of establishing a partnership right now in many different countries. All right. So with that, again, I think we want to open up for questions and see if there's any comments here. Patrick, I want to start with you, at least to give you the chance, or maybe Tom, if you are, I see you went back on screen. Anyone who may have any questions or comments, we'd be happy to start the conversation.
Well, my first thought is it good? What size companies is really good for? The garage people thinking about starting a company, or someone's pull the trigger, maybe have 3 or 4 or 5 employees and looking to scale to 100. I mean, what do you think the sweet spot in terms of the number of employees that the CEO is going through?
Would this be a question, Tom, for Patrick or for ourselves?
Anybody.
Yeah.
For everybody.
I think, Patrick, it's a great question for you in terms of the lean stack. Can this tool be used by companies of any size, or is there a sweet spot, as Tom says, for where the lean stack should be used? What do you say?
I think the teams are generally smaller size. Sometimes founders are just a small handful in the early phase. Where large numbers of folks have been involved, you might have already succumbed to innovator bias and built a large solution and missed the problem definition phase. So that's an opinion, but I've seen that more than one time, not only in my own startups, but in those I've counseled. Smaller and earlier stage is what I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I might add a perspective to that in that even when we are dealing with large companies, right, we see that sometimes when they are innovating, they become startups again. Now they have to go through those same things, even if it's a large organization. They may have a department, they may have a development team, an innovation team that seems to be starting from scratch. Another example relevant for many of the participants today may be going international, where again, we see that even large again, they have to look at customer segments for the first time. Maybe in your words, Patrick, or the lean stack words, looking at early adopters. If you're going into a new international market, who would be your early adapters? Maybe your value proposition needs to change when you go into a new market, right? So in that way, when companies undergo that kind of changes, we may see them as startups again. In terms of applying the question, Tom, for what we are doing, of course, what we presented here is a training program for the advisors. But maybe, Elizabeth, you can talk a little bit about, in terms of having an advisor and having an advisor, a trusted advisor, do you see any difference if someone is an early startup that hardly have a business yet, or maybe someone that has been in business for a long time? Is there a different way that advisor needs to create trust, or what would be your perspectives on that?
Well, I do think that for the startups, they need a lot more hand-holding. They really are, at an earlier stage and a little bit more vulnerable, and maybe a little bit more insecure about what they're doing. So a lot of times there's a little bit more emotional support that's necessary for them versus a business that's been around for 10 years or so and is saying, hey, I've got an opportunity I want to take advantage of, and I want to work with you to help me to maximize that. So I think it is a little bit more of a helping the clients with those insecurities for those startups when they're not sure. And the more confident, more time they've been in there, they're a little bit more like, okay, just the facts, and we can get there.
Right.
Yeah.
So
well,
would you
again,
say
where context is, I help companies all the way from iCore up to, I work with Edward Lowe from second stage companies, and there's always a mix of tools, from business model canvas to what he has to, I always think of iCore next. What do you do with these companies once they graduate iCore and done 300 interviews and are developing? And as the CEO's skill sets change, what they got to focus on, how they spend their minutes, I do a mix of business coaches at some point, and I make them go through a DISC assessment and look at themselves hard. And again, in terms of the fit, I add a fourth fit, which is founder fit, to figure out when they're really, where should you delegate what you're doing to someone else and stay at what you're good at. And so I'm always looking at new tools, and these are both very interesting, to me, just from a curiosity, again, how I can implement them and when, where, and how, But good job, both of you, by the way, in your presentations.
And thank you for that. But
Thank
yes, Patrick, please. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to say, David, thank you, because my experience is what I was speaking to with much smaller, earlier stage firms. But certainly, I would think in corporate innovation efforts, they often are challenged given that corporate culture, if you will, and sort of the inertia that they are inside of. Entropy is another factor for them to overcome. So I really think that breaking the mold of a larger enterprise with multinational operations and maybe entering new market segments globally, those are great challenges to use these tools such as Growth Wheel and Lean Stack. Lean Stack tends to be more nuts and bolts, but I think what you exposed us here today from Growth Wheel is fascinating to me. I've had a client who was in soft skill development and training. And so I really saw some of those concepts within your deck. And kudos to you all for addressing other components of the needs of the ecosystem. I think that's excellent.
Well, thanks so much. I guess we ourselves were in a space where we were innovating. And I was thinking when you were presenting, Patrick, I was thinking exactly about how we went about this and how we try to find early adopters. And again, for someone like us, those early adopters were through partnerships. So we found some of our existing clients for our other Growth Wheel tool products like the SBDC and the Women Business Centers and others that I mentioned. And we saw that we already had trusted relationships. And with them, we could get to early adopters, right, through such organizations. So I think that's just a great validation of, how we were using the lean startup approach without knowing necessarily that approach. But this was what certainly took us off the ground. I have another comment to what Tom said before, but I want to also open up for options. And I do see we have a question here, or that's a comment actually, in the chat. E. Sayed says, thanks a lot for this very good conference. And I think that is not only for us here today, but for all the presentations that has been here during the day. Is there any other comments before I will speak a little bit to what Tom said just before? So what I want
is been a very timid crowd this year.
Of course. Certainly, we have participants who are very loyal and stable and has been here through the entire day. And because of the amazing stretch of this conference over hours and continents, of course, we have exactly the right group here with us just now. Now, Tom, you mentioned that this idea that you're always on the lookout for different tools. And now that I've been in the industry myself also for some handful of years, I think it's interesting to take a perspective on the trends of tools that are out there. And Patrick, I'm sure you also have insights into this and personal experience for the many years that you have been in the industry. And one thing I'd like to talk about recently is giving the SWOT analysis as an example, because it's still going strong. And I researched it recently, and the SWOT analysis came out in 1965. And at the time, still obviously, it's still going strong, possibly because of its simplicity. And we could also argue that it's too simple. After all, it's 4 squares with 4 questions. But one of the things that, from my perspective, was revolutionary about the SWOT analysis was that it was put in a square. Because you could have had just 4 bullet points. Tell us about your strengths, tell us about your weaknesses, your opportunities and threats. But when I think it was the Boston Consulting Group, maybe that, or some consultants from there that came out with it, all of a sudden it became a framework, right? And I'm not sure, I wasn't around in 65, certainly not as a consultant, but I wonder if that was the first example of a visual framework where someone gave us the opportunity to think differently because of the visual framework. And I think if we take a step all the way up to the lean stack that you presented, Patrick, it is also a visual framework on one page, right, that asks questions that we already knew. There's nothing new about customer segments or value proposition or cost structure or, market segments, resources, partners, and so on. But something magical happens when we see it in this framework, right? It just changed the way we look at things. And Lean Stack came after business model canvas. There's growth field. There's the balance scorecard. There are different kinds of tools out there. So I wonder, Patrick, if you have any perspectives on this aspect of things being visual, or even a perspective on, can you notice any trends in tools coming out, decade by decade, a new tool replaces other tools, our language, the way we talk about things change, even if we have some of the same concepts. I'm very curious to hear how you see that over such, several decades.
Well, thank you for the nod to several decades. I guess my first startup was 96, and it was a tech startup, and I don't remember any of this literature, at least not in my sphere of knowledge whatsoever. Certainly SWOT was around. The old long form business plans were around with topical indices that were pretty standard amongst, kinds of services like the Small Business Development Center, which Elizabeth has great experience in. And so those are the tools I learned about. And then I began engaging with different organizations and found myself reading a pre-publication copy of the business model canvas with Blank and Oster. I can't remember the other guy's name, but yeah, the famous creators of that document. I had a free PDF pre-publication copy, and I devoured it. And yes, you're right. The jargon or the words have evolved over time. As a CPA, I tend to be somewhat cynical about, revenue models, and especially in the creative authorship world, it seems like sometimes there's creativity taken with language because somebody wants to sort of put their stamp on concepts that have actually, like you say, these concepts have been around. We repackage them, we resequence them, but what I've seen is that the iteration and the evolution and the depth of how to do it that's been born out of real life experience. And that's the key part, I think. I loved Steve Blank. I still send people to his Udacity classes because they're free. I've got the 4 steps to the epiphany. I've got the startup owner's manual. I've got all that literature. It's on my shelf over here. Well, that's a background picture, but I have a bookshelf full of those books. And so, yes, I think there's value in all those tools. I promote them all, and I encourage people to study. And certainly, again, the foundations are pretty much similar, but it's the application of those concepts to do, step-by-step doing. And that when I said step-by-step doing, that was my cue to Ed Morrison to say something, because he's about strategic doing, which is another story. But anyway, that's my thoughts on those things. I apologize. I'm going to take a phone call from an advisory firm at 1 p.m. my time. So if I leave for a little while, I'll be back.
Well, we are certainly finishing our session within the next 4 minutes. And again, there is the opportunity for others here on the call, presenters or participants, to ask questions or bring out comments. Patrick, you also mentioned the long form business plans that used to be around. And Elizabeth, I'm sure you saw a lot of that in your time as a business advisor. How did you see the trend moving away from that? What really happened? Why is it that, these new tools that we've been talking about, why did they replace the business plan?
Well, I think that we know that clients, they don't want to write the business plan. So no one wants to write it. And then from talking to lenders, they don't want to read it. So it's a lose-lose situation. So there's not a winning spot there. So I think that's where it became, where it's like, what can we do that's going to really be streamlined? It goes along with that lean concept of what is the least amount that we can do that's going to still show the client knows what they're doing, that they're worthy of having that loan, that they're going to be able to pay it back, and explaining that. But I think that's really what came about, and it's just made it so much easier to kind of streamline it. And what's, again, is almost like that minimum viable product, is that minimum viable plan that you can use and go to the bank.
Yes, thank you so much. I like your statement about both sides. This is what I realize in my conference also. When I send the agenda to all speakers, okay, the speaker receiving agenda, they don't want to read. They don't know their place, they don't know their time. And before the conference, they said, oh, I don't know where is I am. Oh, it's PM Morea. I told him already, I sent you the agenda. He told me, we don't have time to read. And if they don't want to read and they don't want to write, it's a problem, really. We appreciate that.
Yes. Well, that's why visual models come in, and that's why I want to finish today by thanking Patrick Rooney for presenting this visual tool. And this conversation has once again been amazing. Once again, Dr. Hanadi, thank you for bringing this amazing crowd of people together to have such an inspiring conversation. We have had the insights into the Lean Stack tool and the certification program around it. We moved on to look at another kind of certification that has to do with interpersonal skills. We got to discuss the trends of tool making. And thank you, Tom, also for your great questions and for kicking us off in having this conversation. So thank you for everybody who is here. This is my last session at this conference, but I'm sure I'll be back next year. And
of course, and
longer.
I hope you can waiting with us till the end, David, if you have some time.
I will stick around a little bit. For now, I'm going to hand over to Beverly, and good to see you again, Beverly.
Yes,
hi,
Professor Beverly, hi.
A veteran here at the conference, so I was pleased to see that you were here once again. So I will hand it over to you. Thank you so very much.
Okay.
Thank you for all the presenters. Hi, Beverly, how are you?
Hello, that was fine. I'm sorry I missed the session, but I'm taking a Roman history course at the University of Chicago, and I had to leave that course to come here. So anyway.
Beverly, based on, as you discussed about the Roman, I've been in Bath. It's a city in London, in UK, and there are a Roman bath there, and there are the origin of the Roman bath. It was amazing. I visited this city 2 weeks ago. It was really amazing city.
Yes.
You need to visit this one.
I hope to someday.
Okay.
But we're ready for the next session then.
Go ahead.
Oh, yes. And we have 3 interesting people, and I'm really looking forward to listen to what they're going to say. The first individual, I see that, is it Mariam or Mariam?
Yes.
Is here. And with sixsuccess.com. Is that correct?
Yes, and with their group, the 3 presenters from one organization. Hi, Mariam, how are you? Nice to meeting you.
Hi, nice to meet you again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. Now, are you in Irvine, California? Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct. And me and Hossein, my co-founder, will present this session.
Oh, okay. That is perfectly fine.
Hello, everyone.
Would you like to go ahead?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you can share your screen.
Absolutely. Just give me one moment. First of all, let me take the opportunity to thanks everyone for this amazing series. I find myself among the amazing crowd that we can collaborate and learn from. My name is Hossein Tutunchi, but the name is not showing correct. Let me put my LinkedIn here for folks to have access to that. So my name is actually Hossein. I don't know if I can put it in the chat or not. I think the chat is disabled, right? Oh, it's here. My bad.
No, it's not disabled.
Okay. All right, so sounds good. My name is Hossein Tutunchi. I am the co-founder of a company called Six Success with Mariam. Six Success is an online incubation center that we established about 4 years ago. Share my screen. Let me know when you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. So we started this incubation center specifically to help first-time founders use their startup idea and immigrate to other countries such as Canada. So there are certain countries in the world that are growing, that are actually promoting technology and a startup to attract the top talent and, if you will, build the next Silicon Valley. One of them is Canada, and it's been an amazing ride for us to help founders from all around the globe to apply through this program and actually make their dreams come true. But with that said, we soon realized that there are other complexities and intricacies that comes with building a startup in a foreign country. So sometimes you build a startup where you live, you have a network, you have resources, you know the language, and that's challenging. But also sometimes you need to build a startup on the other side of the globe, and with the resources you don't know, but you have to rely on the network that you work with and the network that can support you. And also education becomes quickly a problem, because what you learn, and you might learn it in a different way or different setting in the other side of the globe, might not be applicable to the destination country. So in the past 4 years, we had the pleasure of consulting over 200 startups to go through that incubation center to land in Canada. And we learned that the traditional, let's see if I can, yep. So we learned that the traditional methods of launching a startups, lean a startup, agile, and all of that are not really applicable to all sorts of first-time founders. Because, for example, we had doctors, we had surgeons with 20 years of experience. They were experts in what they do, but now they wanted to launch in a startup and they didn't know the way. The education part, the traditional education that you have to go through in order to understand the lingo, the requirements, is actually taking a lot of time. So again, me and Mariam are the founders of this startup, and we realized that in order to help mass, basically, group of founders, new group of founders that are not trained in the traditional way, they're not expert or they're not aware of the traditional language of a startup. If you wanted to help them, and they're first-time founders, you need to develop a more versatile, more flexible framework in order to help them catch up. And we realized that the existing frameworks lack that versatility or this flexibility that they need. For example, first-time founders, they do not have a pre-existing data or experience. So when we help a founder to go through the incubation center, or someone who has access to books or other resources, at least they have the pre-existing knowledge. But they're first-time founders that are coming from other countries, other settings. They do not have necessarily that knowledge obtained, and there is a barrier that actually prevents the success of a startup, even if the idea is really good or the market is ready. The other one is the rapid technological advancements. So not long ago, like 2 weeks ago, for example, OpenAI introduced new wave of AI agents that you could actually build without training, without the need for training or programming or technical knowledge. And that right away not only killed a lot of startups, it also killed or eradicated sort of markets, such as copywriting is currently being affected. $1.5 billion annual market is being affected by this. And that shows that the traditional ways of going, learning startups and coming and build something might not be really applicable with new advancements in the horizon. And also adaptation of the remote and hybrid work environments. We used to kind of sit down together in an office, talk, collaborate, but with recent, COVID and other limitations, now people are actually embracing remote hybrid work, working with different time zones, and that's a challenge that might not have been seen in the traditional frameworks. So over the years and through a lot of practice, we realized that if we wanted to maximize the chance of success for a startup, for specifically first-time founders, we can actually walk them through this six stage framework that we developed and reiterated over 200 startups. And that starts by, always ideation and problem validation, mentorship, MVP, which includes build, test, and learn, and product market fit, sales and growth, and funding. So if we help startups sequentially to go through these stages and basically build what they're doing and learn what they're doing while they're building the product, it's the most effective method with short amount of time. And sometimes, for example, I give you an example about the funding. Like a lot of startups think that funding is a success, right? It's a milestone that they need to get funded. However, with new metrics and new startups growing with available technologies, not a lot of startups will need funding in order to, reach the scalability they need and the sales they need. And it's going to challenge the traditional way of growing and VC funding that as we know it. So over the years, we came up with a framework, this 6-stage framework that combines different small and different tasks at the different stages, like the categories that we understand it. And this is available here. So we developed these kind of like a small task in this 6-stage framework that we assign to startups and mentor them at each stage one by one to complete. And this will help them to shorten the amount of time that they need to go to market and also reduce the cost of development and launch. And I'm going to share that template with you in order to kind of share the knowledge and learn from your experience as well in order to optimize this framework. So going back to this, we tested this over 200 startups since 2018 that we helped them to land in Canada and start a business. And we kind of like followed the metrics that are important for the industry. And for example, first year in the market, second in the market, like the startups that didn't die after 1 year, that we set up as a milestone. And then we search for the basically industry benchmarks that are available. And we realized that we are getting almost this amount of percentages, like an average 10%, from 1 to 10% of increased in different values that we've been following on these startups. And that showed us that it's really working versus a traditional kind of like methods and functions available. But we also set an interesting challenge for ourselves. So we know that this data is actually working for first-time founders, right? People that are not traditionally startup founders, but are learning to kind of like build a company, build an idea, and bring it to market. But we want to test that if this is something that we can do or improve our workflow with for serial entrepreneurs, people who have built a startup before, people who have been using traditional way of building startups. And with that, we started by ourselves. It's a work in progress, but we are building the first large language model for immigration. So basically, we're building and training a very accurate recommender system that as you set up an account on arrive.global, that's our new startup. You set up an account, you answer some basically eligibility questions, and let the AI recommend all global visas to you. So the AI will understand your skills, your interest, your capabilities based on the questions that you answer, and it will search global visa spectrum and visa and global mobility options for you, and then recommend them, which routes, which visas you can apply for. And the beauty of this is that you can select multiple visas at the same time. And then the next step comes in that the AI, because it's customized, it understands you, it knows your preferences, it knows your intricacies. It will create all the documents that you need for your immigration route tailored to you. I give you an example. Let's say you're going to immigrate through Canada startup visa. And as a part of that, government requires you to write business plan, to have resumes, to have market research. And the AI, because it understands your business, it asks some qualifying questions, it will write a comprehensive, tailored business plan for you that fits in with your role and your co-founder's role into the startup. So it's going to be actually helping people find new routes for their global mobility. And we're launching it for individual, B2Bs, and enterprises in next 2 months. And I highly recommend, if you find this interesting, please visit our website and sign up for waitlist. So once we launch, you have access to all that information. And like I said, it's a work in progress, but we actually set up 2 routes for building this. We ask a traditional kind of like way of building this startup. How much does it cost? The time to market and everything else. And also we consulted a external development and consulting agency to be our partner to kind of do it on the side and let us give us the report of the cost and time to market that they predicted. And also we ourselves are building the product and launching it and comparing the results. So far, the traditional cost estimate that we got from actually 4 developers and agencies is somewhere between $350,000 to $400,000 to build this technology in order to work and generate the revenue. And for us, we've spent so far around $37,000, and we expect to finish this by $50,000 as expected, like I said. And also the time to market, the traditional way is which is like agile combined with different teams, is about 1.5 years, but we're on par to finish this almost like in 5 to 6 months. So that right away showed that this method could be beneficial to startups and founders who have built the startups in the past. But we're testing that, and hopefully we find better ways to even improve it. Thank you so much, and I'm ready for the questions.
No, we will save the questions until the end when we all have presented, if that's okay.
Yeah,
yes,
sounds
we
good.
will do that.
Yeah,
that was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much.
Did the 6 success, the 6 come from the 6 steps you have? I'm curious for the name.
Correct. So we've been testing that for a while, and then we decided once we have enough of data, we're going to actually name that based on this, and the 6th stage, we're going to improve it over time and basically stick to it. So yeah, that's the name.
Okay, very good. Our next speaker is has a Age of Learning Incorporated, and it's Alizera, and you're pronouncing your last name, I'm not sure. Would you please pronounce it for me?
Sure, Beverly. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, so yeah, my name is Alireza Bolurci, and I'm with Age of Learning, and I'm glad to be here.
Well, I'm very interested to hear what the Age of Learning has to offer. So it's up to you.
Yeah, definitely. So I kind of like, I'm going through what the experience, I'm putting Age of Learning as a case study for the experience that I had. And also I wanted to thank Mariam and Six Success for having the great presentation, which is actually leading to what I have. So what I'm going to talk about today is navigating the growth journey from a startup to enterprise. So what I do with organizations, I join them when they are a more established startup and help them to go to the next level, which is a part that is usually getting missed. So just a little tad about myself. I did my background is computer science. I did my PhD in that major, and I've been serving as head of the Center of Excellence at Age of Learning for the last couple of years. And I've been helping startups for the last 5-6 years as an advisor, as an executive. So moving on to the next slide. So what I'm going to focus on today is going to be a scaling in an organizational leadership. So we had a great presentation about idea to launch and a little bit getting into growth. So I'm going to continue that with how to get from growth to expansion and establishment. 35% of the startups, when they reach Series A funding, they fail before getting Series B. And there are reasons around it. And that's where I help Age of Learning. Of course, like Age of Learning was a little bit more established than that, but I think the lessons learned can be helped for the rest of the organizations. So when we are growing, there are a number of challenges and milestones coming our way. One is delegation. When we say delegation, I've been working with CEOs and executives in different companies, large and small. I've worked with Visa, JP Morgan Chase, and a couple of startups, early stage and established. A problem that exists for managers, founders, executives is delegation. I've seen CEOs coming in and want to say their opinion about the color of a button on a page. We have UX designers who can do that. So that delegation is a big part of it. The other one is trust. I'm going to talk about this in more detail, just touching on them. When we are a startup, trust is there because I found my co-founder. I know them. I've been building trust over my life. Now I started a business. When we are growing, I hire someone and I need to build that trust. Process change. As we grow, we cannot run like a startup anymore. Culture maintenance. We want to stay like a startup, but culturally, so that we can survive in the current ever-changing environment. Agility, so that I'm always open to respond to change really fast with minimum cost, and market adoption. Of course, with the new generative AI, we see the market adoption is really important for every single company out there. So let's dive in a little bit more. So how do we evolve the structure of an organization? So I was in a startup. We were a number of co-founders. We had some early employees, and we were working together, and traditionally sat in a garage. But now it's remote. But we talk with each other every day. Now we are expanding. We need to look at our organization like a system. Every piece of this system needs to work with each other, so we need to find out how to build it. Dependency is the killer for every single organization. That's essentially one of the main reasons that the legacy organizations, that's what I call them, the larger organizations, they cannot respond to change really fast. They are very heavy. And the reason for that is the dependency. So what we do, we are going to clear that dependency, and I explained how we did it at Age of Learning. Also, find a way to bring autonomy to your team. So each team is autonomous and they can make decisions, act on it really fast, and move forward. That's the way that you bring that startup culture that you had into every single team. So each team is now like a startup. It looks really easy. It's one of the hardest things to change because people don't let it go. They cannot delegate. They don't trust the teams. So that's something I'm going to talk about a little bit more. Sustaining culture and communication. So I saw someone mention lean and maximizing the amount of work not done, and essentially maximizing by minimizing. Focus on an essential task. When we are a startup, everyone talks about MVP. Essentially, not everyone knows MVP. They know that they need to focus on essential tasks. As teams grow, we need to put that in the DNA of every single person in our organization. And a lot of startups fail just because of that, because people think, your employees think they are doing a favor to you to do more polish and do extra. They don't know if you have a prioritization, they might want to leave that, go to the next one. Every single organization will work on something, build it, and they find out it's not working, and they want to put it in, like, in the trash to start something else. So if you polish it, you're wasting your time and the time of the resources of that organization. So preserve the essence of your early communication style. Early days, I pick up my phone. If I'm in the same room, I go to my co-founder, talk to them. We pick up phone, we call each other, we respond, we send a text message. The next text message comes back in a matter of seconds and minutes. When we are an organization, a larger organization, I'm sure if you've ever worked in the corporate world, you send an email, 2 days later, no response, another email, then the VP and directors are involved and getting that result. Solve that problem. So as you grow, you need to build a communication way in the DNA of your organization. The next one is recognize the trust factors. So as I said, the trust when we are building a team is essentially there. You don't need to build it. I go and find people who I trust to build a foundation, but then I hire new people. How to build that trust? If you know Bob Gallen, one of the most accomplished Agile coaches, I had him for one of our teams to do a training on leadership. He was saying, extend trust till it hurts. So when we are working as a team, we should trust each other as much as we can and build a way to increase that trust over time. And one last thing is acknowledge the challenge of pivoting in later stages. When you're a startup, when you're in early stage, pre-seed or seeds even, changing and pivoting are much easier. As you grow, you're more invested. It's like playing poker. If you play poker, as you stay more, the risk is more, the commitment is more, and getting out is much harder. So mentally and resource-wise, you should be ready to know when to pivot. And when you grow as an organization in Series A and B, it's much harder to do it. So you build up your organization to be able to do that. So let's talk about Age of Learning a little bit. Age of Learning was founded about 12 years ago. It's been successfully helping everyone to educate the world. So that's our mission. We want to educate the world. The focus is right now on kids, and we are trying to help them learn as fast as possible. So over 30 million children finished over 6.8 billion educational activities over the years that Age of Learning have been working. What we did to become more and more successful over the last couple of years, some insights I want to share with you. So we focus on building a system, not a headcount. Indeed, we have less number of headcount than a couple of years ago, and we are growing faster. And that's because we built up a system. We empower the teams with autonomy and self-management. So how did we do that? We looked at the value streams, if you are familiar with that term. We looked at all the things that we do in the organization and the results. We separate them out as they are the independent products. We built our departments around those value streams. And then we had service departments, marketing, data analysis. But what we did is we said, your department are servicing, so you're coaching and mentoring, but we deploy people from your team inside each team. So each department can make their decision exactly on their own. So we built, and within each department, we help each team to be able to autonomously make decisions and push it through. So we pushed for adaptability and continuous improvement. The recent changes in AI, full power, using all of that within every single piece of the organizations. And the way that we did it is we built up the center of excellence, that we train and coach teams and constantly aware of whatever is going on inside the organization and outside. The bottom line is find the bottleneck and debottleneck your organization. Do that, go to the next bottleneck, and that's how we build up an organization. But we should do it consistently every day, and everybody in the organization should think about it in your organization. Oh, the last slide is about AI makes it much easier. With the recent changes, everything generative AI can help with a lot of things in process. And also, I've been helping a company named CatchUp to build up a management tool that automates, modernize, and decentralize management for the teams. So that way you can build up a team that has all these cultures within themselves and put it in their DNA. So you can scan the QR code to access the website. And now a call for action. Please go and think how you can help your organization to get one step more toward self-organizing and being an autonomous organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Let's see. Do we have our third speaker here? Mehdi
Shokui.
Shokui?
Yes, Shokui. Yes, I'm here.
Oh, well, my goodness. Well, that is not what your
How you doing?
says, Miriam.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mehdi Shokui. So do you want to start?
Yes, why don't you go ahead and start, and then we'll have time for discussion at the end of your presentation with all three.
Awesome. So first of all, thank you, Beverly, for the opportunity, and Dr. Hannadi for amazing conference that you built. And thank you, Mariam and Six Success team for inviting me for this conference. So currently I'm in Germany, Düsseldorf. I was speaking at a speech at a medical conference. It's one of the biggest healthcare conference in Europe. So I tried my best to provide one of my presentation that I already presented in one of the lecture before. I'm trying to share my screen, but for some reason,
you should be able to.
Let me see.
You are with the co-founder of Doc Technologies, is that correct? Yes, we can see it now. You're muted. Can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me right now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So hopefully everything goes well this time. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
All right. So sorry for these technical challenges. So my name is Mehdi Shukui. I have a PhD from University of Madison in the medical design and AI. In last couple of years, we had 3 successful startups in the AI industry that we had an opportunity to have a successful exit. In the healthcare, in the HR, human resource, and logistics using the AI. So in this session, I'm going to talk about the impact of the AI and entrepreneurship in the history, and what I have been using so far, and what I see huge potential in the future. So as you know, the AI just started like in last couple of years, and the beginning of the history started in 1930. So I'm going to go over the AI, the history of the AI, the development that happened in these years, and how AI is challenging the organization and changes in the organization, and how so far we had close to 300 unicorn startup, like they valued over 1 billion, and how they use AI to get to this point. So as you all may know, that AI is a machine ability to mimic human action, and there are so many activities that has been done. The basic of the AI is all about artificial intelligence, machine learning, and computing power. And the AI itself, it has different subgroups of AI, machine learning, and deep learning, that they all you saw in the daily uses, that like AI has been used in self-driving car, and they are using in the face recognition, and these days, and it's a buzz of ChatGPT and using the NLP. So in general, we have 4 types of AI. So it's an evolution of the AI in the history: reactive machines, limited memory, theory of mind, and self-aware, which is like they call it super AI, that people are trying to completely like all the decision making of the human can be happen by machine. So AI can be used in the different fields, like robotic, expert system, speech, machine learning, generative AI, planning and optimization, and NPL, and natural language and processing. So in the companies that I've started in the healthcare, we use the vision and robotic. In the human resourcing, we use the planning and optimization and generative AI. And in the recent one, we are using the speech. So the opportunity and challenges of the AI, so it automate all the routine tasks, improve decision-making, and personalized services. And as Hossein mentioned about the arrival and the new startup that they have, they are trying to optimize the administration work by providing a really organized way and serve the customer. The risk of the AI at the moment, that there is always challenge at the government level, that it's all about data protection, the privacy, ethics, and accountability, and there's a talk about job displacement. So in a close future, we are not going to have the current job that we have. These are all this stuff that happens in the AI, and when the AI happens here, what's the role of the entrepreneurs? What they can do to create more jobs? So let's look at the development of the AI in this year. So if you look at the history of the AI, it's almost started in 1930s, and we had so much development in the decades till now. And the buzz of this year and last year, it was all about the ChatGPT, the system that they can answer our question, and we can have a conversation with them. When we talk about the industrial revolution, we know that first industrial revolution happened when the steam power started in 18th centuries, and now we see that then we had the electricity, then we had IT and .com bubble, then we have Internet of the Things, and now we are talking about the AI and how the system and machine can think like the human. So when we talk about the AI, there's a stage of development for AI, and we as an entrepreneur, we need to understand how we need to consider these stages. In the AI community, we are talking about like weak AI, strong AI, and super intelligence. which is artificial super intelligence. That means the full control of the machine that they can think like human. The works that some people like Elon Musk that they try to do with the Neuralink, that they implement the sensors in the brain. AI can help to think, to retrieve the information from past, edit the information in your brain. These are all about the super intelligence that can happen, and we are not there yet. But based on all the research that's happening, there's a huge chance that we can get there. At the moment in 2023, we are all about talking about the weak AI. All the ChatGPT that is happening right now, there's all weak AI. It's not human-like cognitive. It's not human-like cognitive. They don't have human-like cognitive capabilities. They are getting there, but it's all, they have their own errors. So let's talk about the AI and the growth market that happens in last years. And based on this information, I want to connect the AI to the entrepreneurship and how founders and new founders, they create a new startup to ride this wave to create the unicorn company. So in 2022, we had the investment over $165 billion, and 52% of the companies invested 5% of their budget in the AI, artificial intelligence, in their business activity. 16% of the big corporation and enterprise value, they increased in the enterprise value of the private AI companies between 2021 to 2022. And as I mentioned, so far, till now, we had over 350 startup company that their valuation is over $1 billion, technically unicorn company. So when we look at the AI adaptation, so since this is the conference, international conference, I try to focus on a different region. And we are talking about the adaptation of the AI and exploration of the AI. So in the different region, China, they had a lot of investment to adopt, to have the AI adaptation. Following China, India, US, and other countries, they try to adopt AI in their system, in their country, and in all the IT facility that they have. So right now we have a buzz of ChatGPT. I'm sure that everyone heard about that. What is the ChatGPT? So I'm just gonna move fast on these slides. So these are the capability of the ChatGPT as generative AI. They have large scale training. They have contextual understanding. They have API-based deployment, personalization, and multiple use cases. So technically, you put input, the system gives you output, and there's some tuning based on the information that you have for the AI. Technically, you can talk with the machine, and the machine can give you the answer. So this is the working with the ChatGPT. Currently, ChatGPT, they can answer the question, translate, automate tasks, different tasks from like making presentation at the basic level, and you can integrate the like this system to customer service, chatbot for the websites, simple survey. So this is the current situation that we have for ChatGPT. So when we talk about the AI in an organization, so this is the current stat that IBM Global AI Adaptation Report reported last year, that 35% of the companies, they use AI, 66% and they have intention to use it. 54% of the companies surveyed are already saving time and money by using AI. And 48% of the companies surveyed report better customer experience with AI. So these are the top categories, top eight categories that, these are the AI as a helpful tool, application of the AI. They use in the customer service, call center, business processes, supply chain management, like Amazon, quality management, accounting, sales, marketing, and HR management. And these are the top, the most common application based on the McKinsey research that report that the main things that AI can cover is mainly the administrative work of different sector, from healthcare, from reading the radiograph to speech to text ability to this is the healthcare situation, to like other sector also they are targeting the automating the administrative work. So this is like the use case and what AI capabilities are companies deploying different things. It's just summarized here. And what's going on by as an entrepreneur, we need to look at what are the challenges when we are adopting AI in the big organization. What we are observing is lack of AI skill and limited knowledge impede successful adaptation. So when we are targeting the organization that they have over 20,000 employees, 30,000 employees, when the employees, they knew how to use the Google search, they knew how to use the Office PowerPoint, there is a delay and gap to adopt, to teach and train employees to use AI system. The adopting AI at the moment has a high cost. There's inadequate tools and platform in all organizations. There's a complex project, high data complexity, and the confidence. So high cost, as Hossein mentioned, for the new venture that they have, just simple integration and cost for like $500,000, just for the showing the minimal viable product. So this is the AI maturity in companies. Level 3 is there are companies like DeepBrain and Google. Level 0 is non-automated companies. So companies like Subway or you name it. There are so many companies out there that they're not using AI yet. So there are when we are using the AI, there's as you know, there's a cycle for doing that, and there's so many iteration to train and the model for the AI to make sure that it's a really good fit for that organization. And typically this process takes a lot of time. And there are so many prerequisites for introduction for the big organization and to implement AI, from weakness in the process, solid infrastructure as a basis, volume of data cleaning, linking data and process, and employee involvement. All this process is one of the big investment for the big organization that they are in the market so far. And as a new founder, these are the biggest opportunity that people are trying to help out big enterprise to integrate AI technology in their system. So these are like talking about the competencies that we need to have in the big organization. And in terms of the entrepreneurship and the creating job in the AI, I would like to talk about what are the high valuable startup that we noticed in last couple of years, and how they start up companies and they become unicorn.
You have 3 minutes.
Sure, it's going to be done in 3 minutes. One of the process was the customer service. They use the AI for the chatbot request. And other areas of the application that we see that startup and entrepreneurs and they're creating companies is AI in the healthcare, for reading the images, for reading the videos, for simplifying the text for doctors. These are all the opportunities that exist. Then we have AI in retail sector. Amazon is one of the pioneers that they are doing that, and that are improving the process. We have AI in energy supply, and close to 30 of these startup companies that are focusing in energy. AI in the service sector. This is another opportunity that people are doing a lot, the business process, call center, and also AI in manufacturing. Amazon and other companies, they are using robots and AI technology for doing that. And AI in quality management is one of the big opportunity for entrepreneurs to find the unique ideas to start their own startup company, and AI in supply chain management. So the whole aim of this presentation, I wanted to cover the connection between AI and entrepreneurship, and how I personally use these concepts in last 3 startups that we sold in the healthcare, HR, and logistic. With that, I try to finish my presentation in 20 minutes.
Very good. You only had 15 and I gave you a couple extra.
Thank you.
Okay, and if you'll close the screen share.
Sure.
Thank you. So we can all go. So I had just a couple of questions. I always try to integrate the 3 presentations, and this has been quite a challenge to figure out something that applies to all 3 simultaneously. The first question I had was the idea that one of the things that you said in the first presentation, that it was primarily aimed at new founders, and then you mentioned that you were applying it to serial entrepreneurs. Approximately, are there more new founders of enterprises than serial entrepreneurs? I know an awful lot of serial entrepreneurs. That's why I was curious.
This is based on observation. I don't have any data, right? But I think with new technologies such as large language models like ChatGPTs and everything becoming so mainstream and easy to use, I think the number of first-time founders is gonna skyrocket. Like, it's the barrier to entry is so low right now, and even it becomes even easier. Like in a couple of weeks from now, people can build their own large language models, release it, earn income, and that requires no coding at all. And I think it boils down to how innovative the idea, the business model would become, right? The next frontier of companies, the billion-dollar unicorns, I believe are not those that rely on technology that much, because the technology is the foundation is being built, solidified, and released, right? Even, for example, large language models available right now, I give you an example like Falcon. Falcon is like ChatGPT. It's equivalent to ChatGPT 3.5, and it is free to use, right? You can use it yourself to build the technology. So it will eliminate the millions of dollars funding needed for a startup to go through and build such technology. So I believe, yes, the number of first-time founders would surpass the serial entrepreneurs that are into it, and also people that are building startups before. They're committed to do something right now. They're busy, and the chance of pivoting would be less than somebody is starting it with new advancements.
And I think that learning how to do it goes along with our second presentation, which was learning. And one of the things you focused on scaling up, but what about new founders like the first presentation? How does what you're offering go with them?
So I think new founders are having a tricky life now. Like, it was interesting. Our CEO was attending the Dev Day on OpenAI just last week, and he was saying, like, people were sitting there, and as they announced, the startup died right away, because like over the last year, a lot of startups started like creating a wrap around OpenAI, and then all of a sudden OpenAI did everything themselves, introducing customized GPTs, and they just died. So it's very tricky to find out what I'm doing is using it as a tool, not as a product. And that's going to be very, very hard to challenge. So I am expecting a lot of new founders come into play, but a new like startups like die right away.
Yes.
What I said is important to them is consider that lean startup mindset. I've been talking with a lot of new founders and they don't know their MVP should be very simple, just focusing on the most important thing to be done rather than building everything before testing it. So that's the main issue with every single founder I talked over the last year with. Like they just can't let it go. That lets go of the important, the non-important stuff and focus on the most important one is the hardest mind play that they need to work with.
Yes, it's AI is a transformative technology. There's no question about it. I was just reading that whereas coding used to be something that we said everyone should go into, but now you don't need to learn coding. You don't need that. So many of the things they were talking about, computer science is now not going to be the major to go to that it was before, because things are changing so rapidly now when you look at it. And when you look at as I said, the transformative technologies is one of the things that when you look at it, I don't think that we have even a full appreciation yet of how much this is going to impact our entire, shall I say, society, because I want to expand it beyond just businesses and the impact it's going to have on the future. I don't think we have a feel yet as to how much of an impact it is going to have in the future. And when you look at you talked about AI and the different things it has. There was a 2022 article that did a research on AI academic articles, and they said that they'd come up with 15 different definitions of what it was because it goes in so many different directions and it has so many different things. And I was wondering if one of the things in your presentation that concerns me is funding and the expense of it, because the amount of power and energy taken for many of these AI applications is really putting a strain on power grids.
Yeah. So the cost, it might be a little bit high, but the beauty of the AI at the moment, as Alireza and Hossein mentioned, if you want as an entrepreneur, you need to always look at the ROI. What's the return on your investment? So if you find a really niche problem that can make money out of that, when the revenue is higher than your investment, definitely those costs is really minimal. And you can cover all those stuff. As a simple fact is, if you can take any burden from doctors, the saving money that you have from doctors is gonna be $1 billion, and the amount of the money that you need to invest for the technology is just a couple $100,000 or $1 million. So technically, when we look at the big picture, the high level ROI, the cost that we still need for those investments, it's really minimal.
Okay. Do we have any questions for the audience? Anyone? I just want to make sure that everyone, would you like to ask each other questions?
I have a question from Hossein regarding it's really interesting platform that they built, and this is one of the big challenges for the immigration system all around the world, especially for such a great international conference that we are talking about. There are a lot of people that are living outside of Australia, US, Canada. So what is the future of this platform? How do you envision that people they're gonna use it and how they're gonna make their life easier, and what is your like revenue model?
Absolutely. Thanks, Mary John, for asking this question. Well, first of all, we envision this product to be helping primarily individuals to find the best route for their immigration and minimizing the cost as much as possible. In some instances, we're helping people immigrate through this platform for free. And something that's currently costing, $5,000, $2,000 through a traditional way, we can do it in $50, $100, because we're embracing AI to do all the heavy work for us and then leave the final decision to the user or lawyer. I envision that in future, because of the immigration is going to be embraced more and more, a lot of people are trying to immigrate and find new opportunities, especially after COVID. I think governments are also going to look at this in a way that this is a system that how they can utilize to improve their processes. You know, they're notorious for lengthy kind of waiting time. And I think it could be used for that. This direction, not only it might be our company arrived, but other, players also emerge that will play a role for sure. But I think the direction would allow users to, allow governments to think about it. And also regarding the revenue model that you ask, like I said, we're trying to make it free or very low cost for individuals. Then we have a model for immigration consultants and lawyers. And that's also going to be a revolutionary market or actually revenue model. We're going to charge per case. And it's going to be very minimal, like $1 to $2 per case. So we're helping you to actually make more money by, utilizing the technology and minimizing the cost as much as possible. And also we're going to introduce actually a innovative network effect in our product that lawyers could bring in new customers and actually benefit from other lawyers' income as well as a pool. So we'll be introducing that in coming months. And ultimately, we have enterprise version, which will help incubators to onboard the startups at larger scale and basically help them to complete this journey of a startup and growth, faster with less cost.
Well, Ali had to leave. He has another meeting at 2:00, and we have to turn our session over to Professor Bussler, who is here, who is going to chair the last session. I found it was very interesting. I really enjoyed all three of these presentations. I thought they were very unique, and I think they bring some interesting challenges that we're going to have to face in the future. So, Michael, I'm going to turn it all over to you.
Well, thank you, Beverly. I appreciate that. Okay, this is the last session. I believe we have 3 papers in this session. Let's look at my phone here. The first one is Umesh. Did I pronounce that? U-M-M-E-S-H, Umesh?
It's Ricardo Pino.
Oh, okay. We'll take that. Okay, Ricardo. I'm just reading the schedule they gave me. Okay, Ricardo, are you prepared?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, you may fire when ready, and please share your screen.
So, thank you very much. My name is Ricardo, and I'm heading business development for SOPACT. SOPACT is a social enterprise from Silicon Valley, and we are providing a platform for organizations to align, measure, manage outcome and profit. So basically, SOPACT is working with stakeholder-driven organizations to collect data directly from these stakeholders and analyze that data, making sense of the data. We work with different kinds of organizations, from foundations to nonprofits to impact investors, as well as corporates. So we say that we are building the infrastructure for the future of impact investing. And you might ask, what is impact investing? So impact investments are investments made with the intention to generate positive, measurable, both social and environmental impact alongside a financial return. It's a new trend since 2007 and is giving a lot of results in new entrants to this space. So beyond the return risk profile that investments have been looked at, now we have a new lens that allows you to see a third dimension, that is impact dimension. So you have different types of investments, from venture capital to more mature businesses, venture philanthropy. So you have a lot of different opportunities across different impact themes. So how does our platform work? We connect both data and into a dashboard for the evidence of this data. So your data can come from multiple sources. Our platform integrates with more than 200 sources, namely SurveyMonkey, Salesforce, Google Sheets, and other tools. And with that, we make it go through a semantic layer with the 5 dimensions of impact that we work with, and ultimately to share in a series of charts and visualizations a live dynamic dashboard. So you are able to have a direct connection between your data and the dashboard so that you start making sense of the data. I have prepared a short demo for you, and I'll start with a dashboard from one of our clients. So Talent Beyond Boundaries is working with refugees across the globe. So they are helping them to provide them with job opportunities in given recipient countries. So this dashboard is a live dashboard from this Talent Beyond Boundaries, where they integrate data coming from Salesforce, from a global talent directory, where they keep a directory of the different CVs of the refugees that have joined this platform, and other sources. So what you see here is live data. So you understand that, for example, refugees are coming from these specific countries and are going to specific countries as brought into the dashboard. For you to understand, the talent catalog holds today more than 78,000 CVs of the refugees. So this organization bases their impact into 5 dimensions, into 5 goals. These 5 goals start from the pathways that are open to refugees. So currently you have 4 countries that are able to accept refugees as part of this organization, and 7 other that are listed to become recipients of refugees. Then if you go into the second goal, just for you to have a sense of the data that they are bringing into our platform, you have total number of people that have secured a durable solution. So more than 1,300 people have secured a solution in countries like Australia, Canada, and the United Kingdom. You can see that they are coming from countries like Lebanon, Jordan, Afghanistan, and others. And with that, you see that total candidates that have secured a job are 635 up to now. So this is a live dashboard. You can see the evolution against these quarters, so that you see the different refugees that have secured a position in these recipient countries. So this is a live dashboard being in use by this organization. They work with us for almost a year, and they've secured a deal for 3 years. Means that they will be connecting their data for the coming 2 years and they have started with a journey that I will explain just now. So Impact Cloud, our flagship product, is composed of three main tools: the Impact Strategy app, the SOPAC survey, and the data visualization and analytics platform. So we will speak about each one of these, but I want you to understand that they are tightly integrated and allow you to integrate with sources like Google Sheets, Salesforce, or others to bring in historical data and other case management type of data so that you start making sense of this data. So when you dive into the platform, you can understand that you can build a strategy out of the 200 plus strategies that we bring in our platform. We have strategies ranging from climate, waste management, water management, financial services, land management, agriculture, energy access, energy, clean energy, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, affordable quality housing, health and human services, access to quality education, and quality jobs. So you can start by building a strategy. And what is a strategy? For us, a strategy is composed out of your problem statement, where you bring in what is the problem that you are trying to solve, and with that, what are the activities that you are developing in order to solve this problem. Once you build this logic model, it's as easy as defining the activities, defining the outputs, and defining the results or the effects on people and planet that are the outcomes. Once you are done with that, you are invited to build on your activity metrics, output metrics, and outcome metrics. But the most important piece is the data sources, meaning where will we be collecting data to verify whether or not you are achieving this theory of change. Once you are done with that, you are ready to go for the next step. The next step is the data integration. So you integrate with multiple sources of data, as I mentioned before. And once you integrate, you are able to have automatic AI insights over the data that you are collecting. So these automatic insights are giving you insights over quantitative and qualitative data, and they occur almost at the same time that you ingest the data into our platform. So if you are ingesting data coming from a SOPAC survey, for example, or coming from a Google Sheet, you have automatic analysis over the data that you have collected. And with that, then you can jump to the next step over the automatic data, that is to build an automatic dashboard over the data that you are collecting. So here again, I bring you a demo dashboard from a fund, impact investing fund that is investing in multiple sectors, addressing challenges like no hunger, clean water and sanitation, decent work and economic growth, sustainable cities and communities. So this fund is working across sectors and is composed of multiple investments. So this dashboard allows you to see the composition of these fund, and you can understand that investments are made into agriculture sector, economic development sector, water sector, energy sector, amongst others. So you can see multiple types of charts with this dashboard that allow you to make sense of the data. You can understand portfolio performance and growth in a series of indicators against time. You can also get into a more DEI type of dashboard that allow you to see women employment by country and their location on this heat map. Then, if you jump into the impact that this fund is achieving, this dashboard helps you to understand key indicators but then you can dive into the 5 dimensions. So the 5 dimensions are: who are the stakeholders? So a demographic analysis over the people that this fund is serving. What are the outcomes? So what are the outcomes that you are trying to achieve? In this case, access to healthy food, access to clean water, and finding a job. And then how much? What is the change that is occurring for these stakeholders against a couple of outcomes? So in this case, access to adequate housing, access to food security, and access to clean water. So these dashboards help you make sense of the data that you are collecting by visualizing and connecting directly to those data sources. So this is my presentation today. I'm open to any question. Feel free to reach out to me at ricardo@sopac.com. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions? Listen, Ricardo, I think what you're doing here is marvelous. The world has a very large refugee problem in virtually all parts of the world. And these people come to countries, or they come for reasons, various reasons, and they're looking for better opportunity. And it's very difficult for them to figure out where to even get started to find this opportunity. I think you're doing something here that's marvelous. It's a service that's really needed worldwide. You're going to be very successful, I'm sure.
Let me tell you that we are working across a series of different sectors. So the example that I brought to you from this Talent Beyond Boundaries working with refugees is just one of the examples of one of our clients. We have examples across skills developments, across racial equity, amongst many others. And we are serving a lot of global and US customers.
As I said, I think this is marvelous, certainly things that are needed today, and you're filling a service that where there's happens to be a large void. And whenever you're doing that, you're usually going to be very, very successful. You're to be commended for your efforts.
Thank you very much.
Okay, there are no other questions. We can move on to the next paper. Rob, is Rob here? Okay. The third paper is, I know I'm going to mispronounce this, so I'll apologize in advance. Aziriel Manas. Anadi, it looks like the other 2 people are not here.
Yes, no, Azirement is not joining. Because I see it. It's not joining. No problem, Professor Mike. Rob, it's there from the
Rob is
morning.
here?
I see Rob in the. Let me give a call.
Okay.
You can open the discussion, Professor Mike, with all the.
Open the discussion.
Brian is there. You can open discussion now.
Okay.
Till I found the rest of people.
All right, let's check where Rob is. So this is the end of this 3-day conference. I was very impressed with the quality of the papers that I heard. I wasn't able to attend every session, but the ones I could attend, I think the quality of the papers is excellent. It's always nice to see what other people are doing. And, you know, I'm in the US, and we get to talk now about a number of people outside of the US, and people are doing, I think, some marvelous things. I certainly learned a lot here, and it's stuff that I can take with me into the future. I made a couple of good contacts that I intend on pursuing in the future, and I know good things will come out of that. Does anybody else want to add something?
Yeah, it's just well done as usual. I appreciate all the new stuff that I hadn't thought about. I always leave there with a bunch of stuff in my head that I want to think about and try, and contacts I want to make. So very good conference. So thank you for putting this on for us.
Yeah, this is I think this is the fourth one, I think, and each one seems to get a little better than the one before. The quality, I think, of the papers, both from academics and practitioners, I think is excellent. And I like the blend of academics with practitioners, because the academics sort of think about how everything should be done. The practitioners tell you, well, this is how it's really being done. And I always find that discussion very, very interesting.
I'm glad to hear that. As a practitioner or academic, I find both sides mistrust me.
Not sure if that's good or bad.
Don't say that. We can learn from each other.
That's right. Exactly. You know, I'm an entrepreneur as well as I've been an academic for 30 some years, I think. But I've also have some businesses, as I mentioned in the last session I was in. Academia, I think, is a wonderful profession, very fulfilling, but it never seemed to pay enough to cover the spending habits of my wife and 3 kids. So I had to do something else. I was always fascinated by home building. I have an engineering degree undergraduate. So I got into home building, and now for the last 30 years, I only do 1 or 2 houses a year, but it's a much different mindset from academia to actually doing things. And I find that sometimes it's conflicting for me, but somehow I've been able to figure it out. Okay, does anybody have anything to add while Hanadi's looking for? I'm sorry?
3 minutes, 3 minutes, Professor Mike Mans will be coming in.
Okay.
Rob Gonda, I don't know. He is available whole day.
Yeah,
I don't
saw
know what
his name.
happened, but when a speaker is there, and the remaining time we'll make it open discussion and taking the photo together. No problem.
Okay. So in a couple of minutes, somebody will be here.
Yes. Professor Peter, any feedback? Brian? They become tired.
What time is it there in Kuwait?
I'm not in Kuwait. I told you I'm in Paris.
In Paris.
Oh, you're in Paris. That's right. That's right. I was supposed to be in London. So what can I say?
Hi, Miriam. How are you? Thank you so much for your presentation. By the way, Miriam, can you introduce your accelerators for the audience? You are a leading accelerator in the United States, and she have a great networking, and now they have a strong initiative about innovate in Europe, and they're making several events through Europe from one country to other country. Would you explain about this initiative?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Thanks for this great opportunity. Thanks for your invitation, Dr. Hanadi. Yes, we have a virtual incubator, as Hossein said. It's the name is Six Success, and Six Success help first-time founders for from ideation to idea validation, next step, and finally fundraising. And after that, we started our new startup, Arrive.global. Arrived help people all around the world to immigrate from their home country to any other country that it's a good opportunity for them. stats shows that more than 900 million people all around the world want to leave their own country because of the work, seeking work, any other situation that they have. They don't want to live in their own country. This is a very huge market without any help, without any, technology on that. It's a great opportunity. Many people all around the world need help to find the job. And many countries like US, Europe, Canada, Australia, they are finding for workforces. In these countries, they face with the shortage with the skilled worker. That's why we want to help people to find their new opportunity in the other countries and find the best for themselves. That's why we found Arrive.global to help people all around the world to find the best situation for their future. This was Arrive.global. And in the other hand, as Dr. Hanadi said, we started Innovate. Innovate, it's a group of about 1,000 people, entrepreneurs all around the world. And we started a kind of networking events from each city to the other city. And we help people to find each other, network with each other, find, entrepreneurship and a startup ecosystem. It's like a triangle. One of them is entrepreneurs, the other tech professionals, and the other investors. We try to connect these three kind of peoples with each other all around the world, all cities, city by city, city after the city. And now we, hosted more than 50 cities all around the world, and we continue that. You can find innovate.socal. This is our group. For example, 5 to 6 group of people in SoCal, South California, and the other people in Bay Area and Silicon Valley. And all of us are 1,000 people. And if you are interested to host the other cities, innovate in the other cities, you can connect with me in LinkedIn. I put the LinkedIn in the chat. You can message me and we can host more of these, kind of events to connect entrepreneurs, investors, and tech professionals.
Great, thanks, Mariam, for your initiative. It is really a potential initiative and significant for the entrepreneurs, for job creations, also for the countries, for also increasing the productivity and increasing the creativity and innovation. And we will coming now. It's Professor Mike. Thank you so much, Mariam. Be with us to taking the last photo for our event. And I hope all of you sharing this photo in the LinkedIn. That's easy for the Global Entrepreneurs Week, seeing all of us. We are celebrating in the Entrepreneurs Week because this is the week for entrepreneurs internationally. The new speakers is coming.
Yes, I think, is that pronounced Azrael?
Yeah, hi, I'm here.
Okay, the floor is all yours. If you want to share the screen, please feel free to do so. We're all ears.
Okay, great. So do you see the screen shared?
Yes, we do.
Great. Okay, so we'll start. So my name is Ajal Manis, and I'm an professional implementer of EOS Worldwide, if anyone knows about it or heard about it. So what we want to discuss today is about how to get a grip on your business and with the 60 components of EOS in an entrepreneurial company. So I'll actually share the model of how in EOS we help entrepreneurs, businesses, and organizations get what they want from their business. So the three major parts we help businesses with is vision, traction, and healthy. Vision means that doesn't matter if we have 5 employees or 250 employees, we want everyone in the organization, starting by the leadership team, being 100% on the same page with one clear vision and with a clear plan to achieve that vision. The second part will be traction. Traction means we have the right people in the right seats, putting their energy day by day to achieve that vision, and we have the ability to measure our work day by day that we are actually growing day after day. So the third one will be healthy. Healthy means a lot of companies actually put a lot of their effort on the smart part of the business and on the strategies, on the tactics, and EOS, we put a big major of our work, part of our work on being open and honest, because it happens a lot that you have this. I sit with leadership teams and they and you say, okay, let's deal with this issue, and they say, okay, don't upload that one. For 30 years we have it. It's gonna be a big mess. Just let's not go in there. We want to create an environment of open and honest. So then, when you have a great vision, everyone is agreeing on that vision, and you have the right people on right seats putting their energy to create and achieve traction on their business, and they're working together, so then your company or business will grow better. So the way we do it, it's with our model. It's called the 6 key component that I'll show next. Okay, so a lot of businesses, and this is what I want to show today, a lot of businesses have a vision in a way. They have a clear vision, they have a complicated vision, but they have a vision, but they don't know how day after day to actually gain traction and get things done. So this is the part I want to bring the vision down from sky to ground day by day, and seeing that we can actually bring this vision into reality. So I'll take you to the end of the journey in a company that's running with an EOS model in order to show you in the best way I could what's the EOS model. So Gino Wickman, the creator of the EOS model, discovers a lot of things when he creates this model. One of the things is that every entrepreneurial or every manager has about, in an average, 136 different issues in his head at the moment. It could be ideas, it could be problems, it could be challenges, it could be a problem with anything in his head. And he's trying to prioritize between all of them, trying to make his day through, thinking about what's the right thing to do. So by showing you the 6 key components I'll show next, when we are able to use the 6 components, all the 136 issues will fall into right places, and that leader or manager will get a grip, traction in his business. Another thing is that one of the discoveries of Gino Wickman is that 1 out of 20 entrepreneurs succeed living their ideal, what they meant when they opened their business. 19 out of 20 are running after the business, trying to solve problems, not living what they opened the business for, maybe making money or having pleasure or just succeeding in something. So what we want in this EOS model I will show next is to help the entrepreneur get a grip on his business and live his ideal life. So your business is in the middle. So the first part so the 6 key components. The first part is vision. Vision means simple, where we want to go, right? We want to have everyone in our organization clear about what's our vision in 10 years, 3 years, 1 year. What's our core values? What's our marketing strategy? So we'll speak about it. The second key component is people. Okay, so if I have a great vision, I need great people to achieve that vision. And great people, there's a lot of ways other people identify how I find the super employee or worker. So EOS has a very simple way to identify who are the right people in the right seats that will help us to achieve that vision. The third key component is data. Data means we have the ability to make decisions out of factors and measurables and numbers, and out of feelings or dreams or other. We want to see we want to control exactly what's happening, to know what's happening week after week, and not getting looking into the bank account or getting a report from our accountant once in 3 months and saying, oh no, what's going on over here? Okay, so that's the data. The fourth key component is issues. Issues meaning there's two types of issues. There's issues of long-term issues. Those kinds of issues we want to take out of our head. We're not going to deal with them in the next 90 days and put them in a parking lot somewhere. Once in 90 days, we'll go back to them and see if it came time to actually solve them or get them done. The second type of issue is to help us by the weekly day-to-day job to solve issues from the root cause of the issue, because a lot of businesses, they have issues and they have it for a lot of years, and when they have a meeting, so they're not able a bunch of times to really solve the issue. They discuss about it a lot. They discuss about it for years. They rarely really solved it from the root cause, real issue. So there's a tool for how to solve right issues. I'll soon show it. Then the fifth key component is processes. Processes mean any company has the way they operate, it works. So we want to define the core processes of the organization or business, and to check over and use a simple approach of not creating a 500-page book, just having a simple approach. Every process will document it in a 1-2 pages, 20/80 approach. And when we do the processes and we define what our core processes, so we want to know all the leadership team to agree that this process is the most easiest, simple, efficient, effective way for us and our clients. And then we'll make sure all our employees and all our workers follow this processes. Okay, so the 6 key components will be traction. This is the place we take vision down to ground, and we actually make sure that we're gaining traction in our business and we are actually getting our things done. So I'll actually now focus on the vision part and show how we create a great vision with a very simple approach, and we get it done every quarter. So the first tool we use for that, it's an 8 questions. The 8 questions, this is 5 of the questions. The next page will show another 3. So I'll go through them now one by one. This 8 questions, and an implementer of EOS, I help leadership teams to answer these 8 questions. And when they answer this 8 questions and they all agree around these 8 questions, we have a clear vision and a clear plan, and we actually gain traction. So I'll show how we do it. So the first part is core values. Every business has values. We want to define 3 to 7 core values, and they are over there, right? We want to discover them, we want to define them, and then we want to live with them, breathe them. Every employee in the organization needs to know what's our core values. We'll actually hire people with those core values. We'll manage them with those core values, and we'll also fire them with those core values. The next part is core focus. Core focus means 2 questions. First is, what's our purpose? Why are we doing what we're doing? What's our passion? I worked for the last 7 years in a nonprofit organization. I'll give as an example, their purpose was to empower people to achieve quality of life. So their niche was to educate families and businesses to achieve stability, financial stability. Okay, so that was their purpose and core. And we want, if we have 250 employees, we want everyone to know what's our core focus, because we'll make decisions with this in mind. The next part is a 10-year target. When I sit with 7 leaders in the room and I say, okay, what's your 10 years target? So some of them say, okay, let's be realistic. Well, 10-year target. Who thinks about 10 years? So it's very important, because when I ask the owner, tell me, the visionary, the guy who opened the business a bunch of times, what's your 10-year target? And they'll bring me like a big major number of millions or billions of dollars he wants to do. And then the finance manager will jump and say, okay, you're going too high. Let's be realistic. So that's the place we want all to agree on one line. It could be a 1 It could be a money goal. It could be a quality goal. It could be an operating goal. Whatever it is, I want all the leaders to agree on a 10-year target. 10 years, it's not. It could be that means that's what I want. That's what you want from your business. 10 years could be between the 50 to 30 years. It's up to the business to decide how long from now they want the 10-year target to be. It could be also a 5. It's a lifetime goal. Then it's one big goal. Then we have the marketing strategy. So there's a bunch, everything that I'm speaking now about, some of you know some of these tools. Those are very simple, easy tools, but the power of the EOS model is about how genius it is by getting every entrepreneur to actually implement them in a very easy way. All EOS is designed. Gino Wickman, when he created the EOS model, he said any tool that will be too complicated to implement in a business, I won't use. So he was looking more and more until he found very simple tools to implement. Okay, so the next tool is marketing strategy. So marketing strategy contains 4 questions. The first is what's the target market? The list, sometimes you have a few lists, but a target market means what's your profile of your ideal target market, right? How age is it, what he likes, and etc. Then we define the 3 uniques. Why do we define 3 uniques of your company? Because sometimes one unique will find another company that has the same unique. Second unique, sometimes we'll find another company that also has the same 2 uniques, but rarely we'll find a company that have all 3 uniques, and that brings us company out of the competition and makes us real unique. The next part will be proven process. Proven process is a illustration, visual that we could show a customer. Let's say we got to our target market. He wants us because he saw our uniques, and now he just needs confidence to know we are a professional business that could handle 100 or 1,000 customers. So we show him our proven process. This is the way we operate, and if you come to us, you'll get a professional service. So guarantee, it's the last part that there he knows he has the confidence, and he just needs the guarantee that to help him close the deal. So that's a marketing strategy. That leads us to the next question. It's the 3-year picture. We said we have a 10-year goal. So if the 10-year goal, we have it on place, where we need to be in 3 years from now. What's the future day? What's the revenue? What's the profit? What are the measurables we want to check out? And what does it look like? We'll make in 5 to 15 dots to that will clarify how our company needs to look like in 3 years from now. Okay, so that leads us to the next part of the VTO. 3 more questions. The first one is the 1-year plan. A 1-year plan means, again, here we'll look up to 3 years and we'll say, okay, 3 years from now, where we need to be in a year from now, what's the future day, what's the revenue, what's the profit, what's the measurables, and here the rule of thumb of EOS is 3 to 7. A lot of entrepreneurs like to put in a bunch of 50 goals. We want to have 3 to 7 goals that they define our most biggest priorities for the year. That leads us to the next part, the next question, that's Rocks. Rocks is the place me personally fell in love with EOS is Rocks. Rocks are priorities for the quarter, okay? So Rocks are goals for a quarter. So what's the future day? What's the revenue? What's the profit? What's the measurables? We'll put in 3 to 7 organizational Rocks, and we'll here add in another one thing is who in charge of every Rock. A lot of entrepreneurs feel like they have a bunch of things and they're back and they're trying like to give over to all their employees. The second they can have Rocks and they could work it out with their leadership team, and they know they chose together the Rocks for the quarter. So the Rocks are after we have a 1-year plan, we say, okay, what's the Rocks for the next quarter? Because when we have a 1-year plan, the natural human being is that we in a year it's a too long time, and we lose our focus in 3 months. So Rocks help us to prioritize and actually be on top of things for the next quarter in order to get to the 1-year plan. That leads us to the last part, that's the issues list. And the issues list, I want to show you a tool we use that calls IDS, Identify, Discuss, Solve. So we have every week a meeting pulse with a very clear agenda, a 90-minute, and a team starts in time, ends in time. The first part of the meeting is about reportings. What's going on with our rocks? What's going on with some measurables we made in? What's going on with to-dos with some of the teams? And then we go to IDS. We have a bunch of issues, and for 60 minutes or 70 minutes in a meeting, we IDS. A lot of teams discuss, not in an effective way. They go from one issue to another one, to the third one. They're going on tangent a bunch of times, and they don't really solve it. So before we go to solve things, we're not going to go to discuss before the manager of the team agrees with everyone on the team. They identify that the root cause of the issue is something. After everyone agreed that the root cause of the issue is something, then they go to discuss, then they go to solve. Sometimes when we don't identify, what happens is that someone brings up an issue and three people shout out some solutions. But when we stop and say, do we all agree that the real issue here is 1, 2, 3? Then a different person will jump up and say, no, it's something else. So then we know we didn't identify. And when we identify, we have a much more effective meeting and much more effective solutions, and we solve it for the greater good. When we solve a issue, it becomes an to-dos or rocks, and we track it every week and every quarter to see it's done. So that was the 8 questions of EOS, of the Vision Traction Organizer we use with teams to build vision. It was one of the tools in the 6 key components I showed before. There's vision, people, data, processes. Every one of them has 2 tools. I showed now 1 tool out of the vision. And I really think that every one of you, if you would use this tool, it could bring a lot of value into this company. So if anyone here wants to get a VTO for free, just send me an email to azrielmanis@usworldwide.com, or I offer a free 90-minute meeting with me to learn how your business can benefit from EOS, showing you all the 6 key components with all the other tools. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you.
Well, am I unmuted or muted? Okay. Excellent. That I found that to be very interesting. I'm wondering, that most of the companies that you deal with, are they relatively new companies or companies that have been around for a while and are looking to grow in the future, or?
Right. So EOS model, it's not for it's made up for companies with 10 employees to 250, not for startups, not for big companies. So that's that. And it's made up for businesses who have a good product in the right market. They just need to gain traction, just need to have a good, clear vision, just need to solve healthy problems in the team, because it's very natural when you have a few leaders working together that they become they have politics sometimes, they disagree on things. So you want to work them and get them it contains a lot of pain sometimes, to be very open and honest.
You know, I think the marketing strategy section is extremely important. A lot of entrepreneurs come up with products and some great ideas and some good services, but you have to make sure it's what your customer wants. So you have to understand the target market and to say, look, this is what I really want to do, but the target market wants something a little bit different. I think going through your analysis here will help them to understand that. So I think it's very, very important, and I can see a lot of companies find this very useful. I think it's excellent.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? I'm assuming Rob did not.
Professor Mike, before the question, we need everybody open the camera taking photo. Then we will enjoy last minute. The guy of the photography, please prepare yourself with the smile, with the smile. Brian, can you wake up, Brian? Sleeping. Brian.
Brian
Peter. Peter. Professor Peter? No problem. The photographic will give us, yes, go ahead.
Can I say, until they'll come up, can I say one sentence?
Sorry?
Until they come up, can I say, until
I didn't,
I'm
you
saying
speak with me or with the Professor Mike? Yes. Smile, the photographical, Mariam, smile. Where is your staff, Mariam? No.
Beverly, that's a very nice smile.
Yes. Professor Marco, we need your smile. Your president today is say thank you for our conference. I give little talks about you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much, all of you. Now open the discussion for discussion now. Professor Mike, if anyone want to participate, want to advise, your president is presenting a great presentation, and I told him you are helping us for a year with a volunteer from your university to helping us accelerate this conference.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Azrael, did you have something to say?
Anything, Beverly? Can you visit me in Paris?
No. We're supposed to be in London this year and didn't quite work out.
Azrael, I think Azrael wanted to say
is
something.
next year, Hadani, you and Alam coordinate your art at the same time. Your conferences.
Next year, 12 to 14.
Well, I don't know what his is. I just hope they aren't at the same time next year.
Okay, please reserve your calendar for me. 12 to 14 next year. 12 to 14.
That's right.
For all of you, let's be invited again and again. But we hope so. Maybe next year I'll be in the United States with you.
Wonderful.
Okay, Mike.
Wonderful.
Maybe. Why not?
Wonderful.
Change the location, my location from year to year.
Very good. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
But before we sign off, Azrael, I think wanted to say something.
Yeah, can I say one more sentence?
Yes.
One more sentence.
Sorry, they speaking with me?
Yeah, I would like to say, I think we have.
Can you repeat, Professor Mike?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Azrael's trying to make one last comment here, so if everybody can.
Yes, go
mute
ahead.
themselves
Make your
for a second.
comments.
Okay, so last thing is, I encourage everyone to go into the US. There's more than 100,000 companies and organizations actually day-to-day work with the OS model. That's activated. There's about 680 implementers. I'm one of them, and there's a trend. Websites and businesses that have a badge we run on US as a professional business, and there's even a trend in America of people where they leave their job and looking to work in a business that work POS. Years ago,
Okay, so somebody is speaking. Could they mute themselves?
Okay, should I repeat it fast? Okay, I'll try to repeat it very fast. I won't take your time. I'm just saying I encourage you to go into the website of EOS. There's about 190,000 companies over the world using the EOS model, and there's 680 implementers. I'm one of them around the world. It's not things that I created. I'm part of this model of this company. And there's a trend over the world of people that are looking to work in companies running by EOS. So it's very interesting. The 10-year target of EOS is to get up to 1 million companies running on EOS. And one word for the last second of the day is now, speak or understand English. So I worked almost a year and a half to be in this level. This way I can learn the tools very good. So I'm very happy to be in my first time speaking in English. Honored place. Thank you.
You did exceptionally well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I guess that's going to wrap up the conference.
Yes, go ahead.
Another very successful conference.
Thank you so much. With regard to recorded session, you will receive all recorded sessions is available in is my channel at Ecosystem Consultant. All your speech, all the conference there. Even though Professor Mike, you can collect the video for your president. Okay, all it is available on my YouTube channel. All the photo now available in LinkedIn and available. There are large gallery in Hoover. If you want to pull any photo for you, it all will be uploaded in Hoover. Thank you so much for closing the conference. Thank you, Professor Mike. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to participate.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Beverly.
Take care.
We will miss you and see you soon. Thank you, Mariam. Thank you, Eliza.
Bye-bye.
Mans, thank you. Brian, wake up. We are closing. Bye-bye. Me?